Hello everybody, welcome to our 2025 Pokemon UCS Aeos Cup play-ins for the Oceano region. I'm here with some wonderful faces. We have a Lobo, Still Agent Kyle, me, and also Zero in on Alex, and we're going to be bringing you all the action for our finals. And, this is an important day, everybody. Whoever wins today's tournament will get their golden ticket to go to EUIC. So let's see how our casters are doing. Lobo, how are you, mate? I've seen you rocking that awesome Mimikyu pin.
The Mimikyu pin, it is the mon that I've seen get banned the absolute most in any region that I play. So hopefully we get to see a little bit of the Ghost Puppet today. I'm doing fantastic, Fu. We got to watch some games yesterday, and I'm really excited to see who comes out and who gets that golden ticket to EUIC.
For sure. And Kyle, all the way from the other side of the world, how are you doing? What time is it for you at the moment? Well, we're going to bring you more action from this OC region, so I guess you get to traverse the whole world and see, all the different metas as well. And Alex, also from the other side of the world, I'm so glad that you two both are here. We have, a diverse reach across the world for this game. So how are you doing today, Alex?
I'm doing absolutely fantastic. Anytime to catch Pokemon Unite is always a good day in my book. On top of all of that, like Kyle said, yes, NA, EU, when you talk about all these different regions and how vast and how similar in some metas and different are others. But above all else, you mentioned how Lobo has a nice Mimikyu pin. You can't see it, but right here I have a Hisuian Zorak pin, as I will show now.
Wow. I think we're all trying to rock the pin, so I see with the Mimikyu as well. I guess it's time to show off my little one. Oh, wrong side here. There's a Squirtle Scorpion.
Oh, the Squirtle! I love it! It's a squad! Let's roll out!
It is there.
That works too. Honestly, that's pretty. That's pretty.
That's great. Imagine Lugia for Unite. Let's go. We got Ho-Oh. Maybe Kyle throwing out some predictions that we're not expecting. Who knows?
He could be the prophet. We just might not know it.
Insider information for sure. But I guess while we're waiting to set up the first match, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a quick recap of the 8 teams that actually made it through. So yesterday we saw 12 teams that went head-to-head with each other, and obviously we have a double bracket elimination today. And from my knowledge, the teams in the top side of the bracket are going to be Legends Reappear, Daybreak, we have a Nintendo Rat, Natu's Revenge, and then in the lower bracket we have Ram Raiders, Friends of Ray, Rough Esports, and Balance. So a lot of very sweaty teams as well. Obviously Lobo and I yesterday with Kyle as well, we caught some of the action for the qualifiers, and we saw 2 of the top 4 seeds go down into the losers for today. So who knows? Anyone could be the dark horse going in and taking the ticket to EUIC. Let's start with you, Lobo. And do you remember any specific moments that you're like, whoa, that was pretty exciting that we watched yesterday?
Look, you mentioned dark horses at the very start of it. We all, our top seeds are really making that play for EUIC. But when it comes to tournaments like this, there's nothing the viewers and our casters ourselves like more than a dark horse. And for me, getting to watch both of their games, especially at the start and at the very end of our broadcast yesterday, Natu's Revenge went down 1 game in both of their sets. They went down the first game, but then came back to clutch it 2-0 to win 2 best-of-3 series going in and making it to day 2. So that's kind of the team I'm looking at now. They're looking to upset the balance here on the leaderboards, and we know that these teams will be scrimming very, very hard. But across our OCE region, we have got teams that have got EUIC experience. We've got Worlds experience. We've got teams that are regional players that are regional finalists. But the best part is they're now spread over all of the different teams that we're going to be seeing today.
Yeah, so this season's really, changed it up. The off season was so short, so all these teams were scrambling to get, other 4 people with the team for a 5 sweaty team. Everyone wants to go internationally, and OC region, right? Obviously, it changed a little bit. Kyle, I'm not sure whether we don't have 2 spots anymore. We only have that single spots for regionals. So any possibility to go internationally from either your Aeos Cup or also your final stretch is fantastic for us. So, I mean, is there any, I guess, particular Pokemon you would like to see today, Kyle? You know, in draft or in bans, or what do you expect? Yeah, I mean, from the second position, a lot of the times they're just banning out the Darkrai, banning out the Miraidon and the Psyduck as well. So maybe we get one of each in each game. Alex, did you have any other Pokemons you would like to see today in the matches?
I mean, I have become a fan of the Duck and people playing Psyduck, so I would love to see it, but like kind of what Kyle was saying, that Darkrai really has become that very powerful Pokemon that if you allow it to get through, it's going to do massive amounts of damage. Pokemon that I predict will be outrighted banned. I think the number one you have to be looking at still at top defenders like when you look at Umbreon, Mimikyu. I'm sorry, Lobo, I know how much you love Mimikyu, but we also have to admit that Mimikyu right now is in a very powerful position, being able to shadow sneak around. And an underrated pick, I would say, and this is me just basing off the North America region and a little bit of OC, is Garchomp. Garchomp is kind of finding its place into the meta right now because it's being able to dive in, sweep Pokemon off their feet, and it could really allow a team to converge. Now, in that same vein, I would say Blaziken is another Pokemon that's my favorite to play as of late, but don't worry, Lobo, I've only been playing Mimikyu and Blaziken, but I also have to be realistic here.
You're mad.
Yeah, we're gonna shout out Lobo. Lobo got the gold badge in Mimikyu recently, so you know he's definitely the Mimikyu specialist here. So if any team brings out a Mimikyu, we will pan to Lobo and only Lobo and show his skills and ask him the questions here. But speaking of all rounders, Alex, I mean, in the OC region, what we've spectated yesterday at least is a lot of teams are actually liking maybe like a double all rounder kind of draft as well, or having some sort of enough frontline with obviously a defender top path playing that all-rounder kind of role. So it's either protect the president or just an all-out run at them kind of comp, and I expect to see that today as well, because you know the age of the double beam or the double backline Pokemon range attacker, it's over now. It's all about how fast you can rush to the enemy team, how fast you can get to their backline, get some goals in, and maybe just take out the teams from both flank angles as well. So hopefully we see some of that today. Or, you know, maybe a cheeky little secret strategy they might be bringing in, such as your bottom path speedsters, which we saw a little bit in the Asia region.
You know, it's funny you say that, because I think a lot of times, and this is what makes, you know, this whole little travel around the world kind of really interesting, because sometimes having that awe factor of a team that hasn't prepared for a Pokemon, I'm going to take a step back and go back to Worlds of this past year. In the first round, we saw even a team like Luminosity, we saw Overlord take Zeraora into lane, and a lot of teams, and it really provided value in game one because teams weren't necessarily prepared. As the tournament went on, teams kind of adjusted to that, but having that shock and awe factor of bringing a Pokemon that maybe people are not necessarily prepared for could sneak you a win or two, which could set you up in a very pivotal position to kind of take the set.
That's a great point, actually. We saw a Zeraora yesterday, I remember, that played Wild Charge, which is a moveset we've really never really seen in competitive. I think it was from Natsu's Revenge, and it was just fantastic because they were going up against something like a Dodrio Comfy, and you know, you can't really hit something that is, you know, got its iframes, right? And all through the game, it was just, oh, we lock onto the Dodrio, and then we press the Wild Charge, and then the Dodrio's just running around because it's like, I can't hit you. You know what to see. Much like Play Rough as well. So maybe we anticipate something like that today. And another one as well, Lobo, I think we watched a couple weeks back, is Hooper using Trick and Phantom Force. Do you want to tell me a little bit about what you saw last time?
So a lot of the time we are now seeing, and I think the whole Trick Hooper is also bringing credence to Blissey Helping Hand. as well. Blizzy, Safeguard, Helping Hand, Trick, Hooper really allowing to enhance those all-rounders and those frontline attackers, even some of the defenders that are really going to try and push that aggressive stance. Trick Hooper, absolutely fantastic. We saw, I think, for not only 2 weeks ago, we saw a teleport with the Phantom Force on the Hooper managing to teleport another member of its team, and I had never seen that in a game. I knew it was possible in the mechanics, but I had never seen that displayed on a game. So the ingenuity that's coming out with these players, I think also with the Blissey Helping Hand, that's giving credence to obviously allowing a Shadow Claw to do even more damage with its help. It's allowing a Garchomp to absolutely rip and tear through any kind of teams. So, you know, those kind of more asset support type Pokemon, you know, Hooper Highway, Hooper Portal for healing, they're so good for wide scale team engagement, but now we're seeing the more individual focuses on, I don't like to use the term carrymon because it is a team game, but in terms of those really high offense, high damage dealing Pokemon, Blissey, Helping Hand, and Safeguard is really coming to the forefront. Also, Safeguard, because the CC meta right now is crazy, especially, you mentioned it with Darkrai and now Psyduck. I mean, come on, like, if you want to move in this game, you have to have full heal, you have to have Safeguard. You just, you know, you have to be very careful with these engages.
Oh, I agree, and I think in the recent patches, you also saw Glaceon come back into the competitive meta because of that Helping Hand, as well as our, in my opinion, the least favorite EX mod, Mewtwo Y as well, because when that Pokemon Mega Evolves, ladies and gentlemen, you just press down the A button and I guess this damage just comes your way, right? It's very hard to avoid something like that, as well as the Safeguard, helping your all-rounders, helping or even your attackers get out of sticky situations because of that crowd control that you talk about, Lobo. So I don't know what these teams are going to be bringing today, but from our discussion already, there are already so many Pokemon that, you know, probably deserve a ban, but, you know, each team only has those 2 spots, right? If you don't ban Umbreon Blissey, what are you going to get? You're going to have your Miraidon, you're going to have your Mimikyu, your Psyduck as well, and your Darkrai. So I guess it's just, at the end of the day, which one do you want to go up against and which one your team actually plays as well. So, I mean, this game is about to start very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen. Any predictions? I like putting people on the spot. Any predictions for, let's say, takes it all? Maybe the reward is, I always like to say, I'll keep you at the end. Let's start with you, Alex. Do you have a prediction?
First, I want to know what kind of cookie. And secondly, I think the most important thing, I mean, I could just go with the safe pick of going with Legends Reappear. They do tend to be the favorites out here. They have competed consistently, and they have probably been one of the most consistent teams here in OCE. But Natsu's Revenge, the Dark Horse, I love a good underdog Dark Horse story, and I wouldn't necessarily count out completely Rough Esports. But if I had to put my money on a Snickerdoodle cookie, then in that case, I'd go with Natsu's Revenge as the Dark Horse. Now, if you're talking about something like Oatmeal Raisin, I'll just throw it at Balance or something.
Well, I need to check my cookie jar. I guess I don't think I have the Snickerdoodle. I don't even know what that is.
Yeah,
oh man, it's great.
What is a Snickerdoodle?
What?
I've heard
Are
of
we-
Snickerdoodle. We don't have them over here. We don't
Kyle,
have
you know,
Snickerdoodles
Kyle, my
over
NA
here.
brethren, you know what a Snickerdoodle is, right? Like, come on, like, come on here. It's basically like a sugar cookie, but it's got like cinnamon sugar on top. You know what a churro is, right? So it's like a churro,
Yeah.
but in a cookie form. So it's softer and it's chewier. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Sounds good.
You gotta bring
sounds
some
good.
of that for World.
Well, yeah, that makes sense.
But well, I do have confirmation as we were fixing Carl's audio issues that Carl's prediction is Daybreak, and I think that is a fantastic pick because Daybreak is a very, very strong team and made up of a lot of players that came from the world stage last season. And you know, Lobo and I would know, for example, Anonymous and Liz, they all are coming from that experience side of competitive, having been on the big stage as well. Lobo, who's your prediction? I know we asked you yesterday. Do you have a change of mind?
Yes, I did. You asked me yesterday. I honestly don't remember my pick, but both of these guys have gone for the odds-on favorites in Legends Reappear and Daybreak. Very, very solid picks. I don't know. I kind of want to taste a Snickerdoodle as well, so I might go with that. But you know, I also like my white choc chip macadamia cookies. If you know what I'm talking about. But I'm gonna go for the Dark Horse. Natsu's Revenge have the ability to lock in. We saw that yesterday, and I think that's going to do wonders for them them today. We also saw they did bring the Zeraora, a Pokemon that they did not play at all. So they're not afraid to change it up in a tense situation, because that was game 3 with everything on the line that they brought out the Zeraora. So my pick to take the golden ticket to EUIC and the Snickerdoodle is going to be Natu's Revenge.
I think that the story for today is just the Snickerdoodle cookie.
Oh, it's just finding
take away.
Just finding out what it is.
Pokemon Unite. It's just a cookie stream.
It's just a cookie stream. And honestly, Lobo, see that you really are a brother from another mother, because I too am a big fan of the white chocolate macadamia nut cookie. I mean, come on, we gotta get together and have a cookie off or something.
100%, man. Like, you know, there's gonna be photos of worlds and everywhere. It's just gonna be me and Alex going on a cookie tour of Anaheim, finding the best cookies in the spot. So I'm excited for that.
I've got a good one.
Yeah.
I've already got a good one. I've got a good one.
I think Alex and I need to start a cookie Instagram. Just cookie Instagram, a cookie blog, and you know, we'll take our Pokemon plushies, we'll make sure they get fed, and that's gonna be the adventures that we're gonna have next time we go to
Togepi and I are ready. Cookie off, baby. Togepi's coming with me.
I've got my.
It's so over. Or even better, just for you, Lobo, I'll bring Mimikyu too. Just for you.
Yes.
Just for you.
Yes.
Just for you, buddy. Yes,
Wow,
Kyle's got the Togepi too.
What the heck? Anyway, well, speaking of Togepi and Pokemon in general, let's get back into this game. Our first match is underway, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be between Legends Reappear and Daybreak. And Alex, you and I are going to be taking this action.
Absolutely. Let's take the action right here. We already see, again, we will not have the advantage of being able to see the draft because, again, this is an unofficial broadcast, but we're already seeing for the sides of Legends Reappear. They do have the Miraidon down here. Sylveon, though, has set it into the central area, which is going to be pivotal here with the Mystical Fire being able to reduce special attack Pokemon by 20%. And this poor little Crustle is already going to be chased down and gets absolutely sent right back to the Pokemon Center.
Oh, that poor Dwebble getting KO'd early on is not too great, but, you know, at least he's got that XP share to try to help out the team. We have a DB and Non already, or Knight rather, already into the bottom path here, looking for an ambush, looking for these birds as the action will start right now.
And again, Darkrai was able to actually make it through this draft. Darkrai and Miraidon allowing Legends to reappear to have that is already going to spell a lot of trouble. But look at Ethos. They have opted to go for the single strike Urshifu, going to have good confirmation. Challenge has kind of been surfing around. And honestly, when you think about it, Sylveon is a really good counter to 3 Pokemon, Darkrai, Miraidon, and the Eldegoss, as they all use their special attack to kind of make plays, and that could hopefully allow Daybreak to make a pivotal move here.
Oh, I mean, this game is vitally important, right? It's the first game of today's matchup, and whoever wins this will get sent into those winners' finals, and obviously one step closer to EUIC. Looking at the drafter, we have DB Invader on Crustle. That's not a defender that we see very often.
Definitely not. Urshifu gonna head to the central area, get a good Wicked Blow and a good Crustle, but here comes Darkrai trying to put somebody to sleep. The rest of the crew has already made it, but it looks like Daybreak might be trying to make a break for it, but the hyperspace hole portals is gonna allow the members of Daybreak to kind of reset a little bit, and it might try to converge down here. Here comes the big convergence. Surf gonna come out, Wicked Blow being charged up, but the rest of Legends Reappear has made it down. Melody gonna try to get some team members down. Psyduck goes down, and great job by LDR to kind of hold down the fort.
Oh, you have to hold down the fort indeed, and they look to push a little bit more. We have, what, 4 members of both these teams already hovering in the bottom path here, ready for these 720 birds as the next bit of experience will spawn now.
Birds are coming in. Crustle gonna set out a little bit of a rock to Mewtwo Y is gonna run out of its cage, and look at this charge beam. Being able to have that amount of Rage Fu is so useful because you don't have to fully commit. Even then, if your team tries to fully commit, you can make a push, and if the enemy team tries to push on you, they have to deal with not only that, they also have to deal with Crustle and potentially the Darkrai as the basement Reggie has appeared. Reggie Ice is gonna be the target here, and this Psyduck using that headache gauge to push everybody out, and now Daybreak might be trying to converge, but they're gonna fight for another day.
Oh, it's so incredible, right? One little duck can zone out 4 members of LDR away from that basement Reggie, and went relatively uncontested. I see Challenge going the Mystical Fire moveset for the Sylveon, and that's gonna be incredibly smart to try to run down that Miraidon, as you talked about, and really gives that amount of sustain that you have in something like an attacker to really stay in the fight and help out this Mewtwo, which is going to be, you know, bulk of the damage for their team.
Absolutely. I mean, here Garchomp though, level 10, highest level Pokemon, as it's kind of been laning on its own. Meanwhile, Mewtwo and the duck with 3 little hairs, might I add. You look very fancy with that suit. I don't know, that nice little plaid shirt, very vacation-y. Ethos has already made their way downtown. Right now, 100-8. Legends reappear, does have control of field. Challenge gonna be heading back to the central area. Get these buffs. Again, Challenge is gonna be one of those Pokemon that really needs to make a push here, because for them, they need to be able to kind of disable along with their power being able to be Mystical Fire. Here comes the Unite move coming out though. Big Urshifu trying to get him down. Garchomp goes down. This could be the convergence that Legends reappear. Might be trying to make a little bit of a push here. They're going on to converge here though, and now they're trying to throw. Daybreak is suffering, and now the scores are finally going in for LDR. LDR 62-145. They are getting themselves back into this. Daybreak though having to not be able to answer, and great job by LDR.
Oh, I mean, it's what a relief, right? Finally putting some points on the board is much closer now. As we have a quick look at the levels, we have double level 11s already on the side of Daybreak, so fantastic work in that early game. But this mid game is all about trying to starve your enemies and getting those perfect engagements to make sure that you stay in the lead for not only your points and your levels.
Absolutely. Daybreak having 2 very powerful Pokemon, though, are kind of paying a little bit of the price. Like you said, this Mewtwo is going to be very valuable. I got to imagine, if we're talking about what was potentially banned, you got to imagine Blissey was somewhere in that conversation, because it's nowhere to be seen here. Or, again, Hoopa still is a valuable commodity, but a good Rock Tomb kind of keeping 2 members of LDR available here. Meanwhile, Cullen trying to do everything they can. Here comes the meter, the Darkrai, able to take down Psyduck, and the rest of the members of Daybreak are coming in. They're trying to converge. Mewtwo's going to be in a little bit of trouble. They're trying to converge onto the other side. Melody brings out the hyperspace hole, trying to bring in back to the members. The Darkrai's living on a little bit of a sliver. Mewtwo and Urshifu are already down for the sides of LDR. Now they're trying to push them back. Miraida getting stunned into infinity and beyond, being able to escape. Meanwhile, though, Garchomp has taken the Regieleki for themselves. Meanwhile, the rest of the members of LDR are gonna need to retreat, as Reggie Ice is still living with about 50 HP, or 50% of its HP left.
Oh, what a scramble from both these teams. For a moment, I thought Daybreak had the upper hand there, but somehow the Sai from the side that comes through the portal and absolutely zones out the entire team once again. We do have the Hyper Highway bringing people back in, but that Regieleki has walked in the top part there, so definitely some scores that did go in there for Daybreak here. So points-wise, we have 165-104, still in the lead in Daybreak.
Daybreak looking real good, but they have the Wicked Blow, and it's actually the Hoopa who's able to secure a great job by LDR. I mean, even as we're looking at this game, as it's going back and forth, it does feel like Daybreak is kind of the team that's coming out on top, because yeah, LDR is winning objectives here and there, but Daybreak, I mean, look at Anon, already level 13, and Challenge gonna try to take on Miraidon. Doesn't want to go in for too far. I mean, in theory, this Sylveon should be doing wonders, but when you have such a powerful Pokemon in Darkrai and in Miraidon, it's not being able to be the playmaker that it's been needing to be.
Oh my god, what an incredible Rock Tomb after Challenge has dashed using its Mystical Fire, so that there were no more dashes to get out of the way, and that's going to be a great pick for them as they look to, I guess, continue the level lead. Oh, we've got an interesting moveset by Coleman here. Did you see it was it Psychic there that pulled the enemy towards them?
I want to say that might have been Psychic, right? Because that would be very interesting. That's not typically what you run, especially when it comes to, you know, when you have Disable being such a good move to extend cooldowns. I mean, it's not something you necessarily expect to see very commonly.
No, and as teams get set up for this first Rayquaza fight of today's match, we have 16 seconds to go until the Green Dragon appears. Daybreak is in the lead, and they have the level lead as well with a level 14 Garchomp. Alex, I mean, it's all about positioning now for both these teams, right? Both teams dancing around, trying to poke as much as possible. And here comes the Psychic to pull the Crustle in.
Crust will try to get pulled in, but they're going to be able to reset, and here we go. Positioning was not being able to be found here, but Anon has made their way downtown. The Sai-Yi-Yi comes out. Mewtwo does unleash the Mega Evolution, but now they're being converged on. Sylveon is already taking down. The HP bars are dropping. Mega Mewtwo Y is already out. Ethos trying to find a way out. Meanwhile, the rest of Daybreak trying to converge onto them, and that's 3, 4. All that's left is Ethos, who has already backed all the way. Ethos going to try to make it back, though unable to do so. Miraidon able to get it, and a big Rock Tomb to lock Ethos away. And Daybreak, shout out to Steel Agent Kyle for their pick. But right now, Daybreak is just pouring on the pain onto Legends Reappear.
Oh, what an absolute team wipe there, Alex. I mean, Daybreak really found the break in the momentum for Legends Reappear. For the better part of the game, they had the control, and they definitely went and really meticulously chose which Pokemon to take down first. And at the end of the day, you know, Urshifu obviously picked for its ability to secure, just couldn't get to the pit in time.
They just were not able to do so. I mean, when you look at the team composition that Legends Reappear brought, it looks like Daybreak just had such more of an advantage. I mean, you can't allow a team to have Darkrai. We talked about it, how in NA, it just felt like the moment you give a team Darkrai, you are already battling a uphill battle. It already becomes that much more difficult. 30 seconds remain, but with a 300-point deficit, I can't imagine Legends Reappear make a play already when challenge is already down. And again, Anon on this Garchomp just coming in and fully destroying this. Great defense by Daybreak. Overall, I mean, you can't have Miraidon and Darkrai on the same team. You allow a team to just really steamroll through, and it showed here in game 1.
Oh, 100%. What a great start for Daybreak, and that's exactly what they want going into this matchups of the quarter semifinals here. And looking at the points really quickly and the stats, I'm really interested to see what the damage output was, because we didn't get a lot of time to kind of analyze the draft that both these teams picked up, Alex, but we're going to be able to see the bans in the next screen.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely want to be able to see kind of what was banned out here. I mean, we saw the amount of chaos. And look, I kind of predicted this early on. We saw that Blissey was banned. I said that Umbreon was going to be banned and that Mimikyu was banned. But, like, basically 3. I didn't guess the Leafeon, but Leafeon is still a very good Pokemon. But I was 3 for 4. That's 75%. That's C. C's get degrees, and I will take that to the bank and deposit it.
Yeah, you get a 75% of a cookie there, Alex. Don't worry about it. But looking at this battle report, DB System with 96,000 doing 36% of the team's damage. So yet again, just a shout out to Miraidons in general. It seems like if you do give this Pokemon away and you don't have adequate dive for this Pokemon to counter it, it's going to be doing a lot of damage, a lot of poke to your team as well. And obviously, at the end of the day, looking at the trend of the battle report, Alex, it was Daybreak all the way through. They were dominant from the get-go, and they really kept both of their hands on the steering wheel for that match.
Absolutely. And look at Miraidon doing 36.4% of the damage. Is absolutely insane. And then just because they banned out the Blissey, it then allowed Darkrai, who's going to counter the Darkrai? You really don't have enough dive to do it. Mewtwo is ranged. Maybe Urshifu can do something, but again, you then have to go through a Crustle. I think overall Daybreak just had a really very powerful, very control-heavy kind of draft. And don't get me wrong, LDR banning out the Mimikyu is very tactical. Same with the Leafeon, but they allowed the Darkrai to get through, and you didn't have an answer, and then you give up Miraidon, which in my opinion is the stronger of the two between Mewtwo Y and Miraidon.
Oh, I agree, and I think just looking at the bans as well, I'm very interested in the Mimikyu and Leafeon ban, because generally we see Mimikyu as a great counter into Leafeon, but banning both, maybe it's a respect ban as well. But it really leaves, I guess, the opening for the other picks, like you said, the Darkrai, Miraidon can just both be picked by the team, and I think Invader did a fantastic job of picking that Crustle into that team, because if you just look at the draft that Legends Reappear brought up, right? Mewtwo Y, yes, it has 1 or 2 dashes there. If you're going to be using it to get out of something like a Rock Tomb, you become really susceptible to something like your Charge Beam, right, coming out from the Miraidon, or even the Garchomp Scoop. You can't really get out of those anymore. Ethos, obviously, has 1 dash of Throat Chop to use. So, I mean, Rock Tomb might not be able to trap you, but if it's used against you and you have to use your moves on cooldown to get out of that, that means, you know, they're going to be on cooldown, Alex, and you're not going to be able to get out of something like a Worst Nightmare by the Darkrai, something like that. So I think a lot of the cases, especially seeing that Sylveon get trapped as well, just meant that if Daybreak was looking at what their defenders are doing, looking at what the attackers are doing, they can really synergize and get like a good pick. And then, you know, for the better part of the game, they had the level lead, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. I mean, we saw that Garchomp very early on. They were kind of off laning, and we saw them once they entered to the fray. I think by like 7 or 6.5 minutes, they were already looking at level 10. Very powerful, very great job by Anon all around on that part. That being said, I love how you broke that down when it came to the Crustle, because you're right, the synergy was there. Because if you see that a team has already wasted their eject button or their dashing move, like we saw against Challenged, after they saw the Mystical Fire, they trapped it, and it wasn't until then that they decided to converge on it. And again, a charge beam, whether you get the Nightmare from a Darkrai, again, this is just great positioning and great viewing. Those are the micro plays that could really set a team apart. Being able to be patient, see the move, trap them, converge, and right now Daybreak is looking absolutely powerful in game 1.
Oh, 100%. And I think, I don't expect anything less than Legends Reappear going back to the drawing board and really adapting the draft, because they are going to be able to switch sides here and really prioritize maybe one of the Pokemons. Maybe the bans are going to be changed as well. Too bad it's Spectate mode. We don't get to see the actual ban and draft order. But I do anticipate something's going to change, because at the same time, right, they really brought out a quite an unconventional draft in terms of, your typical defender, your typical attackers as well, because they had in this case, your Urshifu was your secure potential, right? You have your Hooper on Icy as your support, but then Cole is on that Psyduck, which is obviously a defender supporter type, right? It's very versatile, but it's not the same amount of like block potential or tank potential as something like a Crustle, right? To take in a lot of the damage. It's really like a pseudo tank that runs around, much like Greedent, if you can think about, trying to stun different enemies, but it's not going to be able to protect something like a Mewtwo as well as your Crustle or any of the other defenders like Trevenant, for example.
Absolutely. I couldn't, I can't agree with you more, because having a Pokemon, which unfortunately Umbreon was banned, but you still had very powerful Pokemon in like Trevenant. Trevenant has been able to be very powerful. Especially when you have a Mewtwo, you need something that's going to be able to soak up that damage so your Mewtwo can kind of stay in the back lines. And for the side of Daybreak, they had that. They had the Crustle, who could not only soak up a lot of damage on its own, but its Rubble Rouser could also do that. And on top of all of that else, this allows the Miraidon to be safe. Nobody's going to approach it because you can't. And that's how the Miraidon's able to drop almost 100,000 points of damage onto the enemy team, because they know they are completely safe, because they have a Pokemon right in front of them who will stay by their side through and through and soak up any damage that potential Miraidon would have taken. Plus, LDR did not have enough dive to be able to take care of said Miraidon.
Yeah, I think the intention was there with that Urshifu single strike and also the Mystical Fire Sylveon. But as you said, the fact that there was a conventional typical defender for the side of Daybreak with Invader, then also, I mean, it's just a little bit hard to get into the backline when you have the scoops coming in from Garchomp as well, right? And then for the better part of that match, Anon was on the top path there, just getting their levels, because it's okay to not be in some of the fights if you have a level 14 Garchomp rocking at that Rayquaza with, I guess, the healing from Eldegoss as well, right? And it's just like a raid boss to take down, I think, for Legends Reappear. And at the end of the day, in that raid fight, as we watched, it was just a bit unfortunate, because, in a blink, 3 members of LDR just dissipated. And obviously, Hooper being taken down as well means no portals for the rest of the members. And then at the end, Ethos trying its best to come back. But
I mean, what more could you ask? Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no,
I was like, these teams know the timings for all these secures, so they know, Urshifu's coming back, but counting the numbers down, we have time to rip this Rayquaza, no problem.
I mean, what more could you ask from Anon to be able to go off lane? This is what you want from a top lane Pokemon. A Pokemon that can just go get leveled up and kind of goes hand in hand with your central area Pokemon, just kind of the secondary. We've seen it from multiple teams from EU, NA, and NA, and that's when you have those top lane, just absolute, as it's called, demons, because they're able to just go in, converge, do a lot for your team. And we saw, like you said, the scoop, when it comes to Dragon Rush, Dragon Claw, being able to scoop up a Pokemon and being able to converge onto it, very powerful. And all in all, those auto attacks just absolutely can shred through any objective to capture. But let's get into game 2 of Legends Reappear Daybreak. Once again, a little bit different of a draft, wouldn't you say, Fu?
Oh, definitely. And they are going to be ready to make sure that they take the second game, because they want to take the game 3 for us casters. I always love a decisive game 3 scenario. It really paints the picture of how important this is for both of these teams.
Absolutely. We're already seeing that Leafeon was allowed this time around. I gotta imagine once again Blissey, maybe again Mimikyu is not allowed. Darkrai is definitely on the other, so I might get another 75% of said cookie. I'll take a chocolate chip today, Fu.
I mean, I would like a chocolate chip cookie at the moment, but we do see some unfamiliar faces though with the Pokemons. I mean, Dwebble yet again for OC Invader, the defender of choice. Meanwhile, on the top part there, we actually have I guess a defender Squirtle looking to take on that brawly all-rounder role for their team. Shifu already online for Daybreak, so definitely Anon looking to secure most of the farm here as the Wicked Blow will come out, taking most of it, but the Leafeon is there. Xavier ready to do some damage and maybe get a good pick though, as Invader will come out to just support the team as well. We saw this a lot in those Asia regions.
Absolutely. And I mean, and we've talked about this before. The Wartortle, even though it is classified as a defender, due to the fact that it does not have an EXP share attached to it, that's going to be a more all-arounder. I got to imagine spin to win, as we like to often hear. It's going to be Rapid Spin, Water Spout. We already did see the Water Spout, so a Rapid Spin is definitely going to be the next move of choice. So it's going to be more of a heavy damage Wartortle, and not so much the defending soaking up. That's still going to be going to what I imagine is Invader on the Crustle.
And with the 8 minutes birds coming out there, a bit of experience now for both these teams as they look for a second scrimmage. Wicked Blow comes through once again. We have Ethos, not a Dragonite at the moment, and gets taken down by the Charge Beam. Yet again, that poke is so insane. Coleman a bit trapped here. Headaches will be going off very, very soon. Has the serve to get out, so no KOs on the side of Legends Reappear, but we do have Daybreak getting that KO, which is going to be quite important yet again to get that level lead. Having said, how important the early game is to get, enough time for the Wartortle to evolve into that Blastoise.
I mean, we talked about it in Game 1, how good Invader's Rock Tombs were, and being able to get those KOs, even if it's only one, is going to be very valuable to a team. Meanwhile, this Wartortle has kind of just stayed on top, taking care of this Leafeon. Again, their main goal is to be that top lane Pokemon again, and they want to be able to get to that Blastoise. Anon, though, has opted to be their central area Pokemon with Urshifu. Once again, Wicked Blow tends to be the favor. I've seen quite a bit of the Rapid Strikers, which is the Water Bear, a little bit in NA, but so far, OC seems to be liking the Single Strike.
Oh, you do need to, especially if you're going up against Ethos on the Hyper Beam, and that's going to be an uncontested Regice for them. Yet again, Coleman able to just make space for their team as well. The Server going to come in, and they look to push this pad. Hooper Portal is ready to go to, if anyone is low on the HP, preventing that experience as well. But here comes Shifu taking down the Regieleki, but this bottom pad looks like to be in trouble for Daybreak, as System trying their best to defend this, and it's just not going to be good enough. As the portals yet again, look at how many people winning that portal, Alex, and this come back fully HP.
Just great job by Icy Melody. The way they place those right in front of the Rock Tomb, basically just an easy escape button. And now look at this. Great job by LDR to be able to leave that pathway only at 1 left. Meanwhile, Anon and the rest, like Knight, are going to be able to take down that Leafeon, and they're going to just be trying to get these stacks. But we'll see if this Dragonite really makes a difference for the side of LDR.
Oh, Anon might be in a bit of trouble here. Has to use Wicked Blow and the Throat Chop Ejector. Try to get out of there, but the Side Strike is going to be able to stun them up. But the Spin to Win, as you said, is just going to protect. Look at that, staying on top of Anon there, making sure that the Central Area Pokemon does not go down, because it is at a hefty level 11, and that's a lot of experience to give up.
I mean, Anon has been just an expert at that. Going back to Game 1, Game 2, they want to make sure they are one of the strongest Pokemon on the field, whether they're top laning, whether they're in the central area. Gaining as much farm. Challenge, though, is this time going to be on the Mewtwo Y, and we're going to see if it actually makes a big difference. But System, though, has been playing this Miraidon perfectly, and like you said, the way that Blastoise just protected Anon was just absolutely beautiful. It looks like the rest of LDR just want to be able to break this, but here comes Blastoise. They do have their Unite move still available, Fu.
Oh my god, Icy Melody just able to use the Rings Unbound to keep in the playing field there, as Blastoise will go down to the Hyper Beam, and so will Liz as well. That's 3 members down for Daybreak, and this is the turn and the flip of the script, as members of Legends Reappear will look to take down even more. That's 4 members down. What a huge amount of XP going back on their side, as we see Ethos on that level 11 Hyper Beam Dragonite looking to do this Registeel yet again uncontested. So I guess the story is that the fact that you can grip something that fast with Hyper Beam and secure, it just seems like it's not a worthy attempt to contest that bottom path there, and rather Daybreak looks to take this Regieleki.
Talk about flipping the script for the side of LDR. All of a sudden things are looking a lot more different. What was that damage that I just witnessed? I did not realize that Hyper Beam was still that relevant, Fu.
Wow, look at the combination of your Cotton Cloud Crash into the Meteor Storm as well. That's going to be able to take out some members of Legends Reappear, 2 members down. But that Regieleki will walk in, and I'm keen to see whether this Leafeon will actually go to dunk the 40. We have 3 members of Daybreak just zoning them out, and you know, see whether they can take the bait and take off Xavier there. Miraidon still doing damage on them as the birds will be coming out there. Xavier will actually go down, so I guess sometimes you gotta set the bait, and it worked in that case.
In that case was a beautiful tactic of being able to bait. You let the Regieleki go in, Leafeon wants to go in, and what do? You have Crustle and Miraidon just not allowing it to approach, because again, it is a speedster, so it is still very fragile to deal with. But Aeos has been doing an amazing job on this Dragonite. Again, it's going to be a different keymaker. Leafeon, though, not able to dive in as easily as it's wanted. If you're a Leafeon, you have to find that Miraidon. That is going to be your #1 target to be able to go in, dive on it. You need to be able to take it out. If anything else, that is like the #1 thing as a Leafeon you got to worry about.
Oh, I agree, and that's probably why it was banned in that first game, wasn't it? Just the sheer amount of damage you can do with your 2-step Unite move as well. We see Colowern trying to contest this farm with System, knowing that they can get out there, knowing they can get some dunks in for the team. Sideshow comes again once again to stun Liz, but you know, there's just not enough damage for that. I guess both teams are just sussing each other out now. There's not a lot of wild Pokemons on the map remaining. We do have an objective spawning about 5 seconds, Alex, and yet again, I mean, I sound like a beaten record at the moment, but Aeos is just right there when it spawns, ready to rip it, and you know, I guess for Daybreak, it's all about getting that top Reggie right, and maybe breaking this top pad if possible.
I mean, Aeos has just been doing so much for the team to be able to secure it. I mean, they've been out securing even Anon with the Wicked Blow, even though it's charging it up to be able to get it. Again, don't forget that with the charge of Wicked Blow, you are basically not susceptible to crowd control. And it looks like Legends Reappear does not mind at all not going for that top Regieleki. 15 seconds remain right now, but Daybreak 113, Legends Reappear 111. This is a close game. If Daybreak's able to kind of converge and make a game here, they might 2-0 LDR.
Oh, it does not get closer to this. 133 to 111 as the Hooper Portal will be used there to try to get the teams healthy back into this fight. Regieleki will walk in the top pad there as we look at the map control that Daybreak has in this Rayquaza pit. Entire LDR has just been pushed back there as the side looks to make space now, and here comes an engagement. The portal is down for anyone that needs it. We have a Mega Evolution by challenge, but here comes the Amethyst on Aeos, and it's not going to be good enough as the Mewtwo Mega Evolve will be able to take Anon down. A 4v4 scenario there as the Rubble Rouser will come online just to protect the team away from this Mega Evolve there. And Icy going down to 9 is a great pick for Daybreak as Colwyn looks to go on a headache and Surf to try to stall out this fight for their carry Pokemon to come back in. Aeos not on a lot of HP. The Parabolic Charge coming through. The spin to win is so close. How in the world did Aeos get out of that as we have the 2-step to delete the System out of this fight? We know that this is still a close battle for both these teams, Alex. It is going to be a refight potential for this next minute. Sasha goes through on Anon. Anon, not a lot of HP. The Blastoise is going to come through. Nice. Trying to make something out of this situation. Icy able to pull people back in. And it's going to be Legends Reappear. That's going to be more healthier here. As Anon not able to survive Xavier's onslaught. And here comes Aeos ready to rip the Rayquaza.
Rayquaza taking so much damage. What an amazing job by Legends Reappear. Their positioning, being able to reset Nitrite engage, and it's the Leafeon able to do it. LDR stunning everybody. The way they were able to slip away. Just an amazing job by the side of LDR. I can't believe what I just witnessed. I was at the edge of my absolute seat, too, because you saw Knight just a sliver away from taking down Aeos, and the way Icy Melody was able to transport everybody back to safety in that middle engage when we saw the Crustle was by its lonesome self, being able to go back, reset the Leafeon, reset Aeos, and reset challenge, allow them to come back in, break apart the team, and Legends reappear. Well, let me tell you, they reappeared in a magnificent way, and we are going to a Game 3 situation for these teams.
Yes, we are. If there is a way to paint a picture and indicate what type of action we're going to be able to see today, it is this match. I mean, the fact that these two teams are one of the best two teams of the region going head-to-head in the semifinals of our Day 2 is quite incredible. And exactly what you see here, Alex, in the battle report, it was entirely neck and neck until the final minute of the game, where we saw the ability to just take members out of DB, and it's all due to the Hooper play. I mean, the amount of times that you got a free heals from your home pad and coming back in instantly into the fight just meant that there wasn't enough sustain that Liz could actually help their team. And like you said as well, Knight trying their best to just take down Ethos there at the end. The slither of health meant that Ethos were able to get away and then come back in for the rip on that Rayquaza.
All I know is that I might be getting 100% of this cookie this time around because Darkrai, Mimikyu, Blissey, and Umbreon were all gone. So you know what? I will take that full cookie. But no, I definitely, if I had to give an MVP to this game, it's got to go to Icy Melody. The way that they were able to just kind of set things up. And again, we saw so many times that Ethos and Challenge were just living by a sliver, just a little tick of HP to reset. And again, the moment I really felt like the tide changed is when we finally saw Leafeon go with the Emerald two-step. Once system was taken out, that's when really things started going in the way for LDR. They were able to converge, and great job onto these teams. And I mean, like you said, when OCE brings it, they bring it high, intense gameplay. But as a quick reminder, as we're going to a game 3, if you guys want to take a look at the bracket, we actually already have a little bit of an update. Raiders was up against Friends of Ray, and Raiders has 2-0'd them, so they will be moving on in the loser side. And as I predicted earlier, with a little bit of a wild horse here, Buff Esports, they also 2-0 Balance. So Balance and Friends of Ray are unfortunately being sent home at this point, and they're kind of just waiting to see because Nintendo Rats and Natsu's Revenge are both also going into a Game 3 situation.
It's kind of a very interesting that the winners bracket are going to that game 3 scenario and the losers bracket are having a 2-0 sweep here, Alex. But I do have to say, I am very surprised that Rough Esports and Balance just went 2-0 because both of them are incredible teams. They're actually the 2nd and 3rd seeds of this tournament. So, I mean, that's what happens, right, in this type of double elimination. If you start off with the losers in day 2, you have one chance. If you get knocked out, that is it for your run. So, congratulations to Rough Esports for making it through. The action will not stop today, and having, seen that Nintendo Rats and Natsu Revenge are neck and neck, I mean, whatever the winners finals are going to be, it's sure going to be another great matchup. But let's get back to this matchup though, because we are in that decisive Game 3 scenario, right? And thinking about, what was the pain in the side of Daybreak there? I think obviously one is the fact that there is a Hooper, right? That's something to take down. But the other thing is Ethos on the Hyper Beam Dragonite. Obviously a target for Anon to go in with the Ebon Fist there to try and knock it out. But I think he just went in at a time where all the other Pokemon's moves were used on that area at the same time. And unfortunately didn't get to finish the animation there and actually knock out Ethos. And when you have a Hyper Beam Dragonite ready on the field and your secure policy or insurance policy for that secure on the side of Anon was out, I mean, there is just a favoritism in terms of who's going to be able to secure that, right?
Absolutely. And like we said, there were so many times we saw that the Thunder was chasing down Ethos, able to just, and again, we saw it twice. Once it was with the Thunder and once it was with the Blastoise. I thought the Blastoise did a great job at kind of eject buttoning and then using that Hydro Typhoon to kind of really start that engagement. But the way LDR just kind of patiently waited for their moment to strike. And again, Icy Melody deserves so much praise to be able to reset these teams over and over again, to be able to keep them in the fray. And then once again, once the Miraidon went down, it really felt like Legends Reappear had a chance. Again, we saw Blastoise was still there, but luckily Leafeon was able to get the secure, capture the Rayquaza, and this is why we're sitting at a Game 3. And it's good to see that both semifinals on the winner side are going to a Game 3 situation versus our losers bracket, which kind of right now, you got to imagine they're tuning in right now, kind of seeing, all right, what are we gonna have to face with one of these teams? And I honestly, for the loser side, I don't envy either of them having to face either Daybreak or LDR.
Yeah, they also have a task on their hand, is to climb the mountain. That is the losers bracket to get back into the grand finals here, Alex. And I think another point about that game as well is Xavier holding on to their Unite move, holding on to that two-step for the right moment, and absolutely just eviscerating a system there on the Miraidon, because that is their major target, right? Obviously, Anon is trying to take down Ethos on the Hyper Beam Dragonite, but Xavier needs to take down one of the best attackers right now, which is going to be that ranged attacker, Miraidon. So, I mean, are we going to see another Leafeon ban? Because they switch sides once again, Alex, and, is it going to be that Mimikyu Leafeon to be banned out? But somehow, some way, System has gotten away with picking Miraidon all of these two games, and whether it's going to be a three-peat for them Who knows? Is it worth giving Miraidon? As long as you can get Leafeon in that case, because it did work out for them. Or is it better to just ban it out and make sure you don't play against it?
I mean, and that's going to be the key thing, right? We have so many good Pokemon in the meta. Right now, banning Pokemon is not as easy as it used to be in terms of like, well, if we get these, like we were like, sure, we're more than likely going to see Mimikyu. Sorry, Lobo. More than likely, we're probably going to see Blissey and or Umbreon. But now, especially in this matchup, do you ban out the Hoopa potentially? Is that something that really kept the team alive? Or do you allow the Leafeon back in? Darkrai shouldn't probably be here. So now you have this kind of very huge mixture of Pokemon that can play really well depending on what meta they're in. And with all these great Pokemon, it becomes knowing that only 2 and 2 can be banned from each side leads a lot of teams for different compositions on how they want to build their team.
I agree as well. And just we have a bit of time setting up this game number 3, I thought I'll give a bit of an introduction for those members at home that are thinking, you know, who are Legends Reappear? And, you know, because the name is familiar and it has come up quite a lot in both the last 2 seasons. And they actually have a decent bit of history. So initially, Legends Reappear was the team that won regionals in 2020. Oh, it's been a few years. 2023.
2023, I do.
2023, yes. And they were made up of some members that actually came back for this team in this season, right? Icy, we had Colwyn, no, not Colwyn, Icy and Xavier, my bad, that were on that team. But then they are also joined with other members that are very experienced, not only on the world stage, but also winning tournaments in general. So Ethos went to Worlds for EXO. We have Challenge that went to Worlds with Antic last season as well. Colwyn was on the side of GZ, and Xavier obviously won the regionals with LDR, the original LDR. But they've kept the name here, Alex, and brought in some new members. And now we have, I guess, is it Legends Reappear? Maybe LDRR?
LDRR, they reappeared again.
Reappeared. Yeah, so definitely a team to watch out for as well. And as we introduced Daybreak before, obviously Anonymous and Liz. Liz was actually part of LDR in that original roster that won regionals as well. So all these players, a lot of familiar faces, just new names. And as what was it? Dr. Von Doom said, you know, new mask, same task.
Yep.
And I think both these teams are looking to complete the same task, and that is winning this cup and getting to go to EUIC. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm very jealous, Alex. I want to go to EUIC.
I mean, you and yeah, I would love to go to EUIC. I mean, seeing as Worlds is going to be basically in my backyard, maybe I can scrounge the money and potentially maybe I'll see you at EUIC. Who knows? But I would love to see these teams because they have been playing so well. And while, yes, it is sad that the OCE region has only one team to be able to take them to EUIC. I love being able to see how these teams play, but let's get into it as we get into game 3. LDR, Daybreak, and oh my god, Lobo must be howling at the moon because I see a little bit of a Mimikyu.
Oh my god, Lobo is just on the edge of the seat right now, but we do have Colwyn looking to go into the invade. That's our first invade that we get to broadcast today in this Aeos Cup qualifier.
Very interesting to want to even invade. You would think that Urshifu would have been the Pokemon that you would evade against, but as a Mimikyu player myself, having Mimikyu at level 5 is going to be a lot of damage because you get your Shadow Claw, you can get your Play Rough at that point, and if you can delay that even for a little bit, especially in that early engagement, it's going to be real good. Meanwhile, Night Toad pushing them back, and Liz is making their way to slow them down, and Colin's like, I'm out of here.
Oh, Cole's like, no, maybe I want to come back in. I have a headache very, very soon to stun them all. The red buff is so low, but we have Ethos actually joining the fray here, and it actually will let Liz use the XP to get out. They don't want to be knocked out here because the 850 birds are so close. We have Knight level 4, so not what they want, not the position they want to be in. No Shadow Claw or Play Rough available, but here comes a bit of experience.
Here comes Ethos, though. They have opted to go in with the Scythe. They're unable to get the conversion onto Night Note, and the birds are going to be taken, but luckily, Anon able to get a good KO. Ethos stayed very low on HP. The rest of the members are going to try to go in. Ethos able to get out, but man, this is where you have to be careful with Anon, because even though they were a laner, they are already level 5. Both Anon and I think that's an Inteleon, never thought I'd see that again, is the fact that both of them are level 5, and now Mimikyu 2. Now we can see if they opt to go into Shadow Claw or Play Rough. In a team like this where there's not a lot of CC, I could see the Shadow Claw.
I think it just depends on whether they want to use the iframes to their advantage.
Mhm.
Having a Cypher on the board as well, it does give a little bit of a reason to go that play rough set. But a huge heavy slam though. Invader ready to stop any sort of invade on this bottom pad.
Great job by Invader to just kind of stop anything going on here, Ethos, though. And here comes the rest of the scores, though, unable to do so. Mewtwo Y has already been summoned to the field, and LDR getting these stacks, which I imagine are going onto the Scyther. And just like that, with 7 minutes and 40 seconds to go, Tier 1 is already gone. Meanwhile, Knight is on the other side going to try as much as they can to try to get the stacks. And with a beautiful Shadow Sneak, potentially they were going to teleport there, but no. Great diversion using the Shadow Sneak, saying, hey, I might go here. Just kidding, I'm actually just going to back.
Yeah, Mimikyu's all about the disguises there as these birds will come out, and we'll see Anon push it back onto their side. Xavier, not level 8 at the moment, so no Unite moves available, but that Raise Lift is going to be able to get them that experience, and here comes another engage. These teams love to fight here, Alex.
Oh, they love fighting, absolutely, and they're going to go all in. This Ethos going to try to converge onto them. Snorlax taking a lot of damage here. Mewtwo Y going to build up that gauge. They are Mewtwo Y. This is going to be the time to go, and oh, we see Ethos going to try to converge onto System. System gets taken down. You might call them a system of a down, as Ethos is going to be able to back out of there, not able to convert as much as you got to imagine this team wanted to.
Oh, and another bit of objectives going on the side of LDR means that they're going to be looking to push this in as well. We have, all 5 members of Legends Reappear looking to reappear there, and without even a contest, it goes in. And, I mean, it's ready for anyone with a bit of scores to get it in as well. I mean, LDR has come through flying in this game number 3.
I know. I mean, we see how well they're playing into this, though. Mimikyu tries to do a little bit of damage. They're going to be able to get out of here. The play rough is the move of choice that they're going to take. They want to be able to get this little bluebird because they get level 9, and they're going to be able to get it. They're going to try to shift around, and great job. Challenge, though. And the rest of LDR are going to be trying to converge. I mean, Scyther's one of those Pokemon that is really can shine, be very bursty. But here comes Anon, going to try to scoop it up, unable to get the double scoop of Ice Cream. And now the rest of Daybreak going to need to decide what they want to do, if they want to converge or not.
Isn't it crazy that a supporter like Psyduck can just survive an entire scoop of
Oh, absolutely.
Mouse and then just walk out basically scot-free? And look at that, just Colorway is just vibing with his full HP there. We do see the highway come out for the Hooper to bring people up top, just in case Legendary Appeal look to actually break this top pad. I'm surprised, maybe they didn't have enough points to actually break it with the Regieleki, or maybe it was some sort of ploy, because we do have them looking to score at the bottom by a huge yawn by Invader. Will stop 3 of them in its tracks.
A great job by Snorlax. Big scoop get coming out for Anon, but Anon taking too much damage from the side. Mimikyu also going to be taking a lot of damage. Look at Ethos. They're going in. They're going full throttle. They put the pedal to the metal. They're going to try to reposition themselves just a little bit and get a 10 overcap. I don't know about you, Fu, but right now, LDR has the pedal to the absolute metal, and they have no signs of slowing it down.
Yeah, this is a aggressive start by them, and they definitely want to continue that. Anon looking to get their level 11 soon, not able to scoop it unfortunately, but we have the Regieleki spawning in the next 2 seconds. Oh, it's up on the board now. So I mean, it's really up to Daybreak now to kind of make a difference. Time is running out for them to try to get more dunks in as well. They have a deficit of almost 200, and this is not something that Daybreak's used to.
Daybreak is not used to this at all, and now they're going to need to be able to make a little bit here, but Legends Reappear don't seem to mind the Regieleki. They're going to try to do a little bit of a convergence. Anon trying to find a good position to scoop somebody up, take someone down. Inteleon able to get the Psyduck, though, and Hoopa able to take down. That's 3 members of LDR going down. Scyther's Ethos trying to do everything they can. They are able to take down the Mimikyu. That's going to be a big heavy hitter, but Anon is looking for more. They're going to be able to scoop in Ethos. They're going to be able to scoop in both the Leafeon as well. And just like that, Regieleki found its home. Anon goes a little too deep and unfortunately gets punished for it, but great job by Daybreak. 151 to 257, just about 100 points between these two teams.
Oh, I think they did definitely go a bit deep, and now they have to give up this top pad here. Unfortunately, 32 from Ethos going through there. So because the Archer went in and got KO'd, I think Liz tried to save him as well and got caught by herself by accident, and now 2 members of Daybreak are now back into trying to capture these wild Pokemon to get their levels back. But we have a level 13 Cypher on the board. possibly going to be level 14. I mean, this is just reminiscent of a level 14 Garchomp in that last game. So definitely the tides have shifted. It's not over yet, though. We have 3 minutes on the board there, 150 points apart. But if Daybreak needs to come back and find the break, I guess, to change the momentum and change the tide here, it is going to be able to, I guess, you need to get the levels up, get your Unite moves available, and possibly take out, that level 14 side that has entered.
I don't know about you, but it looks like Daybreak might need to throw out some spike strips, maybe a brick wall or something, because Legends Reappear is just going full throttle right now. We do see Ethos, and we see Colin just kind of searching around. Nobody's really fully committed to this idea of Regieleki, and why would you? When LDR has this much advantage, this much farm, it is not that high of a priority, but Ethos being level 14, I think they're going to prioritize just kind of waiting and positioning. Nobody wants to really mess with this Regieleki because they know if LDR loses out on this Regieleki, they're not going to lose that much in value. This Leafeon, though, might try to be a little bit cheeky, though. And if they're not careful, they're going to be paying a very hefty price.
Oh, it could be a costly mistake for sure. And I think this is a very interesting decision by Xavier here. They don't actually have the Hooper on their side. So if they do go to score there, there's no one that can bring it back if they go to a rip scenario from Daybreak, as we see both teams converging now. Actually, LDR has lost their positioning. They were in such great places in the bushes. And now, Colwyn showing and trying to get vision for their team. We have a little bit of members of Daybreak, I guess, just hiding in the lower L bushes of their side as the Rayquaza will be engaged here. And this could be the final Rayquaza to determine who goes into the next round.
I mean, this is going to be for all the marbles. Like you said, yeah, this time the Hoopa is going to be on the side of Daybreak, so they have a lot of things. Colin does actually have Disable this time, so once you see those moves, you shoot out a Disable, and all of a sudden, 2 extra seconds are added, or a half second, is a big difference here, but now the Inteleon trying to do as much as they can. They see the headache coming out from Colin. They still have the Sai. Nobody wants to fully commit. 1 minute and 20 seconds, but Hoopa. Oh, we see the Shadow Sneak. We saw the Shadow Sneak. Nobody wanted to converge onto all 5, though, and Anon might be starting this engagement a little bit early, though. They're going to go in. Sai, Hooper rings on bound. We see the Mimikyu try to do as much as they can. Big Unite move coming out from Scyther. Scyther gets taken down. There's a big KO for Daybreak. That's unfortunate. Leafeon going down. 3 members down. It's just been too wide by challenge. All members of Daybreak have been able to answer the call onto Scyther, onto Leafeon. LDR losing all grips of life here. They're trying to do as much as they can, but no, it's Daybreak. It's the dawn of a new day, a new era, as Daybreak is breaking through the sun. They have their pockets full of Aeos, and now they need to be able to score.
Oh, they definitely need to be able to score there. They are now ahead in points. That's the Hunterburgers will rain down. Anon having a sizable shield there will be able to get their 100 in as well. But what an patient and great way to play that Rayquaza fight. We had Anon stun the Rayquaza, and sometimes it kind of gets people a little bit anxious and rushed when the Rayquaza HP is going to be knocked down there, but it was never Anon's intention to fully rip that Rayquaza. It was to draw the teams in. And we saw Colin using his Unite move a little bit early as well, and then that snipe and auto attack onto Ethos to take it out means that one of the best diving Pokemons that LDR can offer up was out of the battle, Alex, and then that meant, it was go time. The Unbound came out to stun the enemies, and wow, what a close but a fantastic performance by both these teams. But it's going to be Daybreak that comes out on top.
Man, I wish we were the official broadcast so we could see the absolute, just reset of what happened. Like, at one moment I'm looking at Ethos, they used their Unite move, I blinked, and they're gone. And then I see Leafeon also blinked out of existence, and that unfortunately is what was the downfall. I mean, you talked about this a little bit, Fu. It felt like LDR had the positioning, they had everything kind of going for them, and then they kind of just gave it up. You saw Leafeon try to be a little bit too cheeky, especially when you're in the lead. You don't need those kinds of plays, and unfortunately you give up positioning, you're giving up vision of where you at, and Colin using that surf. So honestly, the power and the advantage was just kind of thrown back to Daybreak. They took advantage of it, and it was all that was left was challenged in Cullen, and they were unable to do much. And honestly, Daybreak just absolutely destroyed and dismantled Legends Reappear. Even though LDR is not out, they will be moving on to losers bracket, as we now have the update that LDR will be going up against Bruff Esports.
Yes, they will. And there are two other people I would love to hear the thoughts of. Let's bring back Still Agent Kyle and Lobo. I mean, what a way to start off today's broadcast. Just three intense matches. At the end of the day, Daybreak did come through. Any thoughts, Lobo? Let's start off with you about that match.
I am muted. My apologies. But absolutely fantastic match. You guys mentioned it. I popped off as soon as I saw the Mimikyu, and one of the best plays I saw was the sneak around to the end. Managed to get the Shadow Sneak on the side. That made the incredible decision not to go in. And then, as you saw, System really making all systems are firing on Cylinder, managing to take out Ethos on the side. They're probably one of the biggest threats in that Ray fight. And then Mimikyu decided to play with me and made sure that Leafeon was not going to go anywhere. And then it came down to it. Beautiful maneuver by Non to really start ripping that Ray as it was a fake out and make sure that, they kind of had the mental edge going in. But, the positioning that you talked about, really important, I think. That really set into stone what Daybreak was going to do. They were very patient heading on into that Ray fight. As you saw, it went on to about the 30-second, 45-second mark where as soon as you get that Ray, there's really no chance of time to rip those shields and maybe even try to keep that lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's very important now, but now they're going to have another very fierce opponents to face. LDR, like Alex said, are going to go up against Bruff Esports that took 2-0 against Balance. Kyle, what are your thoughts? Now that we get to hear your awesome voice here.
Okay, test. Is this thing on? I think it is. I'm super excited to see this next set. But yeah, like Lobo said, I was really impressed by just the poise that Daybreak had. They were losing a lot of that game. Obviously, you saw the score lead that Legends Reappear had, and they just stood strong. They stood in the face of that Psyduck, and they were able to get it done. Just great plays through and through by that Inteleon. They did a great job utilizing their Unite at the right moment, and they kept the pressure on the Ray so that, they could get that final secure and that the Ray didn't leash its HP, because if that would have gone back up, they might not have time to do it.
Definitely not. And having another bracket update as well, Natsu's Revenge actually got the better of Nintendo Rats. So they're going to go up against Daybreak for that winners finals. And that is another important match that we're going to be spectating very, very soon. Because then, the stakes are even higher now. Whoever wins this gets to go into the grand finals and really gets to sit back and relax and watch some of the other actions in that losers fight here. And the other bit is Nintendo Rats will go down to face Ram Raiders. So that is Joe's team with some former teams of iClan members going to be forming a team against them. So a lot of action here to come. I mean, I feel like we watched tons of games already. I'm sweating, but it was only 3 games in our first matchup of this day 2 broadcast here. I mean, what else can we expect? It seems like the bands are going to be favored for that Blissey and Umbreon. But at the same time, right, Miraidon was picked sometimes. We have Leafeon also up for grabs. Seems like these are 2 of the main Pokemons that a lot of them like to play. And then Mewtwo Y, I mean, a Pokemon that we didn't anticipate to be let out so much if you asked me maybe 6 months ago, is now just free for anyone to pick. I mean, there are so many Pokemons these teams can bring out. Oh, I mean, Alex, what do you expect in this next matchup between Daybreak and Natsu's Revenge? They're going to be bringing that similar strategy because, I mean, it worked, right? They got through.
Yeah, I mean, it got through. I don't even necessarily think it's the Pokemon that necessarily made the difference. I think it was their patience and their strategy going into it, They realized what their targets were and what they needed to eliminate from that match to get the dub. Mewtwo wasn't the problem. Cypher was the problem. And so they eliminated Ethos, sent them to the Pokemon Center, and from there, they just kept converging. And again, shout outs again to Lobo. We saw Mimikyu be able to do its part. And honestly, that's all Mimikyu could have asked for. So, I mean, because even if you look back at the damage, Daybreak I don't think any Pokemon cracked the 40 or 45k damage. It was their strategy and being able to be patient enough to take down and take out a Pokemon and, kind of send them to the Pokemon Center. And once they weren't a part of it, getting those KOs were absolutely pivotal to their victory.
Oh, 100%. And, Lobo, you're now known as the Mimikyu expert here. And if you ever, dislike Mimikyu, I think your whole image is going to go down the drain. But let's talk about, I guess, the next matchup. And we haven't had a chance to introduce the other teams against Daybreak. So, Lobo, you know them well. We were definitely friends with a lot of them on that team. Natsu's Revenge, a team that we haven't really heard before, but some familiar faces. Do you want to give us an introduction?
Yeah, look, Natsu's Revenge have decided that they want to play Game 3 situations and absolutely that they want to do. They have a habit of losing that first game, but then locking it in and then winning the next 2 games. We've got Joker, we've got Hagu Sadiq, we've got Hart, we've got Edgy Hacks, and we've got Ziggery on that team. Friends of yours, friends of mine. We enjoy playing a few ranked games with this, but this is, I believe, they've experienced competitive play before, but they're not as prominent as the EUIC and at Worlds as well. But these guys have locked in this preseason. They are doing Hart has done a fantastic job. Joker has done a fantastic job as a defender, leading from the front. Those stuns, a beautiful heavy slam secure versus in a 3v1 situation. Hagu Sadiq has put in time on those all-rounders, doing an incredible job. Edgy Hacks brought out the big blue button in Glaceon yesterday, just delivering those spears. Ziggery gave us our first Zeora game of the competition yesterday and really proved that Comfy is not always the best partner for a speedster, as they gave a lot of people a lot of trouble. So they are going up against LDR, who have got big game experience. So again, we love a underdog story, and I'm keen to see if these underdogs can take down the current big dog in our OCE play-ins or qualifiers finals, and I'm sure that they want to take that ticket to EUIC.
Oh, I mean, it's well said, because against Daybreak, they definitely are going to be going up against, one of the biggest mountains in our region. Just Daybreak showing us that they can defeat the number 1 seed Legends Reappear last match means that, they really set the bar very, very high for Natus Revenge. But if it's anything that Natus Revenge has shown us yesterday, they did slay the number 3 seed, actually, Balance yesterday, sending them down to the losers. So, I mean, they could be the dark horse, and I remember a lot of you guys were predicting that they might take it all, actually. So, only time will tell as we get set up. But while we do get that ready to go, this is a perfect time for everyone at home and in chat to grab some water, go to the bathroom if you need, get some snacks, because the action will continue, and it's just going to get better from here. So we'll see everyone for a short break, and we'll be back very, very soon.
Welcome back, everybody. Our break was a little bit shorter than we expected. These teams are ready to get the action underway. We are going to give Fu and Alex a little break whilst I am joined by the wonderful Steel Agent Carl, who we can now hear. My guy, let me get your thoughts before we go in. Daybreak really pulling out the stops, but Natu's Revenge, this is going to be your first time seeing them as well. Give me your quick thoughts on this one.
I really enjoyed Daybreak's draft. I was kind of questioning letting Psyduck through, but it seemed to pan out for them. I don't know. Psyduck still seems so strong, so I don't know if it was luck or they're just really good at this game, but they've gotten this far. I really liked it, and I don't know, their macro seemed to be working wonders for them. Like we talked about before, you know, the way that they went about that Ray fight went really well. And let's get on to it. We already got a game, 20 seconds in, getting some scores in.
Yeah, absolutely. We got Trevin and Eldegoss inside the top lane. We have got a Lucario just trying to get stacks for the guys at home. Daybreak is going to be your purple side team. Natu's Revenge is going to be your orange side team. We have a Mew and a Mr. Mime that I like to see. These teams are coming up with some interesting compositions. What do you see about that Mr. Mime, Kyle?
I love this combination in the bot path. Mew and Mr. Mime, a classic combo ran by two of my really good friends in the community, and it works wonders. However, not working wonders is this Eldegoss. It's going back to the Pokemon Center as Psyduck is able to push them.
Yeah, look, Darkrai was also let out of the ban jail. Snorlax is going to come on up into that top lane for these middle Altaris, making a 4v3.
Oh, here we go. Darkrai looking to hunt down Psyduck, two of the most recent releases. However, just peel back a little bit as Psyduck surfs on in. But, oh, the headache gauge does push Lucario away, at least for the time being. Darkrai looking for an adventure. They're looking to steal some of this jungle area from this Combusken.
Yeah, double in fade coming through for Combusken as Mr. Mime is right there to help. Snorlax hip thrusting his way, trying to do a little distraction, but the walls and the surf is going to prove a little bit too much. Ooh. As a Mr. Mime gets a takedown. Invade is unsuccessful that time, so Natu's Revenge playing quite well to really stop all the outbreak.
Psyduck's gauge is going to pop once again, but no one's really around to feel the wrath of that Pokemon. 8-minute Burr is going to go on in. System is going to go ahead and chunk those down right as they come onto the map. Looks like Mew Mime just kind of holding this bottom path. They didn't really feel like they wanted to go in, especially against that Darkrai.
Yeah, absolutely. I do agree. The fact that Daybreak were allowed to have a Darkrai and a Miraidon is a little ridiculous. About 30 seconds left until the bottom. The Reggies decide to show their faces. These Militaris are coming, and Trevenant, the little stick has transformed into a big tree, and that top lane is looking kind of difficult to deal with Surf and possibly Hornleech stopping what they want to do.
Yeah, Trevenant gonna have to peel on back as 4 members are here for Natu's Revenge, and a little bit of the cavalry has arrived for Daybreak. They're gonna just hold on to this goal zone as best as they can while the rest arrive. In fact, it looks like they might be going down to this bottom path.
Yeah, the shift in rotation is interesting, but it looks like it's also going to be a bit of a split. It's going to be a 3v3 in that top path to see who decides to take this Regieleki. But who blinks first? It's the Lucario, Carl.
Ooh, Miraidon's going to try to throw some of these charge beams. Going to have an enhanced version here very shortly as Blaziken is charging that down, but charging the beam is this Miraidon as 4 members of Daybreak look to push this T1 pad. Blaziken sent packing and hoping to hold on to this goal zone. Regieleki is getting chipped. There's a Mew Solar Beam. We have a Surf's Up Cowabunga for this Psyduck.
Yeah, Haigu Sadiq has decided to go in on top of that. The surf from the Psyduck into the disable on the Darkrai, and Natu's Revenge were on the back foot in that, but they decided that they weren't going to be pushed around. Top seed, be damned. And now, but this bottom Registeel usually taken very quickly off the map because it's one probably considered the best. Rotate down to this.
go. Snorlax is rolling the block. We have double walls, one from Mime, one from Snorlax, kind of pushing each other around. We have Darkrai gonna have to dash on back to the safety of the pad. Psyduck is looking for an engage point. There's the full power Sai doing some damage to the Darkrai. Is the Mew. Mew able to get that KO. Psyduck, it looks like they're gonna get KO'd here, but Snorlax is gonna try to block on through, block the path of Natu's Revenge. Both teams kind of trading and stalling out this Registeel.
Yeah, absolutely, but nobody really wants to take it. Miraidon's the only one there. Aeos Sadiq is going to do it, getting coached by the Mew. Does Daybreak have a way into this, or is this Ace Registeel that's going to go to the side of Natu's Revenge as Daybreak's trying to make their way in?
It's leashed a couple of times. We're going to see if it's going to go on in. Trevenant getting chipped down, getting taken out by the Darkrai. There's that enhanced charge beam that's just doing massive amounts of damage for Daybreak. And now that all 5 are here, they're looking to go for it. But the Mew, hope and a prayer, it's a little short. Lucario gets the secure.
Yeah, Lucario does manage to get that secure. We thought the Mew could get it. The Overheat's going to try and protect anything they can. And the Surge coming through. Daybreak pulling a full-on assault on this pad as Natu's Revenge trying to stop that from going through.
More solar beams coming out from this Mew. Snorlax is going to block the way. No Poke-Flute in sight. Although Snorlax does go down, and 2 KOs go to the side of Daybreak as they're going to have to regroup for this next fight. Another Regieleki, though, Lobo, has hit the map in the top lane.
Yeah, it looks like teams are going to make it out there. There's only 17 points into this as we close in onto the 4-minute mark. The levels look pretty decent across the board. 2 level 9s on the side of Daybreak, 1 level 9 in that Psyduck on the side of Natu's Revenge, 2 level 11s. Trevenant being one of those top defender picks that is at the top level, as Mime and Mew are going to try and defend that. And Natu's Revenge is going to start this Regieleki early.
Yeah, they might have just done some free labor for the side of Daybreak. Here comes an overheat, but no, it's the power-up punch. Lucario is able to take it. Not only that, Psyduck's going backpacking. And now Blaziken's gonna have to retreat onto the Flux Zone. Meanwhile, in this basement path, a huge overdunk for Natu's Revenge.
Yeah, the math there. Triple 40s, I believe, to take that to one beautiful 39 overcap as Natu's Revenge lose that Regieleki and their top pad, but they still maintain the points lead. And across the board, when we look at the levels, only Lucario and Darkrai level 12, but Aeos Sadiq has said he's not going to be left in the dust, gets that level 12 just as quick. 20 seconds until the bottom Reggie decides to spawn as Daybreak looks to make another assault on this bottom pad.
Ooh, Darkrai puts Mew into an infinite nightmare, and this fight is going to rage on. Here comes another Unite move from the Psyduck. Trevenant's going to try to push and pull on this Miraidon. Here comes the Phantom Forest. Miraidon's going to be forced to retreat. Snorlax also trying to block the way, but Psyduck pushes forward. Nearly getting KO'd. There is this Lucario. They're going to try to dash on away. They're able to. The disable from Psyduck was just stunning them time and time again.
Yeah, it's such a good Pokemon to just really lock people down, but we know Anon is not one of the ones that is going to get locked down. He is so proficient on that Lucario. Again, I'm really quite surprised, 30 seconds left to go until the raid, that this Miraidon Darkrai combination is hanging in there. Like, Natu's Revenge are hanging in there. We know how overpowered those two Pokemon are currently, but Natu's Revenge doing a fantastic job holding in. 18 seconds, there's about 17 points between these two teams. Game 1, who is going to take the lead into this? We've got 10 seconds till the Rayquaza decides to show its face.
Blaziken get in position. Psyduck might be going for a little bit of a mission, trying to find out where Daybreak is hiding. They do find the Lucario. He's going to power up his punch, look for a target, doesn't find one, going to save it for another time. Mime, nice barrier confusion combo is going to stun the Snorlax, at least for the time being. Miraidon throwing these thunders, throwing the charge beam, trying to chip down these health bars of Natu's Revenge, but both teams really stalling out this fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Who decides to blink first? Psyduck's going in with the disable. Miraidon is, like you said, bringing the thunder where it can, but both teams know that this is a close battle. Trevenant on that top side has not made itself known. Darkrai sitting down in that bot side as well. Lucario with the power-up punch. Aeos Sadiq has got that focus blast, but it looks like Daybreak is trying to push in onto Natu's Revenge.
Only Unite move used right now is that Psyduck one. Actually, they have it back. We're going to see exactly who's going to really pull that first trigger, see where this damage goes. Darkrai going to have to peel on back because their health bar goes dangerously low as Psyduck's looking for another way in. This fight has gone on for a minute and no KOs have been found by either team just yet.
53 seconds. Ziguri almost getting caught out. Lucario could get caught out here, but it does manage to power up punch its way out. Maridon has decided to go for the Unite move, as Ziguri's going for a backup, and Daybreak are going to start this Rayquaza.
They are. 72 points goes in from this Trevenant. Rayquaza is getting chipped. Here comes the showtime from Mime. Rayquaza getting dangerously low. We're going to get a secure, and it's Trevenant out of nowhere, back from the back cap. Natu's Revenge. They get 4 KOs, and they are going to take this game number 1.
Unbelievable. Ziguri with some incredible plays as a 4 KO streak comes out from the Mime, putting on the show with the showtime. Unbelievable scenes here in the first game. Natu's Revenge definitely didn't let anyone get the revenge on them. I mentioned it before. They are locked into this one. They do not care who their opponents are. They are here to send a message to our entire region. Kyle, what a game we just witnessed.
Natu's Revenge, full of a bunch of gamers. I mean, look at Joker, 7 KOs. That's a support character, by the way. 7 KOs, 1 assist, including that 4-piece combo. Holy cow. Joker XD looked like bruv on that Mr. Mime from the EU region. So really exciting stuff there here in game number 1. And Natu's Revenge, taking it to him.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at that battle report, fairly close until that Rayquaza decided to go in. Have a look at the bans. Kyle, Blissey, Mimikyu, Umbreon, and Urshifu. Umbreon and Urshifu, Mimikyu, I understand. Blissey definitely one, I understand as well. But I think the real story is here. Daybreak decided to use those quote-unquote 2 XEX mons. But Daybreak, Natu's Revenge just said, have it. Have it. We'll play our game around you.
Maridon's still very good, not taking a ton of damage. I still love Maridon, especially the Charge Beam build. I mean, only taking 30k damage and dishing out 65 is always a positive thing. But look at what I'm seeing. The newest support, Psyduck, 66k, 36 taken. The highest damage of any character in the game is a support character. And then you add on the Mime that had the highest number of KOs. I mean, supports are back, and my heart is so happy.
It's always about how you play the Pokemon, correct? Heart did a fantastic job, especially with that Surf steal that we saw on that very first Regieleki. So an incredible job, great teamwork between the two. The turning point of that Rayquaza fight had to be Ziguri, the Trevenant, heading on into that back cap that really put the pressure, because it was a close battle. Both teams knew it was a close battle, but then to come back in and get the secure on the Rayquaza, these guys are playing for fun. And of course, Mime Showtime picking up a 4KO and really putting on a show for us. I want to get your thoughts. Game number 2. Do we going to expect the same bans? Are we going to see Maridon and Darkrai once again?
I think it's very possible, right? It didn't seem like at least Darkrai was the game changer that I think Daybreak was hoping that it would be. Psyduck definitely was. I would be very shocked if we don't get a ban on that. You saw how much damage that thing output, but also not just the damage, the effect that it had with Disable to increase those cooldowns on the opposing side, and then those chain stuns. It's just such a great tool. It's a great tool for dive. You didn't really see Darkrai being able to dive as much as they could with the Psyduck passive and with the Surf. So I really fully expect Psyduck to start getting banned now that some of these teams are starting to see how good it is.
What I absolutely love as well, we're talking about the 3 strongest mons that just got released in Psyduck and Darkrai, but Ziguri did it once again. He brought out Zeora in the Game 3 situation. A Pokemon that wasn't picked at all, and a Pokemon that wasn't picked yesterday, Mr. Mime, and putting on an absolute clinic when it came through this. Now, I have to ask you, when it comes to obviously these competitive style games, people are going to select what is currently strong in the meta, but seeing a Mr. Mime come out and really show what any Pokemon is capable inside this kind of meta, we're going to see this, or is it just an indication of how Natu's Revenge are kind of feeling at the moment?
I think comfort picks are always viable. I think there's always an option to play something you're comfortable at, because it might be typically a little bit worse than a more meta pick, but if you play that character better than you can play that meta pick, it's always going to be a good thing. And especially if you're comfortable, you know the limits that it has. You've tested it in any sort of environment. So I think it's very possible. That's why we saw things like Mime work really well. Zeraora, you talked about Zeraora. I think that Pokemon is so strong in the right hands.
Yes.
You need to understand the cooldowns. You need to understand what your limits are. Playing with a good Zeraora or against is very scary.
Yeah, it comes down to how well you understand the mechanics. You know, so the descriptions you get in Pokemon Unite are also very basic. It's you go to the sites that allow you to really read in depth more about what these abilities do, and then it's all about practicing them in those ranked matches, even in the practice arena. But now let's talk quickly about the bans. Blissey, Mimikyu, Umbreon, and Urshifu. If Psyduck gets put into that ban jail, that opens up the door for one of those four to come on in. Maybe if we see a Miraidon and a Darkrai enter into that ban jail as well, that opens up a lot more Pokemon. Do you think the bans are going to stay the same, or we talked about this Psyduck entering the ban jail, but which one do you think is going to take its place?
Teams have kind of let Blissey out of the cage a little bit more because they feel like they can deal with some of the Pokemon that thing enables. It does enable a lot of those auto attackers, you know, with things like Glaceon or Mewtwo-Y, we've kind of seen pop up in this meta. So I think teams don't really want to face the Mewtwo-Y Blissey, but if they could ban one of those, it's kind of like a 2-for-1. Because personally, I don't think Mewtwo-Y is super great without the Blissey. I think it's still fine, but it's not like that premier pick that is really detrimental to an opposing side. So I think a lot of teams are okay with letting Blissey out. We've seen a few Mimikyus. That thing is so strong. I'm sure you know. It's your gold badge. You're wearing the pin. Personally, I hate playing against a Mimikyu, especially a good Mimikyu, so I would not be surprised if that thing stays in the ban jail.
Yeah, absolutely. The versatility when it comes to Mimikyu, you know, when you're coming up against a team that has a few more bulkier all-rounders, we have seen teams run the 2 all-rounders, especially into the team that Daybreak probably ran. Not too many squishy Pokemon on their side. So Play Rough, you are not going to go against, but you can pull in the Shadow Claw. And then when you see your other squishier attackers, you can pull into that Play Rough moveset. Just as we wait for the next game number 2 to get upset, we updated. Sorry, we do have an update really quickly as Ninten Rats have gone down to Raiders, and we are in the middle, and Bruff Esports have taken a game off of Legends Reappear. So a lot of stuff going down in that losers bracket, but we are here to show you the winners final between Daybreak and Natu's Revenge. We are at game 2. Natu's Revenge have taken game 1, and we go this time around.
Look at that. Blissey is entering the fray, heading towards that top lane for the side of Daybreak. I really like that character, and you also see it on the opposite side. Mewtwo-Y is there, so you don't get Blissey with the Mewtwo-Y. It kind of deprives something from Natu's Revenge there.
Yeah, absolutely. Mewtwo-Y being let out again. We do have, I believe, Natu's Revenge on the orange side, Daybreak on the purple side, Trevenant Eldegoss inside the top path, as well as Blissey joining that Garchomp. That is going to be an interesting one, especially if it's going to go for that helping hand with Garchomp, and Non is going to get a lot of damage off with the assistance of that Blissey. But we do have Samir Hagu Sadiq heading on into that central area with a Darkrai, Kyle.
Darkrai is still very strong. We saw how much value that thing provided in the previous match. Like you said, I really like the Blissey with the Garchomp combination. Garchomp is such a good top laner. Probably one of the best in my opinion, but 850 birds, we have 3v3 in the top lane.
Yeah, 3v3 in the top path, and Non is just going to pull all of... Combuskin and Non are going to pull all of them to that side. Not too much for Natu's Revenge to take. Trevenant really needs to get that little growth spurt, a bit of sun, a bit of water to grow into that very, very strong tree. But Non is just denying them all kinds of farm in that top lane. As a Darkrai is about to stop a invade, as Rizal could get caught out in no man's land, as it does.
They stole the buff. It was temporary, but they're still able to get it. They paid for it. In returning the favor, though, Natu's Revenge is really putting on a lot of pressure here. They're going to continue wanting to do that, especially with this Dodrio. Dodrio really thrives if it's able to really control the map, go across the board, get value at different pads, and get out of danger.
Yeah, getting out of danger is going to be important here, as it did manage to get away from that red buff, almost getting locked in with that, my apologies, with the Rock Tomb. Trevenant online, Mewtwo online, hunting down this crab with the big rock on its head, and Natu's Revenge heading on to this bottom pad at around 740, possibly a shift in what objective they'd like to prioritize. As Darkrai is just playing whack-a-mole this time around. Edgy-Hax is going to go in with the tri-attack, and at 730, Natu's Revenge takes out that bottom tier 1.
The Dark Pulse Darkrai, so many escape tools. Daybreak is really going to have to pay attention, try to target when it's going to be coming up from the Thea Sky Ruins, from that below. Maybe the upside down, I don't know, maybe call it that. I do, again, I really think that Garchomp and Blissey, once it gets online, once, you know, you get your level 9, it's going to provide a lot of value. It's going to be able to rip a lot of these objectives by themselves.
Yeah, 7 minutes on the clock. The Regieleki has decided to spawn both teams heading on into the top pad. Anon deciding that he wants to get that Garchomp evolution, might let this first objective go, but Natu's Revenge playing a little bit more safe, and Edgy-Hax is heading on into the bottom side to take the Reggie on the bottom side, but Snipe Shot doing exactly what it does, helping hand Blissey, making sure those Fire Fists fly, and Daybreak are going to start this Regieleki. What a Rock Tomb to signal out the Darkrai, but Mewtwo Y is there, but Blaziken's going to secure it with an overheat as the Fire Fist go, as Edgy-Hax gets secured on the Regirock down the bottom. Now Daybreak going to crash on into this top pad. Overheat into the Rock Tomb. Whack-a-mole is out once again, but I think Natu's Revenge is going to have to back this off as a smart play, realizing that Regieleki was just going to break that top pad, Kyle.
Yeah, 5-point overcap, not the best overcap, but it does get a little bit of pressure off your side of the map. Which against the Dodrio, I really like. It's going to slow down that Pokemon, which really wants to play fast and play quick and aggressive. Basement Path, though, obviously they gave up a lot of that farm, and I like the fact that Garchomp was able to go down there, get evolved, and I think things are going to go a little bit more smoothly for Daybreak now that they have that with the Pocket Blissey.
Yeah, about 17 points, I think, in this game at the moment. My quick math might be letting me down, but Edgy-Hax is going to hunt down this Inteleon. It misses the triple trample. The eject has to come up. The Azure 5 Spy Mission is going to come out as well. Blaziken's going to get a KO. Edgy-Hax caught out of nowhere. Now Darkrai is going to face a situation it does want to face. Manages to whack-a-mole his way out into the area. A great defense by Daybreak that time around. Unfortunately, the Azure Spy Vision really coming in clutch for Inteleon, as Anon is going to try and find out where this Trevenant is hiding.
Looking for a huge overcap, too, in this Basement Path. We were talking about how good this Garchomp was going to be, but gotta talk about how good this Blaziken has been. Those triple KO, the follow-up that the Inteleon has with it, it's just paired really well. Daybreak right now seem to be playing really well as a team. They're playing together. They're getting value where they can. And really any fight that they've picked so far, it seems like they're coming out ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Like the system is hitting these snipe shots like he's got lock on activated. Garchomp proving that frontline damage and just ability to distract is giving system enough space to move. Blaziken coming in for those secures. Here we go. Garchomp's just going to rip this on. The helping hand's going to come on in, and system is just going to take that easily with a snipe shot. But Garchomp almost getting stunned out here. The Whack-A-Mole's going to go and gets put to sleep. The helping hand decides it's allowed to live, but the Crossel Rock Tomb stops Darkrai from going absolutely anywhere. Daybreak out for a little bit of revenge on Natu's Revenge. They could be on the other side as Triple Trap has to come out to ensure that Edgy-Hax gets out, but he's going to go back on in, grab a 2 KO streak and a Citrus Berry to walk on out, and Trevenant Ziggery is just going to hold off everyone that they can. Eldegoss is going to come on with the Cotton Cloud Crash to make sure that Ziggery does not go down and does not give up any experience. Oh my god!
A little bit of a ricochet there for Inteleon as they chip down that Dodrio. Gonna have to get back to health. I really do. I really like the Mewtwo Unite right there. It provided a ton of value as a help. It definitely helped Natu's Revenge. Maybe get some points in on that T1 pad. And I like the tempo that Daybreak is playing. Look at the, like, when you have a Garchomp, this is exactly what you need to be doing. You need to be taking the objectives where you can, especially if you have vision on the team. And that Basement Reggie was completely free for them.
Yeah, Ziguri also getting a few scores. Sorry, EdgyHack's getting a few scores with Dodrio inside that top part. They brought this back into a 29-point game, and this is going to be an interesting one. Looking at the levels, 3 minutes. All Unite moves must be used within the next 3 seconds, but there's no fight about to be engaged. Ah, man, what a game we've got. We are level 13, Blaziken, and level 13, Dodrio, Kyle.
I need more people to hear the don't use the Unite moves after 3 minutes. Just tell that to my solo queue teammates, please. Just need them to hear it a little bit more. 15 seconds into the top, Regilecki. I don't know if Natu's Revenge will go up here because it won't give him a ton of value seeing that pad's at 3.
Yeah, they might look for early positioning here, but whether your solo queue teammates are listening or not, we will see whether Unite moves are used. Natu's Revenge could look to try and get a little sneaky back cap here, but Regilecki is just going to go uncontested. But Crossel is going to possibly get caught out here between 5 members of Natu's Revenge. 12 seconds, Carl. Who is going to blink first? If Natu's Revenge take this, they're going to the next round.
I love the positioning here early on for Natu's Revenge. They're trying to just get some vision, and with these double speedsters, that's going to be really important because they need to know where to, strike, where they can go in for the engage. The Regilecki walks in, but no one really wants to get any points.
Yeah, no, Garchomp having to jump over. The Bliss Assistant's going to have to come out early to make sure that Anon does not go down. He's looking for that Darkrai. He's looking for the Mewtwo. Gets caught in the side strike. Whack-A-Mole's going to come on up. Hank has not decided to come on out, but he could decide to use his Unite move here. There is just so much damage coming out. Garchomp getting taken down by the Darkrai. It is a 4v5 competition. Now, Crossel just needs to get out without taking any much damage, but now Natu's Revenge are going to push the game. Rebel Rouser and Phantom Forest going to come out. Blissey is in danger this time around, but a beautiful Rock Tomb managing to save it. Blaziken, Mewtwo is on its last breath. We might see a refight, Carl. Natu's Revenge, no, but they're going to go for the rip this time round. Can Blaziken get in here with the Focus Blast? Who is going to secure this? Rayquaza, it is the Eldegoss that manages to secure it for Natu's Revenge, and now they need to get some scores in. They've got shields. Anon goes down once again. Ziguri going to top 100 into the top pad. Eldegoss going to go 100 into the bottom pad, and Darkrai's going to round it off with another Hundo Burger to delete all of those pads from Daybreak.
Massive here for Natu's Revenge. Darkrai definitely sent that Garchomp to play real whack-a-mole in that situation with that Livid Outrage. It really looked like they were trying to hit one of those whack-a-moles with the mole stripped back. The Darkrai still so very good right now, and Natu's Revenge getting this 2-0 win. Daybreak, they're going to be going on to that lower side of the bracket, so their day's not over. They're going to have to break a couple pads in the loser's side of the bracket to get back up in for those grand finals.
Absolutely. Zero and Alex talked about getting his cookie. I hope I get my cookie. Natu's Revenge were my pick for the Dark Force to come on out, but they are heading to the next round, and they're going to be sitting pretty watching the losers bracket fight it on out. Incredible job for the side of Natu's Revenge, taking it, I believe, 2-0 against Daybreak.
Let's see the final 739-290. Not a ton of KOs for either side, except if your name's Darkrai. 7 KOs, 3 assists. That character's still so very good. I don't know why teams let it through. I think some teams feel like they can deal with it, and maybe you can, but I'd just rather not see it. Just the amount of stuns, the amount of sleeps that it provides is so strong. And,
I think,
yeah.
Kyle, you also get a cookie here because Psyduck enters the ban jail. Liz able to bring out the Blissey. Blissey's so effective, especially where it counted, when it comes to Anon getting CC'd or Knight possibly getting CC'd. But again, Darkrai just proving so strong. EdgyHack's proving to be a very, very great distraction for Daybreak. But Joker coming in clutch with the Eldegoss secure on the Rayquaza. But the other bans, pretty straightforward across the board. Mimikyu, Umbreon, and Urshifu.
Urshifu, yeah, I've seen a lot of teams pivot to Urshifu. I think you could go a couple of different ways. Seen a lot of teams still utilize the Rapid Strike Urshifu, which is the water bear for those that may not know the full names. It's still very good. It tends to fall off a little bit more, opposed to the Dark Bear, that single striker Shifu, which is very strong for secures, great for objectives, and offers that unstoppability during that wicked blow. So I see why a lot of teams don't want to deal with it. It's a good Pokemon, especially in the right hands.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we bring back our two other co-casters of the day, the incredible Mifu and the absolutely gorgeous Zero In on Alex. Guys, please give me your thoughts on that match we fought, because Natu's Revenge, mate, they're making a run for it.
I mean, I can openly say with full confidence, I had no idea that that would be something that would be happening. I mean, with the way Daybreak was playing against LDR, which again, LDR kind of already had that prominent name to themselves, to then do this is just absolutely insane. The way that they 2-0'd and the Elder got secure at the end. Are you kidding me? That is the way you play this game. And Natsu's Revenge, listen, for those of you that might not remember the name, you know, back in my day, back when Sky Ruins first dropped, there used to be some Natus at the top before we had the Bunnelbees that we do now. So back in my day, and now these Natus are getting some revenge. And it goes to show that it is the dawn of a new Daybreak.
We talked about it yesterday. The Natus came on in. Fu, we know these players on Natu's Revenge. I'm smiling from ear to ear. The amount of time and effort they have put in. How proud are you feeling as a friend, and how excited were you to see that result that they just achieved against one of the top teams in the region?
I mean, it just goes to show, Lobo, anything can happen if you just play the games right. And I think for the better part of those two games, the comfort picks that they had and what they practiced in those scrims really came to light, because I thought Ziguri was so confident on the Trevenant, and then I think a lot of the teams are underestimating how fast you can knock someone down with the Darkrai Unite as well. And I think at the start of that last game, Darkrai immediately taking down someone with its moves just meant that, you know, going into that 2-minute mark, you're down a player on the side of Daybreak, and you know, at the end of the day, obviously it's a little bit of a flip scenario. Elderos getting it was quite lucky, but they were still having that numbers advantage. I think always gives them that statistical, I guess upper hand. You know, if you're just flipping a coin and seeing which way it goes, if you have 5 members trying to go for the B press against 4 members, you're going to be a little bit favored, and you know, well deserved. They played excellently, and I can't wait to see how they play in the grand finals, because now they get to sit back and relax, as you guys said.
Yeah, sitting back and relaxing. But again, one of the biggest surprises, and Ziguri pulled it off once again with his Zeraora. But guys, what did you make of the Mr. Mime? Not only bringing out the most amount of KOs on the side of Natu's Revenge, but also getting to see a Pokemon that when was the last time you saw a Mr. Mime? Alex, I'll start with you.
Actually, I'm so glad you actually started with me, because this goes back now to NAIC. Shout out to Kato. We were sitting next to each other, and it was actually Luminosity back in NA at NAIC. They never brought a defender, and they used Mr. Mime kind of as that pseudo defender because of its passive ability, being able to be hit, and it could tank a little bit more. So while Mr. Mime is not necessarily conventional, this goes back to what I said at the very beginning of the broadcast. It's a Pokemon that, due to the fact that like the last time we saw Mr. Mime in the meta was during that Glaceon Mew Mr. Mime meta, which that was the time. But the thing is,
let's not talk about that one.
A lot of players don't know how to play around Mr. Mime because it's not oftenly used in ladder. And if a good Mr. Mime player, it's one of those Pokemon that's very technical. So if you don't prepare for it, it ends up getting a lot of KOs, and it could be a sneaky little dealer right there. And honestly, Mr. Mime can make quite the clown on opposing teams if they're not ready for it. But don't I got my one pun in. I'm
and
good.
2 puns to the pun counter for Alex right now. There's 2 in the same segment.
Thank you.
We're gonna have
we need
so
a counter.
many counters now. Like we have the cookie counter,
we have the cookie counter,
we have the pun counter. I mean, if we got $1 for every time we had a counter, I think today we'll be able to afford all of us a trip to EUIC.
I would say that if I had $1 for every single like pun or joke I've made throughout my casting career, I could pay for everybody's worlds, and I could probably pay for any amount of like Halloware in Pokemon Unite because I make them so often.
We should start an org, guys. We will enlist the team using the money of us getting coins.
We'll call it it Puns Esports?
We'll call it Battle Hub.
Cuddle Hub. You get a pun and you get a hug,
But-
you know?
Look, guys, the action is not stopping yet, so we are going to take a bit of a short break, and we are going to be back with, I believe, the losers semifinal. We're going to go down into the losers bracket and see these teams play it on out. Don't go anywhere. Grab a snack, grab a cookie, grab a
Grab
drink.
one for me
will
too.
See you guys. Grab a
snickerdoodle. That's what I'm going to
We will see you guys shortly. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
And so I tell him, like, yeah, of course the snickerdoodle is the best cookie in the world. What's that? Oh, yeah, no, Kello, you're absolutely right. No, sorry, you're right. The Aeos cookie truly is the best. Oh, we're back on. I didn't realize that we were having a very heated discussion. Welcome back, everybody, here to the OC Aeos Cup Cookie Cup. Actually, Aeos Cookie Cup here on the Battle Hub GG. I am one of your casters today, Zero In on Alex. With me, I have the amazing, handsome Lobo, the styling Steel man of Steel himself, Steel Agent Kyle. And let me tell you, one of the most sexiest man alive. I'm pretty sure he won the award this year with Foo here. Don't worry about who actually won. He won. I guarantee you that. But welcome back. We're back here, and what an amazing time we have had. The Aeos Cookie Cup. That's what we're calling it now. It's definitely not the OC Cup here. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Shout out to Kello, who 100% was on the phone right now with me, telling me that the Aeos Cup or the Aeos Cookie is in fact the best cookie around. With that being said, teams, we are going to be able to see a little bit more of a relaxed, chill forecaster, just kind of commentary, because we didn't want to make you guys wait for losers finals. As we are looking over at the bracket, we actually are able to see that Legends Reappear and Buff Esports both have a game one. We were going to move on to loser semifinals with Raiders, who is sitting there, but due to the fact that we didn't want to make you guys wait another 20 minutes, we figured we would check this game out. But Foo, what do you think about what we're expected to see here with LDR and Buff Esports?
Yeah, one of the reasons I wanted to actually spectate this game is because it is going the distance, and these are your number 1 and number 2 seeds for this tournament, and both of them have found themselves clashing against each other in the losers. And I mean, only one will come out on top and go in to face Raiders in the semifinals. So someone's dream, or someone's team's dream of going to UIC will be crushed from this last final game. So once we get that set up, I'm keen to show you guys, exactly what the talent is, because I mean, we saw how good Legends Reappear was, but they were going down to Daybreak, and now, I mean, it all depends on this, doesn't it?
It does. It absolutely does. And Kyle, I mean, going to you, I know you and I are more NA, but we have been able to take kind of our NA and a little bit of EU perspective going into the OCE community. And so far, what have you seen from LDR that makes you believe that, Buff Esports has been actually putting up a fight, but why is LDR, what is not clicking fully for them to be just kind of sweeping the nation is kind of what we assumed would happen?
I'll be very interested to see what these bans are going to look like. I mean, we've seen a lot of teams let the Psyduck through. We've seen teams let the Darkrai through. Be interested to see what's gotten through. There's so many Pokemon that are ban worthy that you can't possibly ban them all. So there's something that's getting through, and there's something that's causing them trouble. How do you adapt? How do you make sure that you get to play your version of Pokemon Unite and come out ahead in Game 3? And Legends Reappear, they've been looking good when we are watching them, so I'm excited to see what they're able to bring out in this game number 3.
Okay, and Lobo, last but not least, again, you are another OC member here. So, I mean, what are you predicting to see? I know Kyle was kind of interested to see what are the bans, but what are Pokemon that you think are going to be pivotal to LDR's win? Or in this case, Buff Esports, who again is coming from losers bracket side coming in today.
Well, it's going to be interesting. The reason why this has probably gone to a Game 3 situation. Both of these teams are so very strong. We have Sulu and Robbie on the side of Buff Esports, both representing OC on that world stage, on the EUIC stage. So whatever Pokemon these guys decide to pick, it's going to be an interesting play. It's a different in play styles, how these teams are going to really go at each other. Of course, Miraidon, Darkrai is the combination we are seeing most of all. Either one team gets both, one team gets one, or neither. We have not seen, I don't think, either team get neither so far. So I'm really interested to see that. I'm actually seeing a bit of a pattern happening, whereas when one team is able to pick up both Miraidon and the Darkrai, it doesn't seem to be as effective. I think possibly, it is possibly that reliance on an overtuned Mon at the moment. But again, that's just speculation at the moment. So I'm keen to see these two duke it out in the third and final game.
All right,
That's
all right.
fantastic.
We're excited. Yeah, food. By all means, take the floor. The floor is yours. Just make sure you bring the cookie with you. Aeos cookie.
Yeah, I've got my cookie in my pocket as the phantom tax, as they say. But what I wanted to talk about is as a region for us, the amount of teams is so tiny, so we don't really get someone to do the statistics for it. But I always feel like it's something important to kind of examine and kind of see whether there has been a shift in meta. So all thanks to Dr. Poker on Twitter, they've actually posted the some interesting information about the ACL, which is our closest region in terms of the Asia Champions League, and what Pokemons that each role likes to play. So I think maybe that's important what we set up for this next game, for people to know, what are some of the most competitive players in the world are playing for their specific role. So attacker, now this surprised me, for the ACL, the most popular attacker is Espeon, which we didn't get to see at all today. And I mean, that's surprising, right? That's one Pokemon that, was really good for a bit back in the day, but, and all-rounder, I mean, no question there. It's going to be Mimikyu, so Lobo's expertise will go through internationally. Defender is going to be Umbreon. Speedster is Darkrai, no question about that as well. And support is actually going to be Blissey. Now, get this. They also managed to compare the win rates and lose rates, the both ends of the spectrum. What Pokemon was played and won most of the matches, it's going to be Miraidon. 8 wins in 12 matches, whereas Leafeon actually had the worst loss rate. 7 losses in 9 matches as well. And today, we've seen some of the Pokemons picked up, right? Obviously, Miraidon was really rampant, system picking up for both of their matches, as well as Leafeon as well getting picked up. But Espeon, I'm very keen if that's a secret strategy hit up the sleeves of some of these teams there, because we haven't yet seen them yet.
Yeah. And look. No, go ahead. Take it.
No, go ahead. Sorry. We're just spectating some of the other games that were going around the different broadcasts. We did see a bit of Espeon getting played over in the EU region. Again, it was more leaning towards that Psyshock moveset, which does provide a lot of great stun, and then the redirect damage that is done with, I believe it's Psywave or Psybeam. One of those two. But I think that the reason I think that is coming to the forefront of the meta is because now we're seeing as teams decide to compose around not specifically Pokemon, but specifically what they want their team to achieve. And I think the name of the game for Pokemon Unite is Objective Secure. So right now we see all of these all-rounders when it comes to Urshifu, Blaziken, they are having these incredible secure moves with Overheat and the Wicked Blow. Now Psyshock as an attacker does not only provide stun as it goes through anyone in the Rayquaza pit or any team, but it's also a great secure Pokemon in the early game and in the laning phase, because that Eevee Swift acts as a little mini Psyshock to be able to get the secure, and the range on that is absolutely incredible. We've seen a lot of Inteleons as well. We've seen a lot of Mews where the Snipe Shot, Solar Beam, and Electro Ball all managing to secure. And then I think that's just where it's coming from. I'm not too sure what to say about Leafeon really dropping off. It used to be one of the most prominent bans in the meta, but I think with Pokemon like Darkrai and Psyduck now, with the crowd control, Leafeon just doesn't have as much freedom as it does.
I mean, while it is still a very powerful Pokemon, I would have to agree. Like, Leafeon used to be a Pokemon that could kind of tear through a team relatively well, but due to the fact of CC, like, you're lucky if it's able to take down one Pokemon, right? The whole objective now has become find a Pokemon, probably the Pokemon with the least amount of health or the squishiest of them all. This happens to be a lot of the times the Miraidon or that attacker that happens to be in the back line, like Inteleon, as we've seen today, or we just talked about it, Espeon, and then it isn't able to perform as well. That's not to say that it can't. It's just that due to the amount of crowd control, thanks to Darkrai, thanks to things like even Alolan Ninetales that gets picked up from time to time out here in NA, it's unable to do what it's been able to do before. So while it can still be a threat, it's still not the strongest threat that we've seen.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and from production, we're ready for this game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be the high stakes, right, as we get into it. Which team will come out on top? I had a look at the original, the stats for the games prior, those 1-1 apiece. And there's some interesting Pokemon that these teams have brought out. For example, we have Dodrio come out of Sulu in one of the games, and Greedent, another defender that has just seen the light in the current competitive meta after the freezing rush patches. Cole went on that Pokemon as well. So I guess if Cole's not playing a little Psyduck running around, he's going to be playing that Squirrel too. So as we head on into this game, I'm keen. Any predictions, ladies and gentlemen?
I do want to call out too of kind of what Rough Esports did in both games is they didn't play a traditional supporter in either game. In game 1, they played Slowbro as a tank, and they also played Mewtwo X. So I imagine that both of those Pokemon were wearing their XP shares, and then in game 2, they played Trevenant as a tank, and then they also had a Mew. And I believe they also had that Mewtwo X as well in that game. So very interesting to see kind of no traditional support pack.
I mean, we're already looking to see that once again. Greedent, of all Pokemon, is here too.
Yeah, look, Cole not going for that invade that he went on when he was playing with that Psyduck into the big Greedent boy before he decides to go and cause a little bit of chaos. But they've got a Trickster on that other side. I'm curious to see if it's going to be Trick or the hole.
Yeah, that's a great question. And I do anticipate it's probably going to be that hyperspace hole just to be able to heal up the team. Obviously, it's all about protecting this Miraidon, right? I think that's the #1 job. But Leafeon coming out again, we saw it, picked up quite a bit in the ACL region. But, Sulu, obviously one of these very good comfort picks. They're going to be looking for more here as they're going to head in 4v3 on the top part. So, very aggressive.
Aggressive, but they don't get quite the value that they were looking for. They don't get any points, they don't get any stacks, they don't get any KOs. They got a little bit of farm, that's about it. Hoopa might be looking for an invade, great character to do so. But they're just going to go ahead and get back, get through the hole. Maybe not. They're just going to stick around for a bit.
I will say I am liking kind of this reintroduction, right, to Machoke, the submission Machamp Pokemon that, we've seen cross chop with dynamic punch so often, but now submission, again, kind of what Lobo was talking about earlier, when this meta of CC being that much more valuable to teams, and look at that, the way they were able to bring back the Combuskin, but luckily Combuskin able to get out with a hyperspace hole.
We talked about Leafeon not being able to have as much freedom. It has such good movement, but when you've got a big, bulky Machop just in that very scary stance when it engages that submission moveset is not going to be something that Leafeon wants to stick around for. But Colin, online, he's just going to be munching and gobbling on any of those berries, going for that cover and belch moveset, as we've got 37-0 on the side of LDR.
Oh, definitely. I mean, LDR coming in hot and getting those dunks is going to be very important for their stacks as well. Colin just does not care what is going on the map. He's just going to be running around. And I think it's a great Pokemon that can actually access the backline, much like the submission Machamp as well.
Another thing to watch out for is the Greedent is going to really deal with this Miraidon, because Miraidon, if it gets into that enhanced charge beam, Greedent's a great character that can just kite it. I mean, look at that right there. It wasn't even touched by that enhanced charge beam.
And I think that's the beauty of this Pokemon. Greedent is one of those Pokemon that did get buffed recently, and the belch that it can do and the damage it can do is actually quite surprising, more than people would originally anticipate from this little squirrel. So again, they do have a traditional defender, but this belching beaver, which fun fact is actually a type of beer, a little bit of brew out here in NA, is definitely a Pokemon that can do quite a bit of damage that normally you wouldn't expect it. But again, Blaziken being an all-arounder top lane of my heart can do a lot in terms of securing.
I am learning more and more about the NA region, from beavers to cookies. My knowledge is just going from absolutely nothing to just a little bit more than nothing. But Colin doesn't even care that top lane is going to go in. And I think you guys mentioned it really well. We talked about what really stops Miraidon, and it is those Pokemon that can really threaten it in that backline. Greedent is one of those Pokemon. It's not in Banjail, but that's probably a quick Shadow Sneak from a Mimikyu can really inhibit a Miraidon. As Emerald two-step goes in, doesn't manage to get a takedown, as Leafeon is starting to find its feet.
Oh, the Infinite Cyber will be able to take them out, though. I was just going to say, Rough Esports actually has a very, very good, secure team draft as compared to Legends Reappear. Legends Reappear, they're going to be depending on the Belch and also the Cyburn coming out from the Mewtwo Unite to actually do much secure. So I think it's kind of a team fight draft on the side of Legends Reappear, where Rough Esports, if it does come to the rip, they have that secure and they are going to be a little bit more confident and favored in that flip.
Yeah, we'll see kind of how this end game goes, but yeah, The Blaziken obviously going to have a great advantage in that category. I think the Sylveon on the opposing side is going to be able to brawl them pretty well. The Mystical Fires hit for pretty good penny of damage, and the self-sustain that it has as well is going to really, really benefit in those long, drawn-out fights.
Absolutely, and we're kind of seeing it playing dividends right here. I mean, look at Bruff Esports, 202 to 40. This is maybe not the exact way LDR wanted this to roll on out. And again, when you're looking at a team, this is 3x3, but look at the Machamp being able to go in and try to take this Miraidon out, but Miraidon going to find a way out, but the cross chop is going to be the other move that's going to be able to be very visceral in this team matchup. Blaziken's the only one not here, and this could be a good chance for LDR to gain a little bit advantage. But Blaziken shows up and just puts a stop to any plans for LDR.
Bruff Esports really using that Slowbro Surf really importantly. Aeos on that Machamp, like you said, just going straight after that Miraidon, getting caught out in almost no man's land. But guys, I gotta ask you, on a team like Legends Reappear, where are you directing that slow beam? For me, it's gotta go to Aeos on that Machamp to really protect that Miraidon.
Yeah, that's a great question, but I think, you know, if the Mewtwo gets a little bit of a damage boost from the Mega Evolution, it might be worth a slow beam. But speaking of slow beam, though, the slow beam will actually go on the Sylveon, and Sulu is going to be able to take that KO as well for the team. And now Legend Reappear are just disappearing, and so is that tier 2 pad for them.
Yeah, Legends disappear on this pad. Well, they do find some KOs here. 4 members go down, so a little bit of consolation prize for them is that XP that they just got right back. So they're going to need to take this advantage of that XP and turn it into some points, because right now, 299 to 88, they need to find some value.
Value is going to be very hard to find, especially with this Hoopa trying to slow him down. But here they go. They were able to break at least something, 142 to 299. And just like that, Legends Reappear are trying to make another reappearance. I don't think necessarily that they are completely out. So I do believe that there's going to be quite a bit of chance still for LDR. I mean, they still have the Sylveon. When you look at their team composition as a whole, LDR is one of those teams that right now they kind of have, I don't want to say a funky, but not necessarily meta type composition. When you look at Bruff Esports, you look at Miraidon, you look at Leafeon, you look at Blaziken, you're looking for a team that is going to really need to kind of pull it together in the side of LDR. Wouldn't you say so, Fu?
Oh, 100%. And I think with this Registeel going through, that means that they're going to have that damage buff going to that Rayquaza fight, which is exactly what they want and a great position to be in.
It's exactly what they need. Yeah, Rayquaza going to be hitting the map here in 20 seconds. There is this Regieleki that either team could potentially grab before Rayquaza, but it doesn't look like Legend Reappear really want to prioritize it. They'd rather grab some vision on exactly where Bruff Esports is setting up.
Absolutely. I mean, we're getting close to the Rayquaza. This is going to be the last one. So, Lobo, I mean, this is going to be exciting, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really interested to see how these teams are both gearing up here. Legends Reappear on the top side. Bruff Esports going on the back cap. Which team is going to blink first? And it seems like Bruff Esports just going to tickle this, but a fight could pop off at absolutely any minute, dude.
Oh, it's a ring around the rosy at this point, as the belly flop will go through for the Greedent and the Infinite Cyber as well, just to deal damage, but no one knocked out so far for both these teams. Scratch that, Sulu going down on the Leafeon, and it's just going to be a flip on the Rayquaza. Who's going to get it? Oh my god, it's going to go inside of Bruff Esports. Miraidon there to secure for their team, but they still need to be able to score to secure this window. We have 3 members down for Bruff Esports, but only 2 down for Legends Reappear. There goes the 64, there goes the 86, they're going to be in the lead.
40, make it 80 points going the opposite way. Gonna chunk into that lead. There is still a minute left. We're gonna need to see Legends reappear on the Theosky Ruins, make it across the map, and they have some time with 2 members down. We'll see if they're able to get it done.
This is where things get absolutely dicey for any team. Machamp does have its Unite move. If Bruff Esports gets kind of cooped up together, the coup de grace, if you will, this could spell a lot of danger. Here comes Umbreon, gonna try to get a little bit of score. Emerald 2-step, let's go dancing. Umbreon taking a lot of damage to the Leafeon, gonna be able to avoid that. Machamp's Unite moves has already been burned. Melody's gonna try to make a little bit of a push. They're able to get 54, and thanks to the squirrel, members are dropping like flies, and all of a sudden, Legends Reappear might be making a readjustment here. but Robbie doing everything that they can. Squirrel gonna dunk it a little bit more. 16, but it's not enough. They need to be able to get this Hundo Burger coming out from challenge. 24 is also gonna go on in. Blaziken and Leafeon are the only ones down right now. Machamp gonna go for a little bit of a submission. 10 seconds remaining, and I don't know about you, but it looks like Bruff Esports is going to be holding on, and to say the least, that is how the cookie's gonna crumble.
Oh my gosh. I mean, it's just, there's a reason why Robbie is one of the best defenders in this region, Alex, because that held with the surf.
Crazy.
Oh my gosh. It is going to be Bruff Esports that's going to be taking it for us. And they actually land the ticket into the losers semifinals. I mean, doesn't get closer than this.
Robbie looked amazing. I mean, 2v1 the entire time. It was the Mewtwo Y, it was the Machamp, and just balancing the surf between getting submission and just getting pressed to submission by that Mewtwo Y. Just a masterclass on how to hold a pad there. Huge plays there.
Listen, I might need to give Robbie a cookie because they are a masterclass at just holding that down, Kyle. I mean, the way they were able to just kind of go 2v1, toe-to-toe, being able to survive. I mean, we talked about this earlier, that Slowbro might be a little slow, but let me tell you, they held that fort like a statue, an immovable Pokemon, and that is how you play a game, Lobo. I mean, you saw that Slowbro being able to hold it down, but you got to admit, LDR made it very interesting near the end.
Yeah, absolutely. Robbie is one of the best defenders we have in our region. We were wondering, I was speculating where that Unite move was going to go in all of that chaos, but Don coming out clutch with the Miraidon secure on the Rayquaza. What a great fight. I'm so excited to see how these guys are going to fight up against Raiders in the next round.
Oh, I mean, something interesting to note as well is the bands, fellow casters. Look, it's a Dragonite Blissey band, a Mimikyu Psyduck band. So
wow.
Darkrai's not banned out, but not picked up by either of these teams. But Miraidon obviously getting picked up by Don. He's had a ton of practice on this Pokemon. And Leafeon also let out the Banjo as well. Sulu taking that as well. When I saw Sulu going down immediately at the start of Raid Fight, I thought perhaps, Legends Reappear had the advantage, but when it comes down to a flip, and as we talked about how there was just so much more favoritism on the side of Bruff Esports if it gets to that point, and Don, oh so reliable with the charge being there, able to secure it for their team.
We talked about it. The secures are such an important tool. You need to have at least one, and honestly, at this point in where this meta is going in this OC region, you might need two definitive secure tools at your disposal, especially if these fights get drawn out for a decent amount of time and one team wants to just go ahead and flip. Because if you don't have anything, you're kind of giving that free pass for your defender to maybe target the one secure and then just hope that your 2 or 3 in this situation are able to close it down.
I mean, yeah, it was crazy to see how everybody was there. Sulu went down, and then it really was almost anyone's game though, because it was luckily Miraidon. And again, you only had 2 Pokemon left, and those 2 scores, obviously, that's what made it so close, right? Only Miraidon, and even then, neither of them actually had a full pocket full of Aeos. It was 2. It was like a 36 and like a 40 something. So nobody actually had the full pockets. So it allowed LDR to at least have a little bit of a chance, but Robbie just held the fort down. And don't get me wrong, LDR had some good scores, but in the end, it was not enough. Any final thoughts, gents, before we send this to break?
I just can't wait to see the next match. It's going to be against Ram Raiders against Bruff Esports. And we haven't talked too much about Ram Raiders, but maybe we can give an introduction after when we get into that spectate mode. But Alex, do you want to send us to a break?
Absolutely. This is, in fact, how the 4 of us crumble a cookie. Here's the Aeos Cookie Cup. Sorry. What's that, producers? It's the OC Aeos Cup here on the Battle Hub GG. Don't go anywhere because we have some more Unite action coming for you.
there's no way that I am singing on this day of Aeos Cookie Cup. Is that where we're going? Are we full in on the cookie madness right now?
Yeah, the bit's going for too long, isn't it?
I don't think a bit can ever go too long, especially when you talk about cookies.
I know. I so want one. Welcome back in, trainers. We have OC on deck, and we have the losers finals between Bruff Sports versus the Raiders. Super excited to get the cast this one. Before we go, it's going to be me and Fu on the mic, but we're going to check in with Lobo and Alex before here. Alex, you going on a break? What's the cookie of choice?
Well, you know, it's funny you bring that up. Earlier, I was really feeling the snickerdoodle, but as time has gone on, I might have to take a page out of Lobo, my partner in crime's book, and a white chocolate chip macadamia nut cookie. I think right now at this hour, which is 8:30 p.m. West Coast time, would hit absolutely, without a doubt, indubitably.
Ooh, that sounds really good. Lobo, I'm going to ask you the same question. We've talked about these teams. I need to know what cookie you're having on break.
3:30 p.m. on a Sunday afternoon. There's nothing an Australian likes more than a Tim Tam, a lovely double chocolate biscuit cookie with some chocolate cream on the inside, covered completely in chocolate. Once again, we had a chat with Alex. I can't believe you don't know what it is. You were insulted by me not knowing what a snickerdoodle is. I am definitely going to be having on myself a lovely Tim Tam.
All right.
But fair.
Yeah, that sounds pretty dang good. I'm going to have to maybe import some in. Maybe fly me some in next time. Boo. Unfortunately, we can't have cookies. So what should we expect from these two teams, Bruff Sports and Raiders?
Yeah, I thought maybe we can give everyone an introduction into Raiders. So they obviously had started today in the losers bracket round, but they haven't dropped a single game, so it's looking very, very strong going into this next match there. Raiders is made up of 5 incredible players and, you know, some familiar faces as well from the past years. It's kind of like a history book in itself. Joe, obviously representing GZ at the Worlds a few months ago, obviously played throughout the 3 or 4 seasons this game has been official. And he's joined by 4 other members that were part of Iceland, who actually represented OC in the world stage in the first year of the championship inception for them. So definitely players that have played the game before, maybe someone just coming back into the competitive scene. I mean, from their performance today, they made it to loser semifinals, so they're going to be pretty happy with that.
Hey, you have to be. I mean, it's the first tournament of the new season. You're playing with a new group of teammates. You got to be at least a little bit happy. You got to celebrate where you can, but the day's not over. They still have some work to do. There's still a shot to come back through this loser side of the bracket up into the grand finals. And we're going to see if they're going to be able to do that here pretty shortly. Before we say goodbye to our good friend Alex, what are you expecting? We've seen, at this point, 3 sets, or I guess 2 in a little bit. What are we expecting from these bans? We've seen some of the picks. We've seen Psyduck go through a couple times. We've seen Darkrai go through the banning phase, and we've actually seen Darkrai make it all the way through. Alex, what are you seeing so far about this defined meta here in OC?
I mean, it's definitely more range and more like, and I don't mean range in terms of distance and damage. I mean, I should say there's a more array of Pokemon that are being used than what's typically. I mean, I never thought I'd see Greedent here, and the way certain teams have been able to pull this off, and just overall, just looking at this top 4 cut, we're not seeing LDR anymore. We're seeing Bruff Sports, Raiders, Daybreak, and Natsu's Revenge. So each team, I feel, has like its own flavor, its own spin to the way they play some of these Pokemon. Like Greedent, we've seen Blaziken come out of them. We've seen Miraidon be pretty popular, but when we see these off-meta picks, we've even seen Mr. Mime, you know? I think when you bring these things to the table, it just adds a bunch more. I mean, I know I might be taking this cookie thing too far, but it adds more flavors and ingredients to the batter that is this game of Pokemon Unite. Yes, I just made that a little bit of a reach.
We need to add. Where's this pun counter? We've been talking about the pun counter. Production, help! We need a pun counter. We need to count how many times Alex is going to make some sort of cookie pun. There's been at least 3 at this point.
Oh,
3
easily.
ones.
Oh, yeah.
3
I mean,
cookie puns. I actually kind of like it. I'm here for it. Lobo, before we get, it looks like our game is going to be ready, so we're going to be getting in just a moment. Lobo, any other thoughts on what we have going on for these picks and bans coming from these two teams?
You know what? Like Alex said, there is a beautiful assortment in that box of cookies, and it just determines which cookie our players are going to pick to be their best 5. I tried for a cookie punt. I don't know if it hit. It probably a miss. But, you know, I tried to give my partner a little bit of breathing room. I'll take a bit of the brunt there. But you know what? They have so much variety. And again, like Alex said, there's such a wide move pool from all of these players. What I am expecting is possibly a guaranteed 1 or 2 secure Pokemon, and possibly a Miraidon and a Darkrai getting let loose all the way through. But again, those are only the predictions I can make, because who knows what these teams have got cooking.
Lobo, before I have to say goodbye, I would say you ate that pun up and left no crumb behind.
Oh, come on. He wrote that down. I think he's cheating with this. I'm pretty sure Alex is typing into ChatGPT. Let's...
Yeah, I was going to say.
I have to have my hands up so, you know, as proof. Like, you know, hey.
Look, I just wanted...
I'll go for it.
Anyway, we're going to go straight into this action. 8:43 on the clock here, Kyle. You and me are going to be taking this matchup here. As you see, the Glaceon, the only one standing for Rough Esports so far.
Here we go. We have an Azumarill on the map. First time we're seeing this Pokemon. We got the Machamp once again going to submission that Glaceon right into the middle of the lane, right into danger. And Raiders starting off hot here. 81 points already in.
Oh, definitely. And we have Ice now on the Wartortle. We saw how good Knight was on the Blastoise last time. And, you know, obviously another great Pokemon to play in that all-rounder role up in the top part there. A lot of health going in. But it's going to be Curry Puff that has, you know, engaged the Covet and look to run away from the Hooper here.
I love, again, that we're seeing this Greedent. I don't particularly like it in my solo queue games, but in this one it seems to be working. However, it doesn't work quite out right there as they go down. Leafeon goes down, Azumarill goes down, Umbreon now goes down. Great response here for Rough Esports as Hoopa grabs a double KO.
Don seeing the line with the charge beam yet again let out of the ban jail. So these teams are opting to allow these type of Pokemon, such as the Leafeon as well, to come through. But there's a Pokemon that we don't really see in the competitive meta, do we, Kyle? It is going to be that Azumarill, and I'm sure it's going to be Raiders Joe that's going to be playing that Pokemon.
Kello is probably very happy that the bunny is getting played. We have a 720 Birds gonna be coming to the map. Azumarill gonna pop their Unite move. Double KO on the side of Raiders as they're gonna push on in, make it a 3-piece combo. Sulu is gonna have to pop their Unite, but they're just gonna have to run on away. Ooh, and almost grabbed by the submission from the Machamp. Now, we have Leafeon going on in, and there goes Glaceon. They may have stayed a bit too long. One might say they got their hands caught in the cookie jar.
Oh my gosh, I gotta start thinking of cookie puns now, Kyle. You're going one up against me. But looking at this Reg Ice here, it looks to be uncontested. Oh, Leafeon might have something to say about it. Shep lurking in the bushes, just waiting for the prime moment to get this secure.
Reg Ice getting chipped down. Here comes the damage from the Miraidon, but there goes the secure from the Leafeon. Steals it right from Rough Esports' nodes. And Leafeon gets away on a sliver of HP. That was criminal.
Oh, criminal indeed. And what could be criminal is getting some dunk in the bottom part there, but Hooper Buzz just able to bring everyone back in with the Hyper Space Highway. Gridden will go down finally, and we have Sulu choosing Icy Inset. And I think that's very important here, because look at the team that Raiders has brought up. It is literally 5 members that can just run at you consistently. There's not a lot of poke coming through this team. It's all about the brawl. It's all about the fights. And it looks like there's going to be another engagement here, Kyle.
Oh, Azumarill getting the KO on the Trevenant. Gonna have to try to heal with this Aqua Tail. Does exactly that on these birds. They're already back to full health. The self-sustain that Joe has on this Azumarill has been great, as Hoopa's gonna send them back for a reset. Here's some points on in. Another Emerald 2-step from this Leafeon. This engage is going full out for Raiders on this T2 pad. They get some points in, about 60 points, and that's gonna extend their point lead.
Oh, definitely. They're definitely on a row. And I mean, it's time to get out, right? But Leafeon stays a little bit too long, though. So we'll be able to give some sort of experience back onto the side of Bruff Esports. So we're level 11 now. So they do have that shortened cooldown. And possibly a bit of damage going out against the Greedent there. As it seems like RX is looking for a cheeky score.
Umbreon gets a nice little stack on, and Blastoise is going to try to hunt down this Greedent. Rule 1 of Greedent, don't chase the Greedent. I'm surprised that we had the Icy Wind Glaceon.
Yeah, I mean, like I said before, you have to be able to dash out some of the run-at-you Pokemon that Raiders have brought into it. And as the scores will land in, it seems like Raiders are just going to say, you can have that top hat there. We're going to be dunking into the bottom side of this map and looking for more as well. This Regieleki seems to be quite uncontested. And you can see that cheeky Greedent going in for more stats up in that top.
I love the pressure that Raiders is putting on the map. They know that they weren't going to give up a ton of value with their T1 pad still up. So, you know, they're happy to get value across the map. And now you're going to be in great position to get this basement Reg Ice as well. I'm really liking the pressure here. But we have the Hoopa bringing the team. Rings are unbound. And there we go. Raiders just going to have to fully vacate.
Yeah, fully vacate indeed. Uncontested yet again. Double Reg Ice though, so not too lucky RNG for this game. But meanwhile, it seems like Raiders' strategy is just to get the scores in whenever, I guess, the members of Bruff Esports are seen on the map there. Looking to do a bit more window shopping. Has to get out now as the Miraidon is going to come through with the Charge Beam. At the end of the day, if you are going to be ahead at the Rayquaza, it's way more relief for you and less pressure. I mean, right now there's a 60-point difference. Bruff Esports are going to be a little bit behind, but look at the levels. They're all on the side of Raiders.
Level 12s for the Leafeon and Machamp. Azumarill has ticked into level 13, so Joe's really making that bunny just hop all over the map. But 281, 227, 330. We might see some Unite moves fly out with the last time to really utilize them, but there's no real fights going on.
No, and I think, you know, with that score comp strategy that Raiders is bringing in, Bruff Esports is finding it hard to actually get a good engagement, because if they don't go, you know, they don't stay at the pads, Kyle, it seems like just everywhere you look, there's going to be a Greedent dunking, or then there's a Leafeon running to dunk, the Azumarill is distracting. I think that's just the strategy Raiders is bringing in.
7 points goes in from this Umbreon. I'm not sure if they're stacking, but if they are, probably have gotten a few at this point. Look for another one. So it leads me to believe they probably are. Hoopa's going to try to send themselves down to this basement path while Rhydon is forced to deal with it. However, 240, top Regieleki about to spawn. It looks like Raiders they want to go for it.
Oh, definitely. I mean, if you're looking to get a score lead, Regieleki is one of the best objectives to do there. We have the Thunder coming out and also the Charge Beam looking. Don is, you know, perfectly stealing this. No, it's not going to be good enough against Shep's Razor Leaf, though. Porter will come down just in case Don will go down there. I mean, it's all going to be about positioning for Don here. You have 5 members looking to take you down at the Rayquaza fight, scoring about 14 seconds. We have the level lead still on the side of Raiders. I mean, the top hat will actually break, so not a lot of value there, I guess. And what I'm scared about is the fact that Bruff Esports don't have any position in this Rayquaza pit.
They're going to try to get on in. Glaceon looking for an angle, looking for someone to shoot the Icy Wind at. Blastoise looking for an engage, going to try to maybe grab this Machamp, but Leafeon looking for maybe a cheeky back cap or a flank angle, but there we go. Barrage Blow is breaking out from Machamp. Azumarill is going to look to engage. Blastoise is going to spin to win. Here goes the Hydro Typhoon. It's going to knock up this Umbreon along with the Azumarill. Azumarill is going to pop their Unite move just to give themselves a shield. They're staying. They're trying to do some damage, but it's only one member down on each side.
Oh, slowly going down there, but it's going to be trade out for 2 on the side of Raiders, so there's definitely going to be a refight potential. And if Don can take out the Greedent here, it'll be massive. Belch coming through, has to run away though, but Azumarill coming in. Joe doing some massive damage with the crits, having to go out now because the Hydro Pump spin will come through for Ice. I mean, it is just going to be another fight here. We know Raiders is in the lead, and Bruff Esports knows this as well. Robbie, not a lot of HP as well. They're waiting for the Hoopa portal to come through. Let's see how this refight goes, Kyle.
Now we have Charge Beams coming out from Miraidon. Icy Wind going to try to hit the screen and slow them down. Machamp goes back to the Pokemon Center. So does Hoopa, so 1v1 trade here already. And right now, Bruff Esports needs to make something happen. They are down. We do get a little bit of damage going on to this Azumarill. They go down. Miraidon now has a pretty large timer. We have Glaceon that looks to go in, and just like that, 3 members of Raiders are down. They're turning on the Rayquaza. Umbreon's coming on in, gonna try to get a secure. So is Greedent. Are we gonna get it? No, it's Blastoise. But Bruff Esports with 20 seconds, they need some scores. They need at least 2.
They need at least 2, and we see, here goes Eyes running in to try to get in. Eject is going to be available for them. That's going to be a hundo, and we have 8 seconds remaining, but the raining down of points will mean Bruff Esports gets 1 bite of the cookie and 1 step closer to the next round. I mean, it is always coming down to the wire today in these games.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that one's about as close as it goes. And great plays here. Obviously, the teams look to be swamped because of the change. But yeah, Bruff Esports taking that one down. 575, 409 is your final here. Game 1 going over to Bruff. I really liked the plays there. They seemed to be very patient. They knew that they had plenty of opportunities to score once they were able to get that Rayquaza. And definitely came down to the wire.
Oh, 100%. I think you can really feel the momentum kind of building for Bruff Esports now, right? They started with the losers today, but they was able to 2-0 the number 3 seed of this tournament, and then they went up against the number 1 seed, 2-1 them as well, and now they're going up against another strong team. But the snowball's moving. They're feeling good. They're happy with the drafts. They're getting Don on it as well, and that Ray fight. I mean, if you just saw the fact that Shep went in to use the 2-step onto Don, immediately eviscerating them, but the fact that Sulu came back in at the right time, taking down Shep for the trade, at the end of the day, there's only so much you can do as a Greedent and an Umbreon, right, to secure against something like a Hydro Pump Spin Blastoise as well. So fantastic. And I don't think, Raiders is going to go down without a fight, though. We have a best of 3 game format, so it's all up to whether Raiders wants to change up the game, maybe pick another type of Pokemon that can deal with the onslaught of damage that Bruff Esports has brought in for us here. What do you think? Is there going to be a little bit of a different ban scenario here? Because looking at the bans, I mean, Blissey Psyduck now, so Umbreon's let out, obviously.
They do. I mean, Umbreon seems to be that common first pick when it's allowed in draft, because it's just a safe pick. Not only that, it's just one of the stronger ones. Mean Look is fantastic into heavy dive. Foul Play is great into that mage combination. So it just depends on how you want to play it, but it kind of allows you to pick that Pokemon first. And it doesn't give up your comp. It doesn't quite give the enemy a ton of clues on what you're going to play, but talking about this comp here, I just have to give some flowers over to Robbie once again. This time on the Trevenant, soaking up a ton of damage. But the thing that impressed me the most is the amount of peel that they had. You had a Leafeon and you had a Greedent on the side of Raiders, and Miraidon only took 16k damage. That is the testament to the type of tank that Robbie is. And I was really excited to see that. And Miraidon stayed upright for most of the game. Fell down in the Ray fight, but it didn't matter. They got the damage that they needed, and they got the Ray.
Oh, 100%. And I think having played with Robbie a little bit, you don't feel any much... I don't think the phrase is, you feel the safest when you're with a defender that is happy to peel for you and really sacrifice themselves to take that damage and ensure that you live on to fight another day, or deal that damage that is required from you. So definitely a great call out there. 16k damage taken for the entirety of the 10 minutes is quite a stat to show. Meanwhile, on the side though, we do have, I would have to say, is it a time to change up the Machamp pick though? Because obviously we want it to run down at the Miraidon, but you have the Trevenant coming through, like you said. You have Hydro Pump, which stuns you. So as soon as your submission ends, Kyle, you're going to be stunned by the Hooper, you're going to be stunned by the Blastoise, you're going to be stunned by the Trevenant. And to make matters worse, Glaceon has a passive that allows you to get basically a free full heal when someone is trying to stun you. So I think Machamp might need to go back to the drawing board to think about what's another Pokemon that can actually attack the backline there. But for once, BE is bringing in a comp that we haven't seen too often, right? Kind of double back line instead of that heavy dive that a lot of these teams are bringing in. So maybe that is the way that you're able to win against teams that just like to run at you. Because if you keep moving back, they can't catch up to you, Kyle. And guess what? You're going to be able to KO them and then potentially secure the raid.
They had that kind of triple mage, right? I mean, you had Glaceon, or not Glaceon, you had Miraidon. And you would think that Machamp would be able to, do something on that, but it just kind of fell flat a little bit, unfortunately for them. I think Machamp still has a place in the meta, but it really depends on the comp. And like you said, it kind of had a tough time with the Glaceon. It had a tough time with the tree, because whenever a Machamp goes against heavy crowd control, especially with the submission, you can't really get to the target that
No, and I think Shep tried the best as well, just to help out with the dive and trying to get back into the line and KO someone. And they were able to take down Don at the end. But when you have two backline damage ranged attacks to deal with, you can only use your two-step for one of them if they're not comped up, right? And I think B did a fantastic job is saying, Ice, you stay with Sulu here, protect him, use your Hydro Pump to its full efficiency there. We have Robbie helping out Don, as you said, and then Buzz is just swinging between both these, duos to see who needs a portal here, who needs a portal there. And fun fact about Buzz as well is Buzz actually started the off-season playing a lot of top path Pokemon. They were the top path for their team, but in a last, minute or last week switch, they actually went on to support. And I think, credit where credit's due. They've done fantastic today to learn Hooper in, the limited amount of time that they had, and to make into the losers semifinals, and one step closer to the losers finals, having only played supporters for a short period of time. It's just like they want to win this, and they definitely show the work that they put in. And I hope, any team that plays today gets the result that they deserve.
Yeah, support's a hard role to learn. People think like, I just follow the team, but it's pretty tough.
Especially Hooper as well, right?
Oh my gosh, yeah, Hooper is a very tough Pokemon. You have to really understand the tempo that your team wants to play with. You need to understand your cooldowns, where to place the portals based on how the team is fighting. There's just a lot of things to think about. So big testaments to anybody that wants to try to learn Hoopa in an expedited fashion. I do think that when you're thinking about switching roles, I think roles that tend to transition really well into each other. I feel like defenders are really great at transitioning to all-rounders because they play like heavy into the team. They're like that engage point, where supporters tend to transition really well into attackers and vice versa, because you're kind of positioning around the fights very similar, kind of a little bit more passive, a little bit more backline. So any testament to anyone that wants to switch over kind of across the lines, supporter into all-rounder into a supporter, and vice versa. So really impressive stuff here. I'm excited to see what Bruff Esports brings to game number 2, see if they could close out this losers final game.
They definitely want to, right? They want to take it 2-0 because you kind of need to save up your energy for the more important matches that are going to become later today. And they do get a ticket back into the grand finals. I mean, they're going to go up against Natu's Revenge, who have shown us they are definitely one of the dark horses to watch in today's tournament. But as we get the next game prepared, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just wondering, in terms of the team comps, the picking order, which we don't really get to see because we are in spectate mode, how these teams are actually picking the orders, because like you said, right, some of the Pokemons have a lot of flex potential, right? If you, let's say, first pick your Trevenant or first pick your Blastoise, you don't actually have to lock in as your defender. If it looks good, you can put it in your all-rounder position and get your defender player to play something else, right? Vice versa, obviously. If it doesn't look good for a all-rounder role as well, you can just say, hey, for example, Robbie, do you want to play Tree instead? I want to play Blastoise topside because it looks a little bit better. So, on the side of Raiders as well, they had the option to choose between bot side Greedent or top side Greedent, right? And then if Machamp looked good, vice versa. And they actually end up playing support Umbreon as well, because we know Umbreon able to heal up some of the teammates with its wish capacity. So a lot of these Pokemons in the game, you can do a whole bunch of roles, like Psyduck, for example. What role does Psyduck play now? It's like everything, isn't it, Kyle?
It's kind of a little bit of everything. I mean, it's kind of a bot attacker in ways with you could play that Bubble Beam. And you could even play it as, kind of that like harassing style support, kind of like a Sableye in a way. There's just so many things that thing does well. I completely understand why these teams want to ban it, but we got game number 2. Raiders, Bruff Esports. Bruff Esports is going to be on your left side. Raiders going to be taking your right side here in game 2.
Yeah, here we go. So a very important match as we get it underway. We have Don, I guess, having the Bulbasaur bottom. So we haven't seen a lot of Venusaur recently, but we do have RX just helping out the Beldum in their side. A lot of new Pokemon. I kind of need to take a moment here, Card, to see what the draft starts and we get into this match.
I love Beldum, especially in the central area. It's going to be able to come to, I believe, what they'll go is top lane. With their level 5 evolve, you're going to want to get that thing as much value as possible. The shields that it can provide, especially if Bruff wants to play forward and, you know, duel out, it's going to be really good if it's going to be able to get online.
Oh, and speaking of online, though, Sulu were already online, level 4, ready to go to see what they can get a good pick. But Joe is there on time to defend that. And with the huge tackle to go through, that actually knocks down Ice. And that's going to be our first KO of this game. Gyro Ball is going to be the move of choice for Joe. And they're looking for more. Pangu getting a good KO on Hooper as well. That's 2 KOs down. What an aggressive start for Raiders as they look for more.
Joe's going to get a nice 16-point dunk, and that's exactly the value that you hope to get out of your jungle with that first gank. And Joe's looking really good, has already gotten their level 6, maybe level 7 by the time this fight's over. And these shields, you think you get the Metagross down, but the Gyro Ball just keeps them alive.
Oh, 100%. I think it's a great moveset choice here. As we see a little bit more action there, possibly a stack coming in for Sulu. They do get the 15, and Lucario actually goes down to its all-rounder counterpart in that top art there. Looking at the bottom side, we have level 5 Ivysaur. They're looking for that level 7 for the beams as well. And I think the beam is going to be so important here if they do choose it to go up against this Miraidon's charge beam. If not, they can go the pedal dance here just to run and really stay sustained and counter the Metagross to come in. So I'm keen to see what Don actually plays as we have the 8-minute bird starting.
It seems to be at least a little bit better of a submission game for Machamp. I think it's getting a ton of value in this early game. One thing I do worry about is once Lucario gets access to that enhanced power-up punch, when it gets the unstoppable, you could really look for that Lucario to pop that before the Machamp dives on.
Oh, I agree as well. But Lucario obviously going to be able to not get stunned by the submission with its close combat. And also pop once it hits that level 11. But that's going to be later in the game. We have Shep getting that a little bit of score to hit that level 7 as well. So its whole kit is available. And I love to see this Machamp just running it down, or Machoke rather, running it down at the grid. And both of them really good at running, really good at getting away. But when it comes to, push comes to shove, it's going about who can stun the other person more. We have more engages here as the birds will come up here. Close combat's going to be the move of choice for Ice. And they look to get this Altaria away from RX and Lucario level 6 against your Machoke level 8 here. So definitely a winning top side for Bruff Esports. And look at what Don's playing.
Oh, we have a Petal Giga Venusaur. So a lot of different builds on some of these Pokemon. Venusaur able to get that KO onto the Greedent. It's going to enable them to kind of brawl a little bit better. They're going to have a lot of rip potential with it. And Raiders on the opposite side kind of going heavy secure, right? Power Up Punch Lucario, Electro Drift Miraidon, Gyro Ball on the Metagross. So a lot of great secure tools. So look for them to maybe rip and flip an objective here.
Oh, Buzz going down is not great for their team because now they have to actually use their legs to walk up for this secure. We have Ice looking to have a miracle here. Maybe the submission's going to go through to stop the stunning. It's going to be so close. The Barracos misses, unfortunately, but they are going to be able to get that KO on Lucario. And here comes a Robbie pushing them out, isolating the Metagross as the Verdant Anger will go through. Will they be able to sustain this? Snorlax is oh so low. And there goes that defender going down as the submission will suplex them. Another KO, 2 members down for Raiders. And we have Bruff Esports going against the Meteor Storm. And they're running out of juice, Kyle, as they're going to go and drop down Lifelines.
Great team fight here. Great response from Raiders as they were trying to hold the door, hold that T1 pad. They were able to do so. Oh my god! Did you see that Snorlax just picked off that Leafeon in the bush? What an incredible play there.
Oh my gosh. And, they didn't actually get any value Raiders from that Regieleki walking in. It was great defense coming out from Bruff Esports. We have 177 against 127 here. So, BE showing us, they are yet again aggressive at the start. They want to keep this lead. 3 level 10s on that side. But Joe is level 11 now on that Metagross.
Level 11 is going to be hard to take down. If they're able to get their level 13 power spray, that's going to be a really tough thing to deal with for Bruff. But a nice big overcap in that top path. Again, they're going to have a lot of brawling ability with this Venusaur. I'm really excited to see what these endgame fights are going to look like. Probably get a little bit of a preview here if Raiders wants to maybe push this basement objective, but I think they're pretty content farming their side of the map.
Oh, 100%. And I think, you know, if you're on the side of Raiders, you are looking to break these pads because the Hooper Buzz here is going to be able to pull people up and down. And so far, it's actually going to be the pads on the Raiders that's going to be broken there. 2 steps going to go through. Buzz trying to save Sulu as much as possible. The compute and crash will go through and actually knock out Sulu. Trevenant coming through, and the dash that goes through, but the Greedent with its pockets full of berries will be able to survive that onslaught, and Robbie needs to somehow get back to their side. The Hooper Portal able to allow Buzz to just get back into the fight healthy, but we are missing some crucial members of Rough Esports. Venusaur coming through now. RX in a tough position. The Razor Leaf not able to take out the defender. What? It just escaped with the skin of its teeth.
1 HP and a dream for that Snorlax. You have a Regirock that's going to give some nice bonus defense and special defense for the next 90 seconds. However, that will be over by the time Rayquaza spawns. There is, however, this top Regieleki that it does look like both teams are very interested in because we have 3 members of Raiders. We have 4 members of Bruff.
Oh, definitely. And I think, you know, with the rotation on the minimap, as you can see, we have Bruff Esports trying to zone out Raiders to get this top Regieleki. Aura Cannon will go through, does not able to connect though, but here comes Robbie with the Woodhammer combo. That Lucario is sent back to the Pokemon Center, and it is going to be, it's going to be the Dash Maridon trying to make a difference here, but the suplex yet again with the submission will mean that they're going to take it down, but they will take down the champ before that though. Gets traded there from Buzz. Buzz looking to try to get out of the way with Phantom Force here, and we have obviously Don still looking for their level 13 and that I guess boosted or leveled up pedal dance there that can cover the entire side of that Rayquaza pit. So 50 seconds to go. I mean, that's probably going to be their strategy, just to level up to that 13 ASAP.
Leafeon able to take out the Greedent in the Hayfire. Looking to now take away this Metagross. It's level 13. That's a big bit of catch-up XP for Bruff Esports with 30 seconds until this Rayquaza. They're going to love exactly that Leafeon getting level 13, and everybody else is kind of sitting around that level 12. Even the Hoopa, that's going to be massive for Bruff Esports. It's already 1 game away from advancing to the losers finals, where they're going to be meeting Daybreak. If they're able to get there, more pressure will be this Regieleki that's walking in, and I don't know, there seems to be a lot of momentum for Bruff right now.
Oh, they definitely want the momentum. RX in that lower left bush here, just waiting for anyone that's going to come in. We don't want that Leafeon to check this bush without its Trevenant being there. Here comes a jump from Ice as well as we pan down to look at the action starting out. Robbie trying to make space for their team as the block will come through, just peeling away for them. Joe maybe caught out here, goes in for the engage, and we have the Verdant Anger trying to stay sustained. Don on such low HP somehow survives that. No, Computer Clash will come through. Maridon also going down. That's 3 members of Raiders going down now, and Bruff Esports having the upper hand once again. Joe on the side of Raiders trying to be a raid boss here, stalling out the fight, but the ring's unbound. Well, the attacker type Hooper is going to be able to take them down, and it's all going to be the defenders available for Raiders to try to steal this Rayquaza. We have members coming back. Lucario is now back with his power-up punch. Pengu, can they go through? They dash. They are going to be able to take down Sulu though. The Rayquaza is at a low HP. Robbie still very healthy, trying to zone out the team, but numbers of Raiders are coming back. They have the dash to go through. Buzz will go down. Lucario goes down to the Rayquaza though. What is going on? Dawn trying its best with this Giga Drain just to stay sustained. Dodges the Maridon dash, but Joe is going to be here, and it's going to be good enough for that Gyro Ball, and Robbie now having to stop 1 member hopefully from scoring. Maridon very smart going to that top side, but the Maridon is going to be able to try to take down Sulu, doing its best to get some scores, and Kyle, no one needs the Rayquaza anymore. It's all about scoring on the pad.
Oh, they get the 259. That's going to put them in the lead. Raiders, they're going to keep adding to this lead, and there's no one on Bruff Esports across the map. This is going to be the comeback of all comebacks. Bruff just didn't take the Rayquaza. They had some opportunities, but Oh, they're doing the fall just short here.
8 seconds to go. Buzz trying to make a difference, but he's got a little bit too many points in his pockets, and that block is going to be good enough to score this out. Raiders coming back from the depths of defeat to take this game number 2.
Wow. I honestly thought we get our shocked reactions. I love that.
I know. I love the fact that it panned to us because I was like, woo, what's going on?
Honestly, 271, 237 is almost as close as it gets. Thought that maybe Buzz was gonna be able to make it across the map, but like you said, had too much money in their pockets. Unfortunate for them. However, fortunate for us.
Too much cookie dough, mate.
They got too much cookie dough. Oh, we're gonna get a game 3 though to decide who gets to play Daybreak in the losers finals. And oh man, Joe on the Metagross looked great there, but the thing that I was really impressed with, Fu, was this Miraidon switching it up a little bit. We saw a lot of charge beams early on, but the switch to Electro Drift seemed to really pay dividends for them in that late game.
Yeah, I think both these teams kind of switched the drafts if you think about it, because in the first game, Raiders was all about the run you down kind of draft, right? They had a lot of those Pokemon to run it down. And now in the second game, Bruff Esports actually opting for that strategy because we have, Machamp running you down, Leafeon, Petal Dance Venu, and Robbie on that Trevenant as well. It begs the question, is it a better move to go Solar Beam there? I mean, it is going to be a bit scary, right? Because you constantly have Greedent, Lucario, and Metagross up at your behind, with Shep obviously going that dash Miraidon as well. Is it better just to stay really out of the fight and use your Solar Beams to take down? Or are you going to be running it down like Don did? And I think Don got a little bit caught there. Still managed to sustain themselves for quite a period of time. But at the end of the day, as soon as Buzz went down, there was no more healing for their team, right?
You can have... you can kind of play into your strengths, right? I think it worked really well in game number 1, where Robbie was on that tree and he had Don on the Miraidon. I think it could work again, right? Play the Solar Beam. Solar Beam essentially plays like Charge Beam Miraidon in a way. You kind of play from that back line, try to do some damage, chunk them down, and let your speedster kind of clean up the fight with some heavy damage. And Sulu was fantastic on that character. I think if you would have gone Beam there, you might have even done a little bit better. I don't know. I don't know if that's the right reason, but it seemed to play well in game 1. Maybe they could have gone back to it, but I don't mind the pivot to the Petal Giga build. I still think Venusaur's underrepresented generally.
Yes.
But I don't know. I think there's a lot of ways you could play Pokemon. We talked about it before, or right before this game. I think Venusaur is one of them. You could kind of play it both ways.
Is it weird that I think Espeon also might be decent here as well, just because Psybeam just loves when a team is so tanky? I mean, looking at the fact that there were no actual supporters on the side of Raiders, it was just Greedent, Snorlax, Miraidon, Lucario, and a Metagross. I mean, if you land a decent Psybeam, that's a lot of damage that's going to be distributed across the board there. And I want to also point out is the fact that there was no support that meant that their draft needed Pokemon that can actually sustain and heal themselves. And Curry Puffs, the berries, it can heal themselves. Snorlax got the block to give you additional shield as well. It can sustain itself, right? Pengu on the close combat pup. Close combat heals you. And Joe, obviously, Gyrable, able to keep themselves sustained. So it's actually a really decent draft and shows us that you don't need that typical Blissey or Eldegoss to keep your team sustained. If you just play for yourself, really, in that type of strategy, you can actually outlast something like a Hooper. Because as long as you take down Hooper, guess what? No more portals, no more Pokemon Center heals. And that means, I, Sulu, Don, and Robbie have to try to sustain themselves without Buzz's help there.
We've seen Luminosity in the North America scene kind of do a lot of what you're just talking about. They don't play a ton of support with healing. They play a ton. They have Otter, who plays a lot of Mew.
Yes.
That's their supporter. They play support Mew, and then they add some damage and frontlining. So you don't see a ton of it. You saw them play some Psyduck recently. I completely agree that you don't always need a healer. I think it does help in some situations, but if you have a lot of Pokemon, like you said, that have some self-sustain built into their kit, It works. Raiders, it worked
Yeah.
for Raiders. You saw it there. They outlasted a lot of those fights even without a healer.
100%. And I guess, will they bring it up to the next game? Is it the strategy? You know, don't fix what's not broken. They tried the run you down comp the first game, didn't work too well. This second draft looked a little bit better. Obviously, Blizzy Umbreon getting banned out almost every game so far that we've seen, and the other two bans were Psyduck, Mimikyu. I mean, Mimikyu is definitely going to be another good pick with the Shadow Claw to sustain and kind of rip through the defenses of a run you down comp. But the fact that they banned it means that there's no trouble, right? And it's going to be up to B to kind of find a way to I guess go against the tankiness that they're going to bring out. And maybe it is time to bring back the Glaceon for Sulu with the Ice Cream Sphere set instead. Or maybe even a Delphox. I'm such a big fan of Delphox.
Ooh.
And just going to disclaim, I know it's not competitively the most viable Pokemon, but the fact that you can just unite every minute, it seems, once you hit that level 9, Kyle, I feel like it's actually a decent pick.
Yeah, the problem is that you just need to survive that early game and get to that late game where you have the Unite, because Delphox is kind of that jack of all trades, master of none type of pick where it doesn't have necessarily the best laning phase, because like the problem that you run into is, where do we put it? It doesn't have the best laning phase because it doesn't have that great last hit ability like a lot of mages do. It doesn't necessarily have the best center phase where you really want to have your center laner, your jungler, come to the lane at level 5 with some sort of tool that can help you win a lane. It doesn't quite get that until at least level 6, and I would argue level 7 once it gets access to Fire Spin. So you really just need to survive that early game, and if you have, and you can pair it with a defender that might help you win and get those last hits, that's where I think Delphox might fit into that puzzle piece. But like you said, if you're able to get there, I really do love it when it's able to get online. But a lot of teams see that pick and they try to just hard counter it and win that early game.
I think another Pokemon, now that you reminded me, just somewhere in your explanation of, getting online and maybe having a level advantage, is Lapras Perisong going up against tanks, because that Pokemon and that move in particular has that huge execute damage. So it's great against teams that just want to surround you, right? Because you have this area of effect where if you get hit 3 times, a lot of the times you're going to be low enough HP to get executed immediately. And, something like an XP Espeon. I don't know, I might be just yapping away here, Kyle, but imagine XP Espeon at the bottom path there, having a Lapras, Robbie, for example, without XP Share, finally getting to shine with the level lead there. Espeon coming up in that 9-10 time on the clock to help with those 50s. You have 4 members up top. Robbie gets the farm all of bottom side, gets that level lead. Lapras expects to come through. I don't know, it might be a fever dream. Let's see what happens.
I think you're cooking something here. I don't think it's a fever dream. I love that concept. I think it works really well. We see a lot of North America teams start to pivot to it, but it was kind of pioneered by Fennel in Japan.
Yes.
I mean, we saw them run that Mew XP share bottom lane with the Umbreon a lot of times that entire tournament, and I think there are probably a handful of Pokemon in that attacker role that fit that XP share very well, where you don't necessarily need to scale late game. I think, Mew's obviously one, Pikachu being another one that plays pretty well into that. I think you're onto something here. I think Espeon is a great candidate for it as well, because you have an early evolve, you have that level 4 where you get online pretty quickly. And not only that, but you don't necessarily need level 9. As long as you hit level 8, you have your Unite move already. And for an attacker, that's fantastic. I think some teams can do Miraidon. I personally think Miraidon can fit that build because you don't need to evolve. But I think if you're able to kind of find a composition that works well with an XP share attacker, it can absolutely work, because there are a lot of defenders that love that late scaling.
Oh, for sure. And if you're using a Pokemon just pure for the stun or pure for the applying the Curse Incense, for example, like you said, Pikachu, you can just use it just to stun. You don't actually have to be the damage dealer if you have something like your Lapras or Trevenant that's going to be doing bulk of the damage, as well as your, obviously, all-rounder Central Area Pokemon, or even another special attacker or ranged attacker in that position as well. It's not all about damage when it comes to attackers, is it? In this game, you really want that versatility. And sometimes XP is going to be able to help you out and help out the rest of your team as well. But we won't delay the action any further. I've just got heard from production that the next game is ready to go. Kyle, this is the final game of this match. Who will come out on top? Is it going to be Raiders that's going to be raiding their way into the losers finals, or is it going to be Bruff Esports showing us how to be?
I don't know. We're gonna see what these comps have in store for us. We're gonna have Bruff Esports on their left side, Raiders on your right side once again. We're taking this Gibble to the top lane, whereas Hoopa, looking for maybe an invade, was gonna be met with this little handshake invade by the other support. Eldegoss, they're gonna A-press each other and just kind of have a little bit of a duel here in the center area.
Both supporters getting vision for their teams, right, Kyle? I mean, this is going to be a brawl, a 1v1. Buzz, thinking about it, has to quickly retreat here. Glossville will win this engagement. Oh my god, has to use the eject. So a great show of prowess from Curry here.
Love that play. Lucario gonna try to get online, steal some of that neutral farm away from Bruff Esports. We do have a little bit of a scuffle here. We have the jungler, this Joe on the Dragonite coming down to the bot lane. Gonna get some of this farm here, push forward. Now we have this Umbreon online. They're gonna foul play, push that Miraidon into danger. They're gonna have to peel back, grab a berry, and hold on for dear life.
What path Machop is an interesting choice, but it definitely is working as they are going to be able to get some stacks. But here we go. First bit of experience now soaked up on the side of Raiders there. Joe wanting that level 8 ASAP. We've seen Joe play a lot of Dragonite in the recent times.
Gibble gonna try to get some points in, but Lucario pushing them out with a nice little meteor mash. But here comes Joe. Here comes Dragonair. They're looking to get online. They're not able to get the KO, but here is this Hoopa. They get sussed out by this Umbreon. Great play here. Great response from Raiders.
What a great timing for RX to come up top there. Obviously, they're a little bit delayed for those 850s, but it catches the supporter of Bruff Esports out, and that's sometimes all you need to allow your team to get more stacks. Gibble still looking to evolve here, and they're going to be going up against a level 6 Lucario now, so 2 levels difference is going to mean they have to take a step back there, maybe get some of the farm in the central area.
Surfs up from the Slowbro Dragonite, hitting the map now, level 8 already. Miraidon's just gonna have to peel back because they see 2 of their brethren already back in the Pokemon Center. Hoopa as well, gonna try to stay back, try to keep the team upright. Umbreon looking to maybe push on forward. Instead, they're just gonna steal away some of this farm. And like you said, Gabite kind of retreated for a bit, now online as that Gabite. Still need that level 9 though.
Yeah, it definitely does. Ice having to back away now. I mean, the Hooper portals will be able to help out just in case someone pushes that top hat there. We have the 720 birds will be spawning very, very soon as Robbie look to soak up it for their team. Maybe surf it away if it can, as we have Joe. Level 9 now, Kyle.
Level 9, gonna have access to Draco Meteor, or Draco Impact, sorry. You have level 8 on that Urshifu as well. Both sets of objectives about to hit the Thea Sky Ruins. We're gonna see which team wants to prioritize top, which team wants to prioritize bottom. Bruff looking to maybe do a little bit of a split push, and I think that might be the right choice here because they should be able to grab this Reg Ice, no problem. No contest from Raiders, as Raiders prioritizing the top.
That's just something that's really great on the side of Raiders, able to break that top pad so the Hooper can't actually send people up in time for this secure. We do have the ability for Pengu to get that Reggie Electi for them, so there needs to be a little bit of defense here. I think we're just waiting for Buzz to get that portal for their team. Don and Sulu both waiting on pad. Robbie's going to watch the bottom 4 now, but you know, in the end, Raiders actually going to use it as a distraction and window shop in the enemy central area.
I like this play from them. Lucario's going to likely steal this blue buff, maybe head down and maybe try to score. However, I think it's the right call when you have a Hoopa to maybe just try to get the center farm because Hoopa's going to be able to transport people, so it tends to be a little bit difficult. But either way, 122-31, Raiders taking full advantage.
Full advantage indeed, and they have the advantage for points as well. And so are the levels as well. Level 10 Lucario coming through here. We have the Draco Impact to land Joe into the midst of battle, but they actually are going to retreat away here as the Hyper Beam will go through and do a little bit of damage onto Ice. Ice has that Unite move, has the Live It Outrage, good looks for the scoop, but the meticulous Dragon Dance is going to be able to escape that function as the fight will start on. Other teams going to look to push this tier 1 pad.
Looks like they wanted to, but they're going to think twice of it. Going to maybe live to fight another day. No objectives really right now, so I think as this match goes on and on and on, we'll see how this Hoopa plays with their Unite move, which path that they want to push. Umbreon grabbing a stack. We have the Thunder coming out from Miraidon. They're looking to now push and defend this T1 pad because they do not want to give up another one right now.
No, they don't. And if you're on the side of Raiders, you want to break this tier 1 on the bottom side as fast as possible. Look at that Hooper. You gotta try to nerf it as much as you can, right? It's one of the best supported game at the moment.
Ooh, looks like we got a little bit of a lag here, but we're gonna try to make sure that this gets sorted out. Either way, right now, we do have a 127-31 lead here. Hoopa just ticks into their Unite move, so we're going to see where they decide to utilize it. Regice hits the map. We have no team really looking to fully engage here, but here we go. Miraidon just throwing some charge beams, making sure that they're going to chip away at these HP bars on the side of Raiders.
And here we go, the Reg Ice now against 3 members of Raiders are in the bottom. A little bit of a split, I guess, attention for Raiders here. The Dragonite obviously going up top because they want to be able to secure that. Slow Beam goes on to the Lucario, and the Reg Ice actually going to go on the side of the Miraidon.
Oh, eject play from Miraidon, tries to grab the Umbreon, unable to. Hoopa sending the team up with the Rings Unbound. They're looking to push this, able to grab the Regieleki. It's going to walk towards this T1 pad, which is still full, so a lot of points about to rain in for Bruff Esports, and they almost get the score lead, but they bring it within 9.
The score is so close, Kyle, and so are the levels. I mean, this is just a fight to the end there. Clash of 2 very talented teams. They both won the ticket into the losers finals here. We have Joe, level 12 already, getting that blue buff as well. And just for the better part of this game, Raiders have just been in and pressured into the central area of the opponent's team, always threatening to take some of the buffs to make sure that if Bruff Esports isn't there, they're going to be able to get that level lead away from them going to that Rayquaza fight.
Gonna have some more HP bars getting chipped here. Miraidon just doing a great job of keeping the team at bay. They're kind of pushing Raiders around. I don't think they want to get caught within that Thunder Charge Beam combination that they're able to do. And once again, we're seeing this Slowbro provide a lot of value. I really love the way Robbie is protecting these backline carries and gonna pay dividends in the late game.
Yeah, dividends indeed. That's what they want. And we have an attempt to score at 10 by RX. Maybe a little bit more optimistic here as we have the Portal Instinct to bring people down. It wasn't a reaction or a bait at the end of the day, but we have members dropping in though. 2 members dropped out, 3 members for Raiders here, Kyle.
Oh, huge play. Double KO for this Miraidon, and Bruff Esports gets exactly what they needed. They broke the pad. They're able to get a ton of points in. And not only that, but they found some pivotal KOs in that moment. And also giving them a little bit of space for Garchomp to just full send on this basement Reggie if they choose.
What I does not have the Unite move. We have 6 seconds until the inception of the Green Dragon. And here is Ice ripping this Regirock, providing a little bit more health, but not managed to get it there, Kyle.
Oh, just like one hit too short. Might have been useful to have one additional person there, especially with the Hoopa. Both teams going to look to chip some damage bars down. Miraidon looking for a play here. Dragonite looking for a back cap instead. They're going to get it. They're going to have tool of their Unite move to go on in as well if they choose.
They actually stopped scoring there, so maybe a communication from the team, because this Lucario is looking very low, having to peel out of the fight. The positioning of Bruff Esports is going to be so important here at this Rayquaza as Dragonite gets caught off by the scoop.
Oh, the scoop from this dragon, or from the Garchomp is going to push them out to the brink, push them onto the perimeter of the map. We're going to have Urshifu maybe try to line them up as well. Meanwhile, the Rayquaza is getting chipped down by Bruv Esports. They want to continually put pressure on here because Lucario is able to break that goal, 60 points. But here comes Hoopa. Rings are unbound. Ray is at half. There's going to be a lot of secure tools at the disposal of Raiders. Here comes Miraidon with the Meteors. We're going to have Dragonite trying to chip it down, but they're not able to get into the Ray Pit. Rayquaza likely going to be regenerating here as Slowbro goes down. Machamp goes down as well. And just like that, 4 members of Bruff Esports down. It's just this Garchomp that's going to have to zone on out. Instead, Raiders is going for the scores here.
That's incredibly smart. I mean, if they rip the Rayquaza, there was a percentage chance that Ice could steal it, but if they score, there is a 100% chance they can get at least a score in. And knowing that it was just a small struggling for them, and that score of 100 means that they're going to be in the lead there. Curry Pass looking to get another 100 burger. It doesn't matter though, with 16 seconds to go. It is going to be Raiders coming out on top with the scores. It really came down to the last half a minute for both of these teams, but with that Hyper Beam to shut down the Garchomp and the Miraidon, Joe and Raiders will secure their spot in the losers finals.
Man, it makes you wonder if Garchomp had vision on the rest of them, if they thought maybe they could just rip that Rayquaza. It could have been potentially possible, but I just don't think that they thought that they could. Although I think it was just Lucario that was kind of hanging around the Rayquaza, but I think they were on the opposite side. Ice might have had an opening to go ahead and rip there, but I don't know. With 4 members down, it might not have even paid dividends for them.
It's just very hard to say, right? Because in the moment, you do have members of your team coming down. There's not enough time to see how long before they can get back into play. And while ripping is good, if they come back and respawn, after you get the Rayquaza, you're going to be the only one with the shield. And with 4 members going to score, Kyle, it's going to be pretty hard there. A bit of a tall order. But at the end of the day, Raiders coming into it. Look at Curry Puffs with 40,000 damage on this supporter. What even is rolls anymore? I mean, we just have to see the Pokemon as is, because that is... They nearly did the most amount of damage, they tanked the most for the team, and they obviously healed the most as well. So MVP to Curry Puffs for sure.
I love seeing some Eldegoss representation. I think it's still one of the better supports in the game. I mean, it definitely falls behind things like Hoopa and Blissey and Psyduck, but I think when a lot of Pokemon end up getting banned, I think it can fit a role, especially if you have heavy engage. I mean, you look at what Raiders wanted to do there. You have the Lucario for that engage point. You have the Machamp for the engage point. You even have Dragonite. So you have kind of a really brawly squad. I think that's really where Eldegoss tends to thrive, because you can really stay on the perimeter, continuously put pressure on them with those A-press auto attacks, and you're seeing what type of value that thing can provide.
Yeah, value is definitely very important in this game, right? Whether it's going in for the rip, for the dunks, the macro decisions are going to be so crucial to how each match is going to be played. Now, I want to bring back Lobo and Zero and Alex to see what their thoughts on this game, because yet again, we have 3 games in a set in the series. Neither of these teams wanted to go down, but at the end, it was Raiders that came out on top. Alex, let's start with you.
I mean, I don't know about you, but damage Eldegoss is a thing, okay? And being able to see how well it was doing, I mean, you could easily say that it was kind of steamrolling the team like a hot cookie sheet onto a whole opposing team, right? On top of all that, when you look at like Machamp and Lucario, and I think it was Umbreon, who did less than 20k, they were just kind of the crumbs on top of, or the sugar dust on top of a nice good sugar cookie. You knew this was going to happen, okay? Bringing me in, you knew you were going to get these kinds of puns, but all I know is that when you look at these last 2 teams, one of them was gonna have to break, and one of them was gonna need to be able to be on top. That's 3 for 3 from deep. I'm done. Needless to say, good job for Raiders.
Lobo, what were your thoughts on that?
All I can think about right now is cookies and what kind of cookie I want. But the Raiders managed to get their cookie that they wanted. So really, really happy with the way that performed. The return of the Elder God, we have seen it. We saw it go up against Hooper in that early round. That Ray fight was a very, very interesting one. But again, I wanted to point out, we saw 2 kind of secure Pokemons coming out from the side of Raiders in the side of Hyper Beam, Dragonite, and the Lucario on the pup. But turns out they didn't need it at all. There was possibly a chance, like you mentioned, Carl, for the rip with the Garchomp, full boosted, able to do something. But again, 4 members going down in one quick succession, as Garchomp was the only one able to make it through. It proved like a smart decision on the side of Raiders to just go and score. Sometimes the Ray is not the way. Sometimes it's not the cookie that you want. It's the other things in the pantry. And they did look in the pantry and found something else that they wanted to nom on. And those were the pads of Bruff Esports. So, well played to Raiders. And they are going to go up against Daybreak, who have been waiting for them in the losers final.
it's just like which team actually has the advantage here. Would you rather be watching, getting some sort of idea of what they're going to be playing, but also cooling down on on your fingers? Haven't Daybreak haven't played since the winners finals, which is what, an hour and a half ago at this point. Whereas Raiders are now coming through. They've won every single game of the losers bracket, and they want more. Right? They're hungry for more. They're looking to raid the pantry, Alex, for those cookies. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about. The losers finals is, if not the second most important matchup and second most important set for today's tournament there. And Nato's Revenge, obviously, also waiting for a long time. They're going to be, watching this game with meticulous intent. They want to know exactly how Daybreak plays, exactly how Raiders plays. And, we're going to have that action very soon for you guys, as Raiders are going to be preparing for their matchup against Daybreak. But for one of the last times, go take a break. We'll be right back with all the action. It is going to be Daybreak against Raiders in our losers finals.
to be a cookie or to be a crumble? That is the question. Was it rather to be a chocolate chip or a macadamia nut? These are the questions that haunt my mind at night and why I can't fall asleep. But welcome back to the OC Aeos Cup Play-ins Finals. And of course, I'm your host, Zero In on Eats a Cookie. With me, I have Fu, Steel Agent Kyle, and Lobo, the squad, the boys, the fellas, the chocolate chips of my cookie life. That being said, we have seen quite the amount of matches today, and we are here at the Losers Finals. But are you ever really a loser when you have a delicious warm cookie out of the oven? But let me tell you, nobody is hotter in this room right now than Raiders, and Daybreak is like a day-old cookie. They're still good, but they need to be reheated just a little bit to be able to get back into this game and fight their way out of losers to go back against Natsu's Revenge. Improv. It'd be like that. but Fu,
well said.
Fu, what'd you think? I think that was a pretty good intro.
It's very hard to follow up on that, Alex. But you did make a great point there. We have 3 teams left, but only one team will be able to get their I guess entry ticket to EUIC, and Natsu's Revenge waiting in the grand finals there. They've been there for a while, but it is now coming down to the second last set for today. Daybreak against Raiders. Daybreak looking to get back in, getting the revenge. Should we call them a Daybreak's Revenge when they get back in, if they do?
I think so.
Raiders actually has a nice ring to it. Raiders Revenge, double R against the NR. You know what? Maybe we should get paid for this as well. You know, stop the cool
We're just
stuff.
ideas.
We need
We're
some
just idea
money
people
to go in. Let's start a graphics and a name making company. Maybe that's the way. And we can start an org as well with all the money we got from that.
I'll be our spokesperson. I'm pretty sure I'm good at that.
There we go. Well, one locked in. I mean, it's up to Kyle and Lobo to get that role there. Maybe we can have the CEO and the CFO here.
I can see Kyle as the
Either way,
CEO,
what are we
just kind of
expecting?
behind the desk. Yes.
I don't know.
That's what we are,
If there's
basically, right?
cookies
Alex, we're all
involved.
behind the desk.
We're all just behind the desk.
I don't think you realize how hard it is to keep somewhat of a straight face when Alex starts talking about his cookies. But again, we are here to see how the cookie crumbles for this losers final. There you go. I got mine in. The Raiders have been raiding their way through the losers bracket. Daybreak are trying to find some daylight to head back on to the losers and to the winners grand final. Both teams fighting for everything. We've seen a lot of game 3 situations. Kyle, my friend, where do you see this one headed?
It's hard. Daybreak might be a little cool right now. It's been about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours since that they've been able to play last. Maybe they're staying warm and ranked or something, but it's tough to kind of get your mental back in when you've had such a long break. And Raiders, they've just kind of been trucking along. That tough fought 2-1 set in the last round that we saw. They're ready to go. They want this crown. They want to eat their cookies. They want to get back to the grand final.
That's it. I mean, with that motto and that motivation, which team, will come out on top? Well, only time will tell here. But I can't believe how many sets we're able to watch today, fellow casters. And I think just giving everyone a recap of the bracket as we get the next set up here, we saw 2 very, very close matches in the round 1. Winner semifinals, number 1, Legends reappear against Daybreak, a 2-1. So 3 games there for us to spectate. And then if you look into the next winners finals, Natsu's Revenge 2-0. So that's 5 games of intense action. And then we went into the 3rd game of Legends reappear against Bruff Esports. There's another one. And then Raiders against Bruff, what we watched just prior. 3 games as well. They are really going the distance the whole entire way. And for a game that's, 10 minutes, a lot can happen and a lot can change towards the end. And, we have a saying that we always like to repeat: when there's a raid, there's a way. So is the way to draft a team with that secure potential, or are you guys more on the team fight draft side of things? Yeah, maybe I'll start with you, Lobo. Are you more a fan of teams that, look to have that insurance for that Rayquaza, or more teams that are more confident in rolling it out and then, wiping the team and then doing the Rayquaza?
Look, I think that's probably the more exciting thing for us viewers to watch, but nobody also is going to deny seeing a secure out of nowhere when all 10 Pokemon are inside that Rayquaza pit. But there is also something to be said about, you know, having a clean Ray fight to go. But I don't think we have to wait much longer to get our answers to what we're going to see for this final set. It is going to be Zeron Eats a Cookie joining myself, the Cookie Life, as I have now renamed myself, for this losers final against Daybreak and Raiders, a spot in the grand final where Natu's revenge is waiting for them. Guys, Kyle, Fu, take a break. Alex and myself are going to be casting this action. I can't wait to see this hotly contested match.
Absolutely. It's time to get into losers finals. We have Daybreak versus Raiders game 1. We have Anon, and look, already we see a Darkrai is going to be in lane along with a what seems to be a in central area Blaziken. I've actually become quite a fan of having a Pokemon like Blaziken in the central area. I do play a lot of top lane Pokemon, but coming out, especially with a Blaze Kick, to be able to kind of push objectives and Pokemon to your side is going to be very pivotal for this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting to see Raiders on the orange side picking 3 evolutions that they're going to get. Leafeon, Glaceon already online. Blaziken heading on in. We are seeing a Greedent in the top path. 9-11, but that Darkrai is going to be interesting. And Squirtle rounding up the play. Nice little composition coming out from Raiders. Not something I expected, but all eyes are going to be on the King of Nightmares to see how they fail as this top path middle Altara is about to spawn, Alex.
I mean, expect the unexpected because you never know what you might get. You know, they say life is like a box of chocolates, but I'd say it's more like a nice, fresh, hot box of cookies as now the Glaceon is pouring in the ice. Ice, baby, as they're putting on. And Joe, is it actually really good on the Icy Wind? A lot of people sometimes question as a big KO gets down to the Squirrel. The Knight might be looking for more to get those stacks because, again, Blaziken's going to be able to benefit quite a bit if it's able to get these stacks. Meanwhile, Snorlax's going to do everything that they can, and good stacks all around, good flank from the Blaziken, and off they go. These evolutions may go.
Yeah, is that Icy Wind gonna be the icing on the cookie for Raiders to take out this first game? But the Whack-A-Mole's gonna come out for Darkrai as he's gonna go into the enemy team's central area as it picks up a quick KO, Alex.
That's a great job. Being able to use this Knight, just be able to avoid all damage. System is really going to come in and do a lot of damage here. Umbreon is going to be their big defender, and I kind of like what Raiders is actually doing. You have 3 evolutions, one of them being a defender. You have a Squirrel, which is a defender in Green, but it's more of that harass Pokemon. And again, Blastoise, if you can get it up and going, it can be your all-arounder. But again, it is very bulky while you allow Leafeon and Glaceon to kind of do the damage that they do best. But do not count Anon out, as they have shown how good they are on this Garchomp.
Yeah, absolutely. Greedent was used to kind of really pin down the Miraidon in previous games. Darkrai has a little bit of help itself, being able to put anything to sleep if it decides to really get pressured by these evolutions. So it's gonna be an interesting one. 720 on the boards. Raiders gonna soak up all that bottom farm as Daybreak's gonna soak up all that top farm. It's 10 seconds until these Reggie's objectives decide to spawn. Daybreak looking ahead to that top path, but it looks like Raiders haven't really made up their decision, slowly making their way to the top path as well.
110 to 106, both of these look looking good. Knight has already become level 8, which is kind of the pivotal moment for this Blaziken. Blaziken might have to run into this little Greedent, though. Meanwhile, Leafeon with the Emerald 2-step, able to secure the Regieleki, able to take it away from Daybreak. Blaze Overheat is going in. They're going to do the Wombo combo, switch stances, but now the rest of Raiders are kind of converging. Glacial Stage is here. The stage is set. Regieleki, it's making its way downtown, and it found its home into the top path like a smooth cookie dough butter going in onto that path. Amazing job by Raiders.
Yeah, unfortunately, Raiders had a lot of low HP teammates just surrounding them, and Darkrai coming out again with the Dark Pulse, making sure that a dream just turns into a nightmare as they still turn it around. 57 points in this. Umbreon possibly getting caught out between the Darkrai and the Snorlax, but unfortunately, Umbreon is just too good at getting in and out of sticky situations.
Sticky situations are kind of the thing for Cookie Dough here, and honestly, Raiders is really positioning themselves well to kind of have the lead. I mean, look at this. They still have their tier 1 on the bottom, and again, this Umbreon has just been able to give so much vision, and again, Blaziken just provides so much damage. It is able to converge, able to get this easily with no problem, and now this is Daybreak's moment to make a little bit of a play onto Raiders as they're going to try to raid onto this tier 1 bottom. Here comes the Leafeon throwing out a couple of leaves with those Razor Leaf. Here comes Joe setting the Glacial Stage, avoiding that overheat coming out from Blaziken, doing lots of damage. Moonlight Prance and a big old slam coming out from Blastoise of the Snorlax. Blastoise finally made its way downtown. Spin to Win is here to play the game. Who's it gonna play the game as the rest of the Raiders are raiding down in a good defense? Daybreak able to get a couple of scores in, but not all for naught and unable to break tier 1. But it is 160 to 167.
They brought that back to within 7 points. The pantry was raided, but nothing was taken. Greedent still has all of the Munchables to himself, trying to get a few little dunks in here, but Anon has decided to go, and it's going to have to pop into Unite Move, but gets caught with a big, heavy slam. But Greedent doesn't mind. It's just going to nom its way right on out of that area.
That's the beauty about Greedent, you know, it's Orange Berries to be able to just kind of sift its way. It can do a lot of damage, but at the end of the day, what is Raiders really going to do with this Greedent as he does get taken out? But see, this is where we're seeing Anon. We've seen him do this again. Garchomp, the higher levels, it's going to start scaling. Look at Daybreak as a whole. They have 2 Pokemon at level 11 with a Blaziken at level 12, and you got to imagine this Regieleki is looking for a new home. That home must smell of warm chocolate chip cookies because it is very happy when it's able to find it. Blaze Kick goes in. Glacial Stage is finally set again by Joe. Darkrai's trying to go ahead and convert. Bliss assist all the way through the walls, able to land on Anon, and now Anon trying to scoop teams up, and now a big scoop of cookie dough ice cream is being served on a platter as Regieleki is just going to get absolutely shoved in. Great job by Anon, and the points rain in 295 to 200 for Daybreak.
Absolutely. Anon is scooping those points in with both fists, doing an incredible job. Daybreak turned that around really quickly. Snorlax going to take a big power nap, eating too many cookies. It's going to give him a little bit of fatigue, but that does not weigh him down to heavy slam his way on out. Man, Daybreak managed to turn that points lead around quite quickly, but look at that. We have a Blaziken level 14. Anon is a level 13 on that Garchomp Knight, level 11 on that Darkrai. Maybe that Darkrai needs to start getting a few levels to be a little bit more impactful, but Leafeon going up against a Garchomp, not something you want to do as it gets swiftly swatted by Anon on the big dragon.
This is where things get really scary if you're our Raiders, because Daybreak having this much power, and if you have ever faced a Blaziken at level 15 with full stacks, not only is it able to regenerate a lot of health with its combos, but the secure just becomes unmatched. The only thing better than a level 15 Blaziken is like a level 15 Hyper Beaming Dragonite, but even scarier is this Regieleki, because if Daybreak is able to get this within the 20 seconds remaining, it now becomes an extra win condition for the side of Daybreak.
They got to be very careful about taking this fight here. Blastoise is going to retreat just to get a little bit more HP. Leafeon lurking. Greedent is lurking. That covet and Belch combination is ready, but it runs right into a heavy slam as it looks like Daybreak is going to do exactly what you said, Alex, and go for this top Regieleki.
It's going to be very valuable. Shep's doing everything that they can, but they get knocked out by the Blissey, which, as you know, is the best secure in the game. I lied to you earlier when I talked about Overheat and Hyper Beam. No, it's actually just Blissey, boosted autos, and or, if you're more comfortable with it, the Egg Bomb. But here we go. Knight is going to miss a little bit. Overheat leg does go up, but right now it looks like Raiders is going to try to find a way in. Meanwhile, Daybreak able to get a big KO, and Anon is going very deep, and no, they're going for the win condition. Rayquaza is not on their radar. They realize that Regieleki went in, and they're gonna do as such. The Moonlight Prance finally lands on System. System using that whack-a-mole to move around, avoid damage, and they do get taken out. They get caught. Joe is down, and now Leafeon's in danger. Bliss assistance once again landing on Anon. Anon moving around left, right, up and down, moving, avoiding all the damage. The Snarl does come out, but all of Raiders is just being pushed back. Rayquaza was never meant to be the mission objective. It is go in, take them out. It's a dawn of a new day. Their game might have been an hour and a half ago, but these cookies just came out of the oven.
Yeah, they're nice, hot, fresh cookies right out of the oven. Daybreak seeing daylight. They are almost 500 points to the clear, just under 500 points, but we still have 53 minutes left to go. Daybreak might want to see what they're going to do, but they're just going to keep on the pressure, make sure that nobody can get any more scores in.
Just a great job all around, and look at how Daybreak is able to stay alive. Hydro Typhoon, Anon finally does go down, probably will not be back for the rest of this game. Blissey is also taken down. Meanwhile, Knight is still alive with the Blaziken, just trying to reposition. The overheat light goes up, and they're able to get a good amount of damage off. Look at this. They are able to go. 3 members are down before they hit the hay, and with 20 seconds remaining and the point differential being over 500, you gotta know when it's time to fold them. And Daybreak, as the sun rises in the west and sets in the east, or whatever, it doesn't matter. Up is down, and the Snorlax just confirmed it at the end. So
what a heavy slam right there. It didn't need it, but style points going everywhere. Sprinkling on a few extra M&Ms all over that cookie as it comes out of the oven. Daybreak really putting on a show, turning up the heat in the kitchen. A well played to them. They're going to take game 1 of this losers final and have a look at Knight on that 10 KO streak, System with 5, Anon with 5. But I had to give the play of that game to Liz when they crashed into that tier 2 with that amazing Bliss assistance, as Anon was very deep into the slow zone.
You gotta love a good Bliss assistance, you know, being able to go that deep in. But look at the squad. It's not even Darkrai that does the most damage. It once again is Anon on the Garchomp and Knight being on the Blaziken. These two tag team duos were just a 1-2 gut punch. On paper, Raiders looked like they had a solid team. They had a solid amount of bulk in Blastoise. Greedent, while not a defender by a very traditional standard, it still has a high HP margin along with Umbreon. And you allow Glaceon and Leafeon to kind of be your behind the wall damage dealers, and we kind of see it there. But in the end, Daybreak was not only able to take advantage of the Regieleki and scoop teams away, they had their win condition. The moment Regieleki was secured and it crashed its way in, it didn't matter. They now knew they had another way to win, and Invader was just the icing on that, you know, that frosted cookie at the end, to be able to just use the heavy slam, just a cookie sheet, and just slam itself onto Rayquaza. Get the secure, Lobo. Wow.
Look, if you had a little bit of a cookie cutter, you were about to place it in that sheet of cookie dough that you were going. Regieleki is the ideal game plan. Usually people just let that walk in, but Anon with that Garchomp and Liz right behind him on that Blissey, ready to Bliss assistance whenever it could, but didn't need to, because even as Anon approached that central area, got the dunks in, re-healed himself right up. But a real interesting talking point that obviously we don't get to see throughout the spectate modes was the bans. Psyduck Mimikyu obviously getting banned up straight away. Miraidon joining them in the ban jail, but that Dragonite was taken away from Joe. And as I did mention this earlier, we talked about it, the idea of having multiple secure Pokemon, taking that Dragonite away, probably one of Joe's most trusted Pokemon that we saw him play throughout last season. Dragonite being taken away, what other kind of secure Pokemon they had, as well as the 2 evolutions getting online very early, still not able to do that much sustaining in an all-out brawl against a Garchomp and a Blaziken.
Unfortunately for Glaceon, that's one of the weaknesses it has. If you're able to dive on it, it becomes kind of a sitting duck. Its passive is able to save it once, but not twice. And the way Anon has been playing this, and again, you know, they say you need to crack a few eggs, you know, to make a cookie. And well, you know, Liz was able to use that Bliss Assist to go deep into and save Anon to allow them to continue being the Garchomp that they were, just invading the pantry and just shredding towers down. And at the end of the day, when you look at a team like this, Joe, yeah, one of the best Pokemon they have in their arsenal is Dragonite to have those secures. Glaceon has still been a top tier Pokemon that he's able to play along with Azumarill. It is a Pokemon that we've seen not only yesterday, but in years past. When Azumarill dropped in 2022, they were able to win a regional cup as Joe has used that Pokemon. Again, in theory, Raiders looked like good on paper, but Daybreak, they broke through more than just the day. They broke through these defenses, and again, they had multiple avenues to victory, and it just so happens that Regieleki was one of them.
Absolutely. We always know we talk about cookies, all the ingredients that make a delicious, soft, mouth-watering cookie. Daybreak has found those. I'd like to talk to you about Glaceon just a little bit. When we were talking about the sustain, obviously Icy Wind with that dash move and those resets is able to do big burst damage, but I'm also kind of thinking Icicle Spear could have been a good option here. It's able to put down a lot of damage over time without that Glaceon really being in harm's way. We saw Umbreon doing a fantastic job defending from the front. Greedent was providing distractions wherever it could. Maybe that little bit of extra damage from Icicle Spear. I'm not sure, but also, you know, they could be looking for that big burst damage with the Secure. So it's really interesting to see how these players really pick the moves, what they decide to do. So, you know, but having Pokemon with such what's the word I'm looking for? Viable move sets. Both move sets. We either see one move set or the other. But having a Pokemon that's able to use both move sets to great effect is going to be really important coming into this game. Number 2, give me your predictions. We still going to see the same bands locked out?
I gotta imagine Darkrai. I don't know how much Raiders was bothered by Darkrai. Darkrai is always going to be a powerful Pokemon, and maybe, again, it wasn't the big bad wolf that they were expecting. But again, you don't want to allow an opposing team to have Darkrai, because at the end of the day, it's not about Darkrai's damage necessarily. It's potential in being able to put Pokemon to sleep. Its Unite move is very disruptive and very destructive. So it's one of those Pokemon that you got to imagine Raiders has to go back and say either one of two things. Either we got to ban it out or we have to take it away, because that's the only way you're going to get through Daybreak. You got to take away their tools, and either that or ban some things out. But again, I talked about this earlier. When you have this many Pokemon that are viable, it becomes a lot harder to ban out. The more a team has Pokemon that they can play, the harder the draft phase becomes. Because now you might think, okay, well, I'll take away his Dragonite, I'll take away his Glaceon, well, I'll take away this. But now you're going to leave Pokemon like Mimikyu available. You're going to leave Pokemon like Darkrai available on the table. So Blissey is a good supportive Pokemon. Do you plan that out because of what it was able to do for a team? This is why having a wider range of Pokemon, and especially right now in this meta, while some might say it's a little stale, I also think it's very healthy to have a wide array of Pokemon available to use for battle.
I definitely agree with you. Having a wide variety of Pokemon that just seems to get more and more, because we're still expecting 2 more Pokemon to hit the Thea Sky Ruins in the coming future. I really want to talk to you. I haven't had a chance to talk about this, but my favorite Pokemon in terms of the Mimikyu, we've only seen it let out of the ban jail about once. Still, I don't think it was utilized to the most amount of effect, because you're making me so jealous right now that I don't own myself a Mimikyu plush. I will get right on that. But the utility of Shadow Sneak, is that enough to really ban this Pokemon out? Obviously, Miraidon is heavily squishy. We've seen it when people can get up right in its face. We saw Raiders bring out the 2 Evolutions, who we know are notoriously squishy apart from their passes. If you get rid of them, they do have survivability. Is it just the fear of the Shadow Sneak that comes out from Mimikyu that's keeping it in the ban jail? Because at the moment, the times that we've seen Mimikyu let out of ban jail, it's been utilized quite well, but not necessarily putting up those kind of stats in the knockouts and even the damage kind of categories.
Right. What I think it is I think it's a multitude of things when it comes to Mimikyu. One, there's a lot of mind games that you can use when it comes to Mimikyu. When we did see it earlier, we saw it, hit a Shadow Sneak onto a Baltoy, to which the rest of the team went after it, when in all reality, all it did was hide in a bush. More so, Play Rough is a iframe type, move. Play With Me, its Unite move kind of locks down an opponent. So in reality, I think that's what Mimikyu brings. It brings invulnerability if you play rough, and Shadow Claw is a really good move to do rip, and it also gives you a good amount of life steal. But you know what, it's time to get into game 2, Raiders versus Daybreak, and it looks like Darkrai was once again allowed to come to the party, and it looks like Daybreak was able to bring exactly copy paste to the same match.
Yeah, the same comp being used by Daybreak. They're going to be allowed to do the exact same comp that they want. Blaziken heading on into the central area. It looks like we've got a Venusaur. I'm very curious to see what kind of Venusaur we will be seeing. We saw Don pull out the Pedal Dance Venusaur earlier, but now I want to see if we're actually going to get a different type of Solar Beam, probably maybe a more secure style Solar Beam with the Solar Beam, but Snorlax is just under a little bit of pressure here. Both teams still feeling each other out as Bliss is going to get a few stacks.
I mean, that Snorlax was able to go in, take away the red buff, which does delay the Ivysaur being popped up, but that is a good KO already from the get-go for the side of Raiders.
Yeah, I know Blaziken, Blaziken just able to reset. Joe is in that top path. It is going that Giga Drain moveset, so we could see a pedal. Blaziken is going to take all of that farm for himself as Anon gets the Evo into the Gabite, and it looks like Darkrai and Snorlax are not letting this Umbreon get its evolution.
This is the big deal here. Shep gonna have that Machamp again, and I don't know about you, Lobo, but I don't know how I feel about allowing a team to have Darkrai again to kind of slow the pace of the game down. It's kind of a risky play here to allow a team to have that again.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially if we're going to see that submission Machamp, it can possibly just run after the Darkrai. Maybe that's what they were thinking. Really stop the Darkrai doing what it can. But again, we saw it previously. It just Dark Pulses out of there, hides in those little black holes. As these middle Altarias are coming in, both teams are going to circle on in. Darkrai finds the Machamp. The Machoke takes it out. Big heavy slam going on in, and Blaziken's just going to secure all of that middle farm. Unfortunately, Machoke getting caught out too early by Darkrai.
Liz and Knight have just been a duo. I mean, Liz and the Knight, or Liz and Anon, have just been the two powerhouse teammates that work together. And we do see it is Giga Pedal, so this is gonna allow Joe to kind of be in the mix of everything. But again, this Darkrai gonna be putting them to sleep quite often.
Yeah, absolutely. As there is a raid onto this pad, Giga Drain managing to take out Darkrai, but now Machoke is a low health. One heavy slam's going to take him away. Can he get there? But no, Umbreon managing to foul play him back, but Machoke does end up going down. Joe is criminally low on health, but just going to heal all of that back with the Altaria. 75 to 45, Alex. 12 seconds until both objectives decide to spawn.
Objectives are going to be the name of the game. I like Pengu, the aggressiveness that they're going in. They're going to try to stop Knight. Knight is going to just kind of flow on out of there. I mean, they might be the Daybreak, but the Knight is here. And look at the way they set up these overheats. Great job right now by Daybreak to be able to escape. You know, call them Daybreak. You might need to call them out of Central Break, because they broke out in a jiffy.
Yeah, things are definitely breaking their way. Anon missing the swoop. The Elder Goss is going to be paired with Joe on that Venusaur. Giga Drain on the Snorlax, but the Fire Fist are going to come in. The Fire versus the Grass. The Verdant Anger's going to come on in. The Heavy Slam to knock Joe up, and he's got the Giga Drain sustained. Garchomp's going to pop into Night Move. Dojo does end up going down, and Anon picks up a beautiful KO streak of 2, and now he's just going to rip this Regieleki to pieces as we've got Umbreon just hiding in that bush. Could it take it with the foul play?
Unfortunately, unable to do so, but this is what we talked about. I feel like they say the tale as old as time is Beauty and the Beast. Well, I'd say the older tale, and maybe don't fact check me on this, is Anon and Liz. The way these two have been able to play the game together and being able to keep Anon alive. And again, we're already not even halfway through the game, and you have 3 Pokemon for the side of Daybreak that are already level 10. Meanwhile, Raiders, they only have a Joe at level 10, and they're trying to let this Lucario try to catch up a little bit. 197 to 45. Daybreak is looking very powerful in their positioning.
Great smart play before that pad got broken. Darkrai just moved a little bit to take that Citrus Berry away from the side of Raiders. Blaziken is just going to start this one as the rest of Raiders are going to head up into the top path. A free Regirock is something that they want, but big scoop from Garchomp, but the foul play from Umbreon is just able to let it escape. That's the utility that Umbreon comes in. Really a Pokemon that likes to lead from the front, as Snorlax takes the blue buff because a little bit of distraction. He's going to heavy slam over the wall. He is! Could he get it? Oh, he got away. Oh, no, he didn't get away.
I mean, Invader is their name, and they are doing just that. They have been invading and just been a nuisance in their side. The fact that they lived as long as they did before being rushed off to the Pokemon Center is a testament to their name. But level-wise, Raiders is slowly but surely trying to creep back into this, and Anon not going to allow Pengu to try to get these stacks because this Lucario needs to catch up in levels. They are not being the piece that they need to be. Joe is the highest leveled Pokemon on the side of Raiders, but again, could easily be shut down, especially with these dark pulsing Darkrai's putting Pokemon to sleep and doing massive amounts of damage.
Yeah, Darkrai's causing Machamp a problem. Big Heavy Slam's going to come in. Anon's going to go on out. The Aura kind of has to come out, but it does not matter. It misses the mark. And Cotton Cloud Crash is about to come down. Can't get the healing from Joe. Focus Blast going to try and stun the Eldegoss, but the X speed is going to make sure they get on out of there. As Anon once again going to rip the Regieleki to pieces as Raiders are about to make their way on in. Do they have a Unite move to come on in? No. Garchomp secures beautifully, and Machamp gets put to sleep by a big yawn. Invader also breaking ankles, putting people to sleep, and Daybreak see light at the end of the tunnel with this Regieleki pushing down on it to their pad. Dark Ball's going to come on in. Bird and Anger going to try and defend. It does not matter. Bliss Assistance hits Anon just like Liz planned, and they are going down to Anon. He's full health. Regieleki's providing some assistance. Darkrai still alive. 3 KO streak, however, came out for Machamp. And I think that is not going to be a successful raid on the pantry this time. Raiders going to keep all them cookies to themselves.
They might not be the Raiders of the Lost Ark, but they are the Raiders here who are able to hold down a defense, unlike the Las Vegas Raiders. Puns on there. But for anybody who watches American football, that being said, though, Raiders had a great defense. This was way better than the first time around, where we saw that they tried to do the same play with Anon going in. Meanwhile, Raiders are going to try to converge and try to get this Regirock. Meanwhile, though, Knight is looking to steal it away with a good old kick of the Blaze on Overheat.
Beautiful overheat right into the Blaze Kick combination. Joe is keep alive, gets put to sleep, and then Heavy Slam right down. There's the Dark Horse. It's going to come on in. Machamp's going to use all those fists to try and stop anything, but bang! Slowbro says, I'm going to sit right down here, and puts Machamp right back onto track to head back to that Pokemon Center. And it looks like Daybreak are starting to feel themselves out here, as Anon, I think, was not... Oh, they had 50 points before. They might have been able to get a dunk inside that top part, so which means 18 seconds of this top Reggie forms. I'm not sure 4 seconds is enough time to rip it to shreds.
This is where things, if you're Raiders right now, you are looking down a barrel of just despair right now, because the Cotton Cloud Crash is not going to be enough as they just get pulled out. And Daybreak, everything is in their corner right now. They have strong Pokemon, good secure, and Raiders, they're the ones who are forced to make a play.
Yeah, Raiders have to wait for Eldegoss to come back in. The onus there, but they were unable to. They now pushed completely back into their central area. This raid could go just about who decides to blink first, but both teams still just feeling each other out this time, Alex.
They're feeling each other out right now, but Raiders needs to make a play, and they can't even enter the ring as Knight and System are just going in and Overheat. All this damage is going to the side of Daybreak right now.
Oh, Machamp decides to use its Unite for him with the barraging fist. It does not manage to connect anywhere. System is trying to put anything they can to sleep. Lucario is dangerously low here. Hey, big Heavy Slam into the Verdant Anger. The Bliss Assist is going to come on out. Teams are falling. Lucario is down. Eldegoss is down. The Bliss Assistance went onto the Snorlax. My apologies. Joe is down, gets taken down by the Darkrai. Machamp has absolutely no health left. It gets taken down by the Fury Fire Fist from the Blaze. Again, the Fire Chicken is making sure the cookies in the oven stay exactly as hot as you need them to be. And Daybreak is going to crash in onto the pad. It's going to be another instance of maybe Licasa is not even needed.
This is just a travesty for the side of Raiders. Not being able to connect with Machamp's Unite move is so detrimental. It hurts. And now Daybreak, once again, Rayquaza has never been the mission objective, and they're showing why it does not matter. They care more about getting the wins. So Daybreak has been awarded their chance of redemption tour, and you got to imagine Natsu's Revenge is looking right now, waiting, knowing that they're going to have a rematch. Natsu's Revenge was able to 2-0 them earlier. The question is, has Daybreak been able to kind of, harness their skills in the losers bracket and make it their way back to grand finals?
Natu's Revenge definitely has the mental edge heading on in, as you mentioned, with the 2-0. Daybreak is going to take this a 2-0 against Raiders, 682 to 53. And look at Night and Anon leading those takedowns with 13 and 11 apiece. System providing 10 assists, but Liz is really showing that they have mastered the Blissey with the 18 assists. So we have a look. Daybreak were in control of this match for the majority of it in terms of the points, and I think we even noticed that they were in control in terms of the levels. And again, as we look at the bans, they were exactly the same. So only one surefire secure Pokemon in terms of Pengu with that power up punch, taking Dragonite and Miraidon away, as well as keeping Mimikyu and Psyduck locked up in that ban jail.
They did a great job once again, not allowing Joe to even have a chance to play the Dragonite. And looking at their team, you gotta wonder what was Raiders thinking, allowing Daybreak to take the exact same team, especially knowing that you are going to be bringing a Petal Dance Giga Drain. You need to bring a Pokemon more than Eldegoss. I think at that position, you have to take the Blissey away from them and say, hey, this is going to be our dedicated healer. Joe's going to be gaining energy and doing damage, but also this is a consistent health. Don't get me wrong, Eldegoss can do great amounts of health, but when you need consistent health, and you look at the difference at 88, again with Bliss Assistance being able to absorb a lot of the damage that Joe would have received, you got to question where did things go right and where did things go wrong. But I can tell you this much, Daybreak's Night, 111k damage is nothing at all to snuff at.
I think that's the first 100k damage that we've seen today, Alex. I'm not 100% sure about that, but Knight really showing exactly what he is made of. But we are joined by our two lovely casters once again, the always enigmatic Kyle and the obviously sexiest man alive, voted by you guys. Trust me, that is true. Fu is back behind the desk. Guys, give us your thoughts on that match. I actually want to start with something that we haven't had a chance to discuss. We don't get to see the bans. I want to get your idea, both of your thoughts on the bans, especially with Dragonite being taken away from Joe 2 games in a row. So I'm going to start with Kyle.
I think anytime you could take away a comfort pick from someone that's been utilizing something all day long, it's never a bad idea. Yeah, it does leave additional picks on the table, but it paid dividends, right? Like when you're able to do that, Joe had been really comfortable on that all day and gets shut down once it gets taken away from him. So I don't know. I kind of like it, especially when, you know, you're kind of getting towards the end of the tournament. You have that option to kind of keep them away.
Fu, how about yourself? I again want to question you about the bans. It's not something we have to talk about too often. Psyduck, Mimikyu left in the ban jail way. Two of the mons that we've seen all throughout the tournament. Miraidon also joining them, but Dragonite definitely a targeted ban towards Joe.
Yeah, I'm just going to echo what Kyle said. I do agree. Joe is known for his Dragonite, and I think Dragonite provides so much secure potential for their team. And if you take that away from Raiders, what they're left with is just 5 members that like to brawl, right? We saw all throughout today, most of the drafts, apart from Joe having some variation in terms of, you know, ranged attackers or your all-rounders, it's always just been Lucario, Machamp, you know, some sort of defender, and then obviously Eldegoss or Blissey, depending on which one they get. Now, these 5 Pokemon are just so good for something like a Garchomp and a Blaziken to go into. And I think Anon and Knight was playing so smart there, because if you have a group of members that like to clump up together, that is a dream and a heaven for something like a Blaziken overheat or even Garchomp getting that sustain as well. And yes, Joe obviously tried their best with the Petal Dance to kind of carry the game in terms of the sustain and also the damage, right? Because you don't really need to aim with that move. But at the end of the day, you're going up against a Garchomp, and when Garchomp gets low, Liz is always there with the Bliss Assistance, right? Whether it's going on Knight or Anon, and that provides an additional boost of health, but also that damage as well coming out from the Bliss Assistance in general, and the stun as well. So watching that game towards the end, right, when they all clumped up together, I was just thinking in the shoes of Knight and Anon, like, wow, this is exactly why I picked these Pokemon, and this is exactly what the plan was. And at the end of the day, that's why Daybreak, I think, won that set.
Beautiful attempt. Like blitz assistances galore. This can make a highlight reel out of the blitz assistance that they pulled off throughout throughout the entire 2 sets of that match. Again, congratulations to Daybreak. But guys, we are getting a winners final rematch between Natu's Revenge and Daybreak. Natu's Revenge have been sitting in the winner's slot for that grand finals run. They must be feeling confident the fact that they went 2-0 up against the team that they are currently about to face. However, Daybreak has been making a rampage through the losers bracket, so they're fresh, they're loose. But guys, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to talk about this when we get back. When we get back, we have our grand final. Whoever wins this is going to have all the bragging rights. They are victorious. Then they are going to get that illustrious golden cookie to EUIC. But guys, we'll see you very soon. Don't go anywhere. Grab a drink, grab a snack. We will be back very shortly.
Hello, everyone. This is it. Welcome back to the grand finals of the Aeos Cup playings for Oceania region. It has been a considerable amount of time, and we're finally here. We're ready to go. Ladies and gentlemen, I have some fantastic casters that have casted and helped us see the action today. We have Lobo on my left, Steel Agent Kyle, and also Zeron in Alex. We've watched so many matches today, so many sets of incredible action, so many Game 3 scenarios. But finally, we're down to the two last teams. Natu's Revenge against Daybreak. Lobo, do you want to give us the storyline or maybe a quick recap of how Natu's Revenge got into the grand finals today?
Sure, absolutely. When we started off this broadcast yesterday, we all thought that Natu's Revenge was the dark horse here. They were seated below the top four that we talked about at the very top of the broadcast. They started their day off losing their first game of the day, but then they decided to lock in and win the next two. And then in their next match, they took a one-game loss, but then came back and locked in once again through two Game 3 situations yesterday, playing 6 games in total over 2 sets, making it so that they headed on into the winners bracket for today. Now, just looking at the bracket once again, they did lose a game as well against Nintendo Rats, but they decided to come back once again through a Game 3 situation, and their opponents that they're about to face in the grand finals, Daybreak, then again stood in their way for the winners final, but they shocked, I think, pretty much everyone in taking out one of the tournament favorites and 2-0ing them to let themselves be sitting pretty in that winner's spot in the grand final. So they have been sitting and waiting. They have been sitting and watching these other teams go head to head. But what I really find interesting about Natu's Revenge, they've used some of the conventional picks, but they've also shown us a few things that we did not expect to see. The very first Mr. Mime we saw play, and the very first Zeora that they decided to bring as well. So I'm really excited to see what Natu's Revenge has cooking in their round 2 match against Daybreak.
Well said, Lobo, and I'll take this part for Daybreak. So Daybreaks are your seed number 2 for this tournament, and yesterday they had a relatively ease, obviously still 2 Game 3 scenarios, but they were able to win the first one against SB, making their way through the winners, and being one of the favorites to win this tournament, they had that confidence going in, and they were able to take down Legends Reappear, the number 1 seed today in the winners bracket. However, like Lobo said, they did go down to Natu's Revenge 0-2. So I think that kind of shocked them into, I guess, a survival instinct in terms of their motivation, because then they got dropped down. They were able to take down Raiders 2-0 and really cement the spot to say, no, actually, we belong in the grand finals along with Natu's Revenge. And like we said before, it is going to be Natu's Revenge against Daybreak's Revenge to see who can complete the arc. But Natu's Revenge does have that bracket advantage. They only need to win 2 games in order to take the ticket to EUIC. But Daybreak, they need to win the first set to be able to reset the bracket, ladies and gentlemen, and win the next 2 games as well in that best of 3 to take it. So whether it's going to go the distance or whether Natu's Revenge is going to show us truly how much of a dark horse they are in this competition, we'll get that set up ready for you once again. I mean, it's time to cut. It comes to this, Kyle and Alex, prediction time once again. Lobo and I will be casting this, but I want to know, for maybe the last time, who takes it all here? We talk about the dark horse, Natu's Revenge. We talk about the favorites, Daybreak. Do we have any opinions? Are you guys on the same side? Kyle, I'll start with you.
We've been talking about cookies all night long, and I just want to bring a reference from Cake. I think this one's going the distance. I think they're going for speed. Both of these teams really like to play their speedsters. We'll see. I really like Daybreak here. That was kind of my prediction early on today before we got started, and kind of got off to a little bit of a rocky start, but I'm excited to see them come back, go for the salty run back here in the grand finals, and I think they're going to try to force this bracket.
Here we go. Well, we'll get Alex's prediction later on as we head into this game number 1. Lobo has already started, and here comes the Psyducks allowed to be in this game.
Yeah, I love seeing the little yellow golden duck all the way through. We do have a Venusaur heading on into the central area. We've also got a Glaceon as well for the side. That is NG Hack. We saw it used on day one. Very much enjoying that Icicle Spear build. But Lapras being picked up as a defender as well. So Natu's Revenge bringing out different Pokemon once again. I love to see it, but unfortunately, Daybreak have access to that Darkrai.
Hagu on the Lapras, we mentioned it before, we finally get to see it in today's grand finals, but yet again, we have Anon on the Gibble, so the Garchomp is going to be one of his favorite picks today, as Zigwe will take the counterpart to that in terms of all-rounders on that Torchic and system back at it again on that Darkrai, as these birds are going to come through for those 850s, and a lot of it's going to go on the side of NG Hack. We saw how good NG Hack was on Glaceon yesterday, and we might get a sneak peek here.
Yeah, Darkrai just has to back it on up there. That Surf from the side are not allowing to do much, but Daybreak on the opposite side have sent 4 members top lane. So easy to do. We don't know what this group is playing just yet, but they are making their presence known in Natu's Revenge central area, Fu.
Knight might get caught out here by a beautiful portal from Liz. We'll be able to port them out, and I don't think they're going to be coming back as 4 members of Natu's Revenge is circling the portal there. And I'm still looking to get some stacks and also some levels up into the top part there as the Gabite will come online, pushes it away with his Dragon Rush, but misses on that Bumblebee, unfortunately not able to go back for that. 8-minute birds will be spawning in the central area now. Hooper and Snorlax, both on the side of Daybreak, looking to absorb some of these wild Pokemon. NG Hacks, the only member of their team lurking here. Can someone back this attacker out as the spears will fly down for them? As it seems like Natu's Revenge didn't send anyone but NG Hacks for those birds.
Yeah, I think they trust NG Hacks with his ability to just really kite with those spears, make sure that he doesn't get caught out. We are seeing a Pedal Dance Venusaur once again. NG Hacks putting in a very dangerous spot. It's got its Unite move, so it could engage on this Venusaur, Fu.
I mean, Venusaur with a Pedal Dance means it's just easier stacks for this Glaceon. So I think NG is definitely going to be looking for that opportunity, as well as the Snorlax to get the stacks and then redirect the spears to the attackers or to the damage dealers here. Dragon Rush will come through, scooping up Hagu. Hagu in a bit of a tough situation. The portal will come down, but you know, no one on the team needs it. No Anon goes in anyway, just in case. They want to preserve their levels here, Lobo. The scoop will not connect. So no KO so far in that engagement. Both teams know how important this game is.
NG Hacks had to pull out a very, very useful eject button there. The Hooper Highway is going to be a problem for Natu's Revenge there, as the Whack-A-Mole is going to come out from Darkrai. Both objectives on top. It looks like both teams going to head for this Regieleki, Fu.
Knight's going to be a little bit late to this fight, and here comes the Dark Pulse once again, allowing the sleep to come through. Glacial Stage will be set, and they're looking to quickly perform a secure on this Regieleki. The Hooper will bring people back. Darkrai so close. The lap was able to secure for the team was quite surprising. And for once, there's going to be a siege on this tier 1 pad. Blaziken getting a huge eject play on it to go through, maybe get some KOs. Doesn't matter, the Regieleki will walk in. 2 members down from Daybreak, and that top pad is goners.
Yeah, look, 139 to 45. I just want to point out, it was a really smart play by NG Hacks. So rather than target the Regieleki, instead they decided to target Anon on that Garchomp, knowing that Ice Spear does end up doing that splash damage, so it does decide to go in. But it looks like Natu's Revenge are just going to back out of this bottom side push. But Psygurk is proving to be just as annoying as always, as they're both teams turning their attention to this bottom objective, which is a Regice.
Regice, here comes the rip from Anon, Mouse and Heart, looking to try to make space, maybe get a secure on this. Blaziken kick will go through, and actually it's going to be good enough to secure it for their team. The Livid Outrage rushing into the back line, getting a stun, but will ultimately fall down to the Blaziken, as the Lapras will help with that KO as well. I mean, for a team that has not played for the last hour and a half, they're looking mighty strong now to Revenge.
Yeah, absolutely. They have not just been sitting on their hands. They've been watching, taking note, making sure that they don't fall into the trap of trying to stop Daybreak from playing their game. It looks like they're just going to play the game they want to do. We are noticing that obviously Anon does not have access to Liz with the Blissey and the Helping Hand and the Bliss Assistance, which we know they used to incredible effect in the previous games. The 5-minute mark has gone up, and it's about 136. I think. I could be mistaken. 124. Quick math is not my specialty, as we've got a Blaziken and a Venusaur duking it out in that central part, Food.
Knight looking a little bit low, has to quickly back away. Here comes the doubles once again, but the Headache will be able to save Heart from that engagement and actually provide them with the disable and the serve onto the Darkrai as well. And I think having the disable on Darkrai is so important because Darkrai's entire kit relies on its moves and not its auto attacks.
Yeah, absolutely. You has to be very careful where it decides to pop its head up. Hooper's deciding to go unbound as they're just going to rip this top Regileggy through.
And here comes the scoop, eject onto NG Hacks, and that is going to be good enough, you hope, right? Yes, it is, and the Sun will come through once again. Anon is outraged. Anon wants to be able to win this first game and send him a bracket reset. The Lapras Express to go through. The Choo Choo Train gets blocked by the Snorlax, and Hagu, in a tough position, has to use the Parasol to try to stay sustained, but members of Natu Revenge are not going to be available for this defense. Joker trying the best, gets fallen asleep by system. The Regieleki goes in, and we see an opportunity for Daybreak to come back into this match.
Yeah, Psyduck was not there to help defend that pad. They're just either getting stacked or just making sure that they put a little bit of pressure in that bot side. Under 5 to 71 with 3.5 minutes on the clock. Having a look at the levels, we got 2 level 12s on both teams, 1 level 11 and a level 10 Psyduck. This match is looking fairly even across the board. This is our first match of the grand finals. Make sure that within 20 seconds is when all Unite moves can be used. We could see a big scrimmage coming down here at the 3-minute mark, Boo.
Yeah, a bunch of Unites now taking over for both these teams now. Natu Revenge has that Psyduck Unite as well as the Glaceon Unite available. Surf's come through, getting some vision for their team. We have all 10 members for this matchup in this bottom part here. It is going to get real exciting. Darkrai having to pop out, just getting a zone and vision for them as Anon will start this Reggie steal once again. Lapras is going to go through, stuns Anon, though Anon in the tough position, will go down to Parasol. No, somehow Anon stays alive. No, goes down to the Parasol anyway, and it is going to be Natu Revenge that have the numbers advantage. I mean, Daybreak is falling like dominoes at the moment as the 50 dunk will go through, sending them into over 100 points lead here, Lobo.
Yeah, incredible play to disrupt Non from coming in with that Garchomp. The boosted auto so good at doing incredible amounts of damage, but NG Hacks hitting that level 13 is looking good heading on into this raid fight. 15 seconds to go. Are they going to take position? Natu's Revenge want to possibly play through the bot side because they've got that tier 1 pad up.
They do, and with over 100 points in the league, Natu Revenge knows they just need to get the positioning and stall out this fight, right? We don't want Anon to have any eyes on this Rayquaza to rip it if it comes. Not having that level 14 is going to be a raid boss to take down. But NG Hacks in the bush, just waiting. They don't want to show too early either, Lobo.
Yeah, it's all about who decides to blink first. Anon and Venusaur heading on into that top side. Lapras was protecting against a back cap. They might have found the Psyduck, but it's just too easy to maneuver. 119 points in this. Darkrai has to be careful about going in, but it decides to play the Whack-A-Mole, and it's still a waiting game for both teams, Fu.
Oh, both teams are so tense. I mean, you can feel it. You can cut the air with a knife at the moment as Anon finally looks to start this Rayquaza and enrage it. The scoop will come through. But as we pan up top, we have Knight against the Lapras on top. We have huge yawn onto the NG Hacks as well. But NG Hacks will come through the Sai-Yi. Will be able to stun multiple enemies. No one's looking at NG Hacks, and Spears will go through. Livid Outrage onto Hagu. Hagu's still very healthy for the team. But yet again, we need to take down this Venusaur, says NG Hacks. As the Glacial Stage will be able to do just that! And the 3 members down the side of Daybreak, they say, revenge is a dish best served cold, and that's exactly why we have Lapras. That's exactly why we have NG Hacks on the Glaceon as they look to rip this Rayquaza. Oh my gosh, Blaziken coming in to help as well. It is up to Invader, the Snorlax on their team, but it is not going to be good enough as the Psyduck will be able to secure that Rayquaza. And I mean, if there's any time to dunk in, it is now for our game 1 of this grand final, Lobo.
Game 1 is going to go to the side of Natu's Revenge. They were sitting in the wing, but they were not just twiddling their thumbs. They came out incredibly strong. Big shout outs to Heart. Really able to hit that disable on Anon as they were chasing down with the Garchomp. Oh my goodness. 3, 2, 1. That is going to be game number 1 of what was an incredible game 1 of this best of 5 finals with a bracket reset.
Just to remind everyone, this is a seed number 11 taking away the first game of this grand final against seed number 2. Natu's Revenge. Something has been happening to Natus around the world, and this group of fantastic, talented players are now, the vigilantes of the Unite world, of Fierce Sky Ruins. They are out here for revenge, and what a way to start today's grand final set. They are one game away, ladies and gentlemen, for taking it all, from getting the bragging rights, from getting their tickets to EUIC, sending them to London. I mean, it doesn't get closer than this as we quickly look at the battle report. Is the Psyduck even a supporter at this point, Lobo?
Absolutely not. Heart leading from the front, as they have done so often in Natu's Revenge's game. A really forward-thinking defender. Hagu did a fantastic job with the Lapras, sustaining in places where you didn't really think it was going to sustain. Ziggury, we're used to seeing them on the more defender-style picks with the Trevenant and Mr. Mime as well, but coming out to play with the Blaziken, NG Hacks, the big blue button. I haven't had a chance to say that in quite some time, but through looking at the bans, Mimikyu still not allowed out of jail. Ziggury kind of targeted with that Trevenant ban, and definitely Liz targeted with that Blissey ban.
Oh, 100%. And I think Blissey on Mimikyu is definitely your typical bans that you want to take it out, especially knowing how good Liz is on that Blissey. And Urshifu is a expected ban. I think a lot of members of Natu's Revenge can actually play this Pokemon. People such as Ziggury, Hagu, and Joker, they all are able to play Wicked Blow and also the Rapid Strike Urshifu. Trevenant, we saw how good they were on Trevenant a few games ago, so I do understand where the bans are coming in, but that just means Blaziken gets to be played. Your other Psyduck, another strong Pokemon, gets to be played, and whether that is the best choice, I mean, for Natu's Revenge, they love it, right? They are in the lead now. They can smell victory. It's in their sights, right? I was going to say they can smell the cookie, but we've had enough of those puns today. As we head into this game number 2, though, I want to know your thoughts, Lobo. Don't fix what's not broken. Keep the draft the way it is for Natu's Revenge. Or, you're ahead anyway. There's a bracket reset, right? It's all about testing it. Maybe you just run a full flip comp. If you get it, you're going to EUIC. If you don't, there's still one more game to go, right? What is the strategy going into this?
Yeah, look, absolutely. Daybreak, in the previous game, they were allowed to have the same comp that they got the first game in. I don't know if they're going to make the same mistake of letting Natu's Revenge have the same comp that they had. Psyduck, we saw the damage that it was able to output. We saw specifically, I noted this before, most of the disables that Psyduck was throwing out there were headed directly in Anon's direction. And without that Blissey safeguard to really help him stop that, he wasn't able to chase down as well as he wanted. He wasn't able to really do exactly what he wanted on that Garchomp. So I have a feeling that Psyduck is entering that ban jail for, the foreseeable future. But who do you let out? Do you let out the Urshifu? Do you let out the Mimikyu? But what's the most interesting thing, for Darkrai was let out, not exactly the impact that we've seen it have in previous games, but Miraidon wasn't even picked.
That's a great point, actually, Lobo. I didn't actually realize that. And I think it goes to just the, I guess, the thought process of which one do you want, right? It's like sometimes you have way too many choices and you just have to pick 2 or 3, right? Do you want the Blaziken Darkrai combo? Or do you want the Darkrai Miraidon combo? Or do you want the Blaziken Miraidon combo? But in my opinion, if you have Darkrai Miraidon, it's actually weaker than something like a Blaziken Darkrai. Because Blaziken gives you that secure potential, whereas Miraidon and Darkrai, that's where they lack, right? But do you want to give Darkrai if you want Miraidon Blaziken? Because the other team, Natu's Revenge, they're not going to not pick that up, right? If it's available, if you're banning something like your Mimikyu and your Blissey. So lots to think about for both these teams. I mean, it's just... I prayed there's a bracket reset, Lobo, just because I want to cast all the action. Look, I remember back in Regionals 2023, it was like 7 games or something like that we had from the Winners Finals onwards. What about you, Lobo? Do you want to go to see listens, or do you want to end it right here for Natu's Revenge?
I want my cookie. I was the only one of us that called Natu's Revenge to take it. I'm so proud of those players on that team. We know them personally. We've played with them personally. They are putting on a performance for us. And again, we love an underdog story. But I just want to go back to the draft for just a second there. We talk about Miraidon and the fact that people are banning out Pokemon that can actually dive onto it. Natu's Revenge have come up with a pretty decent solution inside that Lapras Express. Lapras chewing anywhere it wants to go on the field, which means Miraidon is not safe. Especially when it has that Unite move, especially when it could possibly get caught out. So this is so interesting. I have no idea where the bans are going to go. I have a feeling Blissey and Mimikyu are staying in ban jail. I have a feeling like possibly Psyduck is entering the ban jail. Urshifu might be let out. But I'm not too sure about Darkrai or Miraidon. It's interesting where you're so uncertain about quote-unquote the XEX mons. Usually they're the first thought to be banned up straight away, but these mons are being let out. So it's the first time I think us at the Casters Desk really have to guess. You know, these Pokemon were a surefire entry into the ban jail, but now, Fu, I'm just not sure.
I think it's just, you have to give credit to how the game is now balanced in terms of the 70 Pokemon available, right? And when you don't know which team is going to ban what, I think that's when it indicates a lot of viable Pokemon for comp, and I think that's exactly what Pokemon Unite developers want, right? It's not exciting at all if you go into every game and it's the same 4 bans, and we had that for a while with the Zacian, you know, when the EX Mons were a thing, right? But now there are just so many good Pokemons to play, so many Pokemons that, you know, you don't even realize are competitively viable. Like, for example, Joe playing Azumarill, I mean, or Sizzle in the last regionals that we saw. It's just some of these Pokemons, we see it in ranked, we see solo randoms play, right? We play it sometimes for a bit of fun, but we're never thinking how you can use it in a competitive way. And, I mean, only tournaments like these ones can kind of breed people to kind of be creative with their choices, be creative with the way they draft. And as we mentioned, like, Lapras coming out is fantastic. A secret strategy coming out in the last grand final set is exactly where you want it. And you can do a lot of things with Lapras.
I do agree. You mentioned 70 Pokemon to choose from. There are 2 more on the way. But what I'm really enjoying about, we're talking about the tuning of Pokemon, how every single Pokemon kind of seems a little bit more viable in competitive, which is what we are seeing. But we're also seeing new kind of gimmicks and stuff coming through with these new Pokemon. Psyduck's headache gauge is so fun to deal with, as well as the amount of extra that it provides to your moves. But when we have a look at the 2 new Pokemon that are about to enter Thea Sky Ruins in terms of Tinkerton and Rapidash, just seeing them get played, there are some interesting new ways that you can play these Pokemon. They're not, when we first had Pokemon Unite, some of these Pokemon were very cookie cutter. I get another one, Alex. That one was for you. They're kind of cookie cutter when it came to what they do. They fit their role and they fit into a specific box. However, now these Pokemon Psyduck, we're calling it's not a supporter, is it? It can be supportive, but it's putting out damage. And all of these mons are starting to get into those different roles. So I'm really excited to see what is going to happen this time around. Actually, because you know them quite well, Ziggury is the one that is bringing out these Pokemon consistently that we're not too sure of. Do you think we're going to see another out-of-the-box thinking pick from him, whether it is a Mr. Mime or whether it is a Zaora, or whether it could be another Pokemon that got buffed in these recent patches?
Well, risking the NDA that I have signed with him, they have been cooking up perhaps Cinderace as well. I don't know. We'll see. But I've just heard from production that game number 2 is ready to go. So we're going to send it right in. Lobo, you and I taking this game number 2. I mean, there's a question on everyone's minds, right? Will Natu Revenge finish the clean sweep? Or will Daybreak see the daylight, as you said?
Yeah, look, we at the Casters Desk love to see it, but I can't wait to get into this game. Game start. We're going to see what bans are going to come through for both of these teams. As we're heading on in, Fu, it seems like the Mimikyu was allowed out of the ban jail, and Miraidon has been picked up by Heart, and it looks like Natu's Revenge has got the 2 possibly most problematic Pokemon on their side.
Pikachu Central Area. What is happening this game? We have Miraidon XP share. We have Mimikyu bot side. Am I watching the same game that we've been spectating the last few hours, Lobo?
Well, I don't know because a Lapras just got taken down very quickly with the Electro Web. And again, we're seeing a Wigglytuff come out as well. Unbelievable. The Pikachu and the Mimikyu Pikachu coming on out. This is an interesting roll of the dice from Daybreak.
I see the strategy now, Lobo. They're going for absolute chain stun hell right now. We have the Wiggly going in for the sleep. We have Pikachu probably going to be playing the Thunderbolt or Volt Tackle, whichever one. And they also have the Scoop from the Guard Jump as well as the Mimikyu lockdown potential. But here comes Birds.
Hey. Hanging on into the birds. Anon was not able to grab any of those, but it did manage to grab a lot of damage. Darkrai going to put it to sleep. Umbreon dragging the Eldegoss back, and Lapras and these top three are just going to put as much pressure as they can, but they're going to get a few stacks and just head on out of here unless Anon decides to stay. Bring them back. The Scoop went against the grain for him, but Pikachu is back here, and it is now that range distance moveset with Thunder coming out. It's going to be interesting to see if they decide to pair that with Volt Tackle Food for that complete crowd control.
I think Volt Tackle might be a little bit hard going up against something like a Lapras and also a Blaziken Umbreon combo, but we'll see which one Knight will actually choose. But going to the center area with this Pokemon means that it wants to use that level 9 Thunderstorm as much as possible. We're going to be heading into the next bit of experience onto the board here as we see Anon scooping it away.
Yeah, Anon scooping it away, but the Blaze Kick decides to get the Wigglytuff back. It managed to get away with that blue buff as they are sending 3 more people into that top part. The 7 stack is going to go in for Umbreon. It's just going to pick up those citrus berries and head on out. 45 to 85 through with 40 seconds until those the Reggies decide to show their face.
Reggie's about to come onto the map for sure. OCE Invader, or DB Invader rather, will go through with the Dazzling Gleam actually choice and the Sing to try to see whether they can stun any members there. The Birds will be coming up once again, and we have 4 members of Daybreak looking to get this dub onto the bottom path there, and the Play Rough will come through, Lobo.
Yeah, Play Rough into a Shadow Sneak into the Play Rough. This is going to be a big problem, especially with the complete amount of crowd control that Daybreak are showing here. They're going to try and get this break, and 24 overcap's going to go in, bringing the scores to just about 22 points. But the Reggies are on the board. It's a Reg Ice down the bottom, which might be a little disappointing for these 2 teams, as it's not exactly the most popular Reggie that people want to see.
No, it's not, and Pikachu will be picking the Volt Tackle, so Knight has chosen that for his moveset of choice, and we have a Bubble Beam Lapras, and it's actually going to be played by Zeri this time, so something good about this team, Natsu's Revenge, is a lot of the players, as we mentioned before, play a lot of all-rounders, and they can flex it between, so you never know when you're drafting to them which person's going to play what Pokemon, and which Pokemon that they like to play, because they you know, these players, they play everything.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's just the best part about, you said it, having 70 Pokemon, your move pool has to be wide, but Daybreak is going to try and get some scores into the bottom here. No jump pads available, but it looks like they're just going to try and push this Regieleki in on, Mimikyu misses its Shadow Sneak, unfortunately, but the Perish Song's going to come out, and Regieleki walks right on in, but the Thunderstorm is going to make sure it gets a big KO on the Blaziken, but Lapras doesn't mind, it's just going to get in on out, but stunned with Shadow Claw into Volt Tackle as Garchomp has to go to sleep and make sure it takes all the nightmares with it.
Oh, I think it's having the nightmares at the Pokemon Center now, Lobo. It's got sent back in, and that's just a indication of how good Darkrai is on a 1v1 scenario. But here comes the Play With Me, and gets actually counted and not able to KO anybody. I guess System has to go out now. Liz trying to keep them up in the playing field as more Unite moves will be used here, Lobo.
Yeah, there's a skirmish going on. Midnight Prance going to come out from the Umbreon, and Lapras is going to take down the Mimikyu. Umbreon has searched for the Pikachu. The Volt Tackle is going to do whatever it can. Wigglytuff taking down the Umbreon, but the Lapras is chasing down the little mascot of Pokemon. It just manages to get on out, and that was a great skirmish from both of these 2 teams. The levels across the board are looking quite good. 2 level 10s, but all 3 level 9s, but 2 level 8s for the side of Natu's Revenge. 5 minutes gone, and only about 13 points between these 2 teams.
It is very close here, and I just want to point out how good Bubble Beam is into something like a Mimikyu and a Garchomp. There's nothing more annoying than getting stuck in a bubble when you're trying to do your moves. And look at this, 5 members of Natsu's Revenge looking to get a revenge onto the pad here, Lobo.
The Thunderstorm is too much of a great defense. They're going to come down. The Meteors are going to be raining. They're going to get caught out. Lapras manages to take down an escaping Pikachu. The Whack-A-Mole comes out. The defenses are going to be boosted by that Regirock buff. But unbelievable, Miraidon sends some more nightmares to Wigglytuff. This Pokemon puts people to sleep, but now it's been put to sleep itself.
Did you see how Wiggly was able to counter the worst nightmare by going onto the Starlight Recital and surviving the entire onslaught? I mean, what a great pick to counter that Pokemon. And I don't think Wiggly's probably the point of choice for something like a Darkrai Unite. Regardless though, it seems like things are going very well now for Daybreak as they look to break this tier 1 pad and has to use the Midnight Prance's Joker trying to stay alive in this defense.
Yeah, defense great with the Midnight Prance. It was not able to get a few scores on in. The Play With Me not able to do too much damage, but a Thunderstorm's going to come out once again for Pikachu. It's getting charged down by the Charge Beam from Miraidon. Thunder is going to try and do whatever it can to search up. The Bubble Beam gets a non caught in its grasp. Darkrai's going to go in. The Portal, the Hooper, it's not going to go anywhere. Anon just managing to get on out there. The Lapras Express, chugga. But I think it's just going to use it as a utility to back everybody off. Natu's Revenge is going to head on into this top pad. Daybreak have taken the score lead, and they look like they have a decent level lead, but let's not count out Natu's Revenge just yet. 3 minutes, 17 on the clock, Boo.
This is going to be coming down to that Rayquaza fight yet again into this game here, Lobo. The Regieleki is just going to be a distraction as team look to, just capture the wild Pokemons left on the map. Not a lot remaining with a minute to go for the Rayquaza here, and I think both teams are just trying to suss out where everyone is. Edgy-Hacks very deep into the enemy center area and looking to maybe break this pad, but here comes Invader though, might be able to get a good sing on them.
Oh, absolutely. Sing into the Volt Tackle. Crowd control is proving to be a problem. Wiggly leading from the front, and Natu's Revenge really need to come up with a game plan to deal with all of this crowd control. Daybreak is going to take that Registeel. That is exactly what they wanted to see. Heading on into the Rayquaza fight with 30 seconds left to go until the big dragon decides to show itself.
2 level 13s on the side of Daybreak. They need to win this game, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, diamonds are made under pressure, and Daybreak is feeling a lot of pressure at the moment. So, in about 10 seconds, we're going to be able to see how Daybreak plays his requires a fight, as Natu's Revenge is looking to get their positioning ready to go. 4 members onto the top side. We have Lapras ready with its Unite move, just in case he's going to go for a back cap. No Hoopers on the stage, though, so they need to be able to come back into the pit. 2 members of Daybreak on top. 3 members at the bottom, Lobo. Can you feel the tension so far?
I can feel the pressure. I can feel the tension. Shine bright like a diamond or crumble like a cookie. Anon is heading on in to that central area. There is a Shadow Sneak that hit on to the Blaziken. Mimikyu deciding that it's not the right time to jump, but great damage being put on the Charge Beam. Both teams just still feeling each other out for, I think they're a little nervous heading into this final stretch.
A little nervous indeed, and Ziggurat maybe caught out by the Sing here as Blaziken look for an engage, but the Shadow Sneak will lock onto the Blaziken.
Yeah, the Blaziken's going to get locked onto. There's a fight going on. The Dark Pulse is going to come on. The Meteor Beams are going to come on down. Dragon Outrage is going to fire every single way. Blaziken is down. The Thunderstorm's going to come on in. Mimikyu goes down. Miraidon and Umbreon are still alive in this one. It is a 4v2 situation this time around. Pikachu and Wigglytuff are just going to zone out these 2 Pokemon as Garchomp is going to rip, but there's the takedown from Pikachu on to the Umbreon, and Anon seems to have a free Rayquaza rip this time around. We thought he missed, but he got the scoop back, and now the Hundo Burgers have to come in, but Daybreak are in the lead. I think this might be game number 2 to Daybreak, which is going to send us into a possible game 3 situation.
Ladies and gentlemen, you thought the day was over, but Daybreak is just proving to us, and they're just getting started here with the win on this second game. I mean, there are, 200, now 300 points disparity between both these teams, and Anon taking down Ziggurat means that it might go the distance here, Lobo. We have 3 members of Natu Friends going on the top side, though, but Anon, still with this shield, should be able to defend this away from their fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's got access to his Unite move once again. 10 seconds on the clock. That's going to be all she wrote, as Mimikyu is going to get a 80 dunk into the top path. That Thunderstorm from the Pikachu from Night. Beautiful engages, and a really smart decision to go for that Thunder and Volt Tackle moveset that we saw him pull out.
I think we've just about seen everything, Lobo. I mean, central area Pikachu. What? How did they make that work? Not with the strategy maybe that we haven't seen at all today, and obviously with its Pikachu imposter counterpart system, going down into the bot path with the Mimikyu means that they had that lockdown if things go dire. And I think with a huge Shadow Sneak onto Blaziken there, they were able to make sure that secure Pokemon is out of the fight. And then the dominoes just started falling for Natu's Revenge. At that point, you know, when there's only a Miraidon and a Umbreon remaining, and you have Anon still in the playing field ripping that Rayquaza, that is going to be the Rayquaza for them. And, you know, game number 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at Knight as well, holding up the damage with 73k damage. Really, I think a very intelligent swap that Daybreak just decided to pull out a completely different composition. They went for the crowd control. Natu's Revenge had a little bit of an answer when it came to Zigri inside that Bubble Beam, as well as Hagu with the sleeping ability of Darkrai, but it was Psyduck that had to enter the ban jail to allow that to happen. Game number 2 goes to Daybreak. They're seeing a little glimmer of daylight coming into their path, but is Natu's Revenge going to keep standing in their way? How do they respond to this one, Fu? What do they do?
I don't think they're going to be too mad about it, if I'm going to be honest, Lobo. They're still one game away from winning the entire tournament. Remember, it is best of 3, right? And they have one apiece already, so the pressure is still applied on the side of Daybreak here. They need to win this extra one in order to go back into square one, right? Clean the state up 0-0. So the job is not done yet, and, you know, like I said before, this might just be an attempt just to test out the waters for Natu's Revenge. They have no pressure at all going to this 3rd game, because, you know, at the end of the day, if worst comes to worst, they know they have a draft that works in that 1st game, right? And if they really want to go back to that, there is a potential for that. And Heart, XP share, Miraidon, obviously doing amount of damage, great, not taking a lot as well. If Psyduck is going to be let out again, I'm sure Heart's going to be picking up that within a heartbeat, right? So, yet again, I think it's just things are just piling on the side of the minds of Daybreak. They don't know now which one to ban. Maybe giving Miraidon is great to Heart, but don't forget, NG can also play Miraidon without an XP share. So, I think there are a lot of considerations for Daybreak indeed.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see, because Glaceon was not up on the ban gel either. It did prove to be very useful, especially when it came to countering Anon. I think Blissey is going to remain in that ban gel, because the combination of Anon with the Bliss assistance, I think, is something that Natu's Revenge just don't really want to deal with. But they've got a healer in Eldegoss as well. It's going to be interesting to see what comes through. I'm not entirely sure how to go with the crowd control, because that was a completely crowd control comp in terms of the Pikachu, in terms of the Wigglytuff, and obviously lots of really great Shadow Sneaks. So if you're not hitting those Shadow Sneaks, you're not doing kind of the job of the composition, because that's all it is. Make sure the Pokemon are stationary, and Shadow Sneak is easy to hit. And also going with that play rough combination as well, I think was a smart decision. You don't want to be brawling in with that team, even if you have all of the crowd control behind you. So I'm excited to see how the draft looks. I'm excited to see how the comps pick, because they don't seem to be changing based on the bans.
Just a lot of Pokemon you can't really give it to the enemy team, right? Just in case they pick it up. And I don't think they expected the Lapras too much in that early game, and obviously used again in the 2nd game for this grand finals. I think Natu's Revenge have more stuff up their sleeve, and it's up to Daybreak to see whether they can break through, I guess, the draft that Natu's Revenge has actually been bringing in. Yet again, I'm just, in my mind, I don't know which team to cheer for anymore, Lover. I want both of these teams to win. And I also, at the same time, wanted to go the distance and show the OC region exactly what these players can play, right? Each draft is a little bit different. Obviously, the bans, they're relatively the same, but it's all about playing that chess, right? Do we want to give up this Pokemon either to play mind games, or do we have another strategy? Or are we going to change up the draft completely? Because if you keep playing the same Pokemon, the other team's going to get used to it, right? They know your rotations now. For example, they know Joker always comes up after 850s for that 4-man gank. If they do it again, they're going to be expecting it, right? And then if they expect something, you might get a good KO, and it might turn it into the favor of Daybreak. So, I mean, we didn't get to find out Alex's prediction last game. maybe they'll have a change. Let me just hear from production real quick which one Alex is predicting. Oh, don't worry, Alex is away right now at the cookie store. I'm so sorry. He saw his casting gig was over. He's like, I'm gonna go get cookies. So we've been talking about it too much. But does that change your prediction though, Lobo?
Alex's prediction probably had some. Alex probably had a prediction that had something to do with cookies. We'll get his thoughts once the game is over. Like you mentioned, I am still sticking with Natu's Revenge. I called it from the beginning. It would be very, very disingenuous of me to change my opinion right now because they have been playing incredibly well. And like you mentioned, this is one game away. So if Natu's Revenge are able to take this one, they are the champions. If Daybreak manage to take this one, we go to a full bracket reset, and that is probably the most exciting thing for everybody involved. I don't know if the players would like it. I know Daybreak would like it. Not sure if Natu's Revenge would like it, but it's I love it when Pokemon Unite gives us these questions because a lot of the time we can say some things for certainty or we can say some things on what we've observed. But from both of these teams, they have not stuck to the conventional drafts. They have not stuck to the conventional bans. They've played the conventional Pokemon, but they've also given us something that we have to think about. So, we saw it yesterday in Game 3 situations. Natu's Revenge is not scared to pull out a Pokemon that they have not played at all in the tournament. We have the same for Daybreak, where they completely shifted it up and a very obvious crowd control comp. So I'm a little bit lost for words, Fu, but I'm actually even more excited to see what's going to happen for game number 3.
I think it might be even a more of a reason to play a flip comp for Natu's Revenge. Because like I said, if they do win the flip, they're through. But we're going to have game number 3 ready for you guys from production here. So here we go, Lobo. I can't wait. Let's see what happens in this last, potentially final game of the final.
Potentially final game coming your way. You mentioned the rip comp. I really want to see if NG Hacks decides to bring out that big blue button in the Glaceon. It has been so effective for them recently. But here we go through. We get to see it right off the start. And it seems like apart from the Mimikyu swap, Daybreak is going to just pull in that Miraidon onto their side. But it looks like a pretty standard comp for the side of Natu's Revenge. And I think if that is a Glaceon, we can't actually see it just yet. I really want to see it. But I'm also possibly seeing an Espeon come into play.
Yeah, Lobo. I was just going to say, it's an Umbreon Espeon on the side of Natu's Revenge.
Right.
Perhaps this is the moment I've been waiting for. An Espeon finally will see and join the fray for this third game of our grand finals. That Web will come through. And I think, luckily, Hart was able to get out there, rocking back the Umbreon now. Probably going to be a Wish Umbreon for the team.
Yeah, we saw him pop that XP before that net even went to him. Pikachu heading into that top path. Oh, beautiful Psyshock takedown. And I think I enjoy seeing the Psyshock move more than anything else, Fu.
Yeah, NG Hack's going to be able to pick that up, and it's going to be good to stay the distance away from Pikachu. Another central area Pikachu coming out from Night once again. They say, don't fix what's not broken, and I mean, worked last game, might as well run it for this more important game, as we have the Anon coming in, looking for the 5 here, able to evolve with the Altaria. That's fantastic, as 3 members will be lurking in the top side for Natu's Revenge. 40 seconds until the next bird spawns. We have both Pikachu and Wiggly now trying to get that vision and maybe get a sneaky ambush on Heart coming into their side of this top path.
I like the fact that they've gone the mean look route this time around, but the 4-man push into this top path is exactly what we saw on the bottom as they decide to crash in onto their tier 1, Fu.
Speaking of crash in, here comes Joker with a tackle to do multiple bits of damage. Anon will get taken down there, so experience will go back on the side of Ziggurat. And it's a pretty close top path. First bit of fighting, level 5s apiece, as the birds will come out into the middle there. We have, I guess, OCE DB Invader coming out, the only person on Daybreak to look for this bird. Can they get it? The Evil will be good enough to send a Knight into that level 6 region, but we do have a level 7 already on the field, Lobo. That's going to be Darkrai for Natu's Revenge.
Yeah, absolutely. Miraidon just got a few free stacks into that bottom side, however it wanted. It looks like Pikachu's going to go for Electro Ball Volt Tackle this time round, which is kind of different from what we saw in the previous round. 7:30 on the clock. These middle Altarias are about to Spawn, who is going to soak up all of this farm. It's a 3v3 in top lane so far. Who's going to get it here?
Another Volt Tackle will come through, and the push from the Combustion this time will be able to give Nat Revenge some sort of experience. Darkrai may be caught out here with a huge scoop into the Sing, but somehow managed to get out. Will they? Everyone is solo inside of Nat Revenge. That's 1 down. That's 2 down for Anon. And Daybreak having that lead, having that ability to push this pad here with Invader will mean more of these scores will come down for them. They are going to be in the points lead now, but here comes Ziggurat on the Blaziken, has to give Anon the eject to go through, but the side shot might be good enough into the heavy slam, and the sidekicks are led to explode the goodbye, and go down. Here goes down Liz as well. Holy guacamole, Lobo, as we have 4 members of Nat Revenge now doing this Reguleki. They know the Blaziken has that Blaze Kick over Heat combo for the secure, and perhaps the first siege on this pad.
Yes, Snorlax doing a fantastic job blocking the Miraidon so far away. The beautiful eject Psychic Solaire to make sure that Anon sat down and headed back to the Pokemon Center. They were at 0 points, but they've crashed on into that tier 1. And now it's just a 2-point game for as Pikachu and the rest of Daybreak are going to start this Reggie steal. And let's see if Natu Revenge decides to show their interest.
We have Hagu having the Unite move, but it gets eviscerated straight away, so no worse nightmare for anyone outside of Daybreak. The Starlight Recital will go through, and there goes another all-rounder for Natu's Revenge, and Pikachu able to use that Electric Ball to secure that Registeel. Means, yet again, Daybreak comes up on top for this fight. A 31 dunk in the bottom part there, evens up the score, and sends them into the lead, rather. I mean, looking at the map here, Lobo, a trade for each pad, but the Overdunk's a little bit better on the side of Daybreak.
Yeah, Overtime's a little bit better. 118 to 85. Thunderstorm is a ridiculously powerful Unite move, especially with the Volt Tackle. So Darkrai's going to have to be very careful about entering wherever it can. It wants to enter the dreams of Daybreak and crush them by winning this set, but it is the halfway point, and the level's looking kind of good across the board with only Anon on level 11. Everybody else trailing just a little bit behind. I wonder where these teams are going to go with 20 seconds left to go until the Regieleki decides to spawn. But Wiggly could get caught out here with Defender kind of in no man's land, getting mean looked.
Oh, DB Invader invading a little bit too much there, but somehow it managed to get out, even though they were mean looked. More experience, more yellow dots are going to be on the screen here for everyone, ladies and gentlemen, but the Blaziken is going to be able to soak up most of that for Natu's Revenge. Like you said, we have Anon leading the levels with a level 12, but NG Hax is not too far behind with level 11 Espeon.
Yeah, absolutely. Anon, he likes those Regielekis. He almost gets caught up with the pushback, but blocked into a wall.
Oh, and Snorlax taking a huge nap in the midst of all the battles. Here comes the Wiggly. A tough Unite as well to buddy up their teammates. And the Wiggly somehow able to survive the onslaught of that. Pikachu takes down Umbreon. And Anon is looking for more. His eyes are out for blood here. We have to push into shove. No one connects either all-rounders as Wiggly has to quickly retreat there. But here's a nice scoop now by Anon, but caught in the Flux Zone. And the Psychic Solaire. I mean, the juices are running out for Daybreak. Anon goes down, and I think that is a sign for Daybreak to retreat. And unfortunately, I think they might have to give out this Regieleki.
Yeah, Anon just getting caught out a little bit there, but then the beautiful side shock into the stun allowed a good secure. But Anon being that highest level is such good comeback experience for the side of Natu's Revenge. They're still about 20 to 30 points behind as Pikachu is just going to start this Regice, and Snorlax is going to get a little dunk in of its own as Wiggly counter scores with 28. But now, Natu's Revenge heading down into this bottom path, and Defender could be caught out here.
Oh, DB Invader yet again. Every time we pan to this player, they are now caught out. Has to use the Unite move. It's not going to be a little bit too late for Wiggly. They're going to go for the 10 to get some of that charge back, but I think it's good night for this little Wiggly tough. They're going to go back to the Pokemon Center. Still not too bad, Lobo. They get that plus 10% as well from getting KO'd, so I'm sure they're going to be able to get that Unite charge for that Rayquaza. There is still one objective remaining on the field, though, but it seems like no one is interested on either of these teams.
Poor little Reggie Ice, not an invite to the ball. Nobody really wants to take it off the board. But it's all about the little yellow dots. It's time to play Pac-Man, soak up as much as you can. 230 on the board. I don't think Unite moves are going to fly so far. But again, game number 3 through 30 seconds to go into the Rayquaza. Daybreak are going to take the Reggie Ice finally, as I think Nachi's Revenge are going to go for a setup, but it's going to be interesting. They have to watch out for that Pika Thunderstorm.
Oh, 100%. Natsu's Revenge affording the positioning instead of going for that contest on the bottom side. I mean, Reggie Ice, like you said, isn't too important here. 10 seconds to go until the Rayquaza will hit the map. And we have both the defenders of Natsu's Revenge in very, very interesting bushes here, waiting for anyone to walk in.
Yeah, the Snorlax is looking to possibly get a score to give a little bit of distraction for the side of Natu's Revenge. It's just going to get right on out. Wigglytuff, the defender, gets caught in the mean look and the heavy slam into the Psyshock. It seems like their teams are just feeling each other out, but Anon is so close to the Rayquaza, but ready to rip it anytime.
Yeah, he's definitely ready to go. I mean, that's what Garchomp does best, right? But they know they're in the lead here. So is it a time to risk it for the biscuit? You know, is it better to flip it here, or is it better for the team fight? I mean, Anon's probably thinking now, walking back and forth with this Rayquaza. Rayquaza is enraged. Will give vision to some of the members, but look at Natu's Revenge being so CC'd out of this pit right now. System having the charge beam ready to go. The Thunder will be able to kill a little bit of tick damage, but we have perhaps Joker getting caught out there, pushes the Wiggly away, and Umbreon running at, has to quickly go back. Everyone is so tense. No one knows whether it's the best way to engage or not, but here comes an engage from Anon. Delivered Outrage will send the Dark Ray away from it, and actually will waste the Garchomp Unite. So, Natu's Revenge having that advantage with Unite moves is going to be great for them, but Snorlax getting caught out, has to take a nap to stay in the fight. Blaziken, after all of that, is going to try for the 50 at the bottom, but System is there with the charge beam, Lobo, and more action will be packed in this bottom L pad. And on low HP, will bait out the Midnight Prance, but somehow stays in the field. Blaziken, Umbreon out for Natu's Revenge. We still have 5 healthy members of Daybreak, and I think this might be the time to get in the score. They don't want to risk the Rayquaza, do they? They don't get it in at all. Psychic Soleil comes through from NT-Hatch, trying the best, and Anon goes into the worst nightmare. Gets taken down. It is still in the lead of Daybreak, though.
Yeah, it's still in the league of Daybreak. The Thunderstorm's going to come on out. 10 seconds to go. I don't know where the score's going to come from. 7 seconds. Snorlax has no points in its pocket, but gets caught in the Volt Tackle. Damn. That is going to be game number 3 to Daybreak, which means, Fu, they reset the bracket.
Lobo, I am shivering in my timbers right now. I did not know the score was so close. Any bit of score could have changed the game. But I think the communication was just fantastic on the side of Daybreak. Able to, continually count, okay, well, there are 5 members on the team, now there are 3 members. Where are each of the team members? Because if anyone gets a score there, that means Daybreak will be able to lose that game. However, Daybreak, showing us they're not done with it yet, sends us to a bracket reset, Lobo. And I guess our wish is granted. We're going the distance.
Our wish is definitely being granted. We rubbed that lamp. The genie came out. It required 3 wishes from us. 1 was the cookie puns from Alex, 0 in on Alex, and 2 was a bracket reset. We still have 1 wish on the board that either one of us can use. But having a look at this, I'm just unsure if Natu's Revenge had the damage to actually deal with it, because DB Invader was a problem. Unable to really take them out. NG-Hax did a beautiful job with the Psyshock. That's what we love to see. There's the Psyshock really able to stun and secure. But again, the damage, the Wigglytuff always managed to get out. DB Invader breaking a few ankles in that instance. So I'm just curious here. Will NG-Hax decide to pull the trigger on the big blue button and bring back out that Glaceon? But again, Hagu and Ziguri still getting caught out. That Pikachu seems to be a problem. I wonder if that's the next Pokemon on the chopping block, which means it allows one of Blissey, Mimikyu, Psyduck, or Trevenant out of the ban jail.
I think you have a good point about whether NG-Hax wants to bring back the Glaceon, but in my opinion, Glaceon looks a little bit bad into the draft that Daybreak has provided. Essentially because if you are stacking the spears, you need to be in that kind of the scary zone, right? Where it could be called no man's land. in order to stack the spears, you're going to be close enough, and then you're going to be susceptible to something like a Garchomp Scoop or a Pikachu Volt Tackle. And if you don't have your passive up, the Wiggly's going to get you as well. And having Espeon, the ability to really just use your move and just run up the other way without staying in that zone, could mean that, that's why they chose that Pokemon. Regardless, I think Espeon is still a great Pokemon. Obviously, didn't win them the game in this case, but I think what DB has now brought is the power of stuns. And I think that's something Naruto Revenge has not seen yet. And they're still trying to think about how to deal with this type of strategy and this type of gameplay that Daybreak is bringing.
Yeah, look, we did not expect the complete crowd control lockdown kind of composition that we're seeing. Combine that with Anon's ability to rip, as well as the Miraidon damage. I think Miraidon in there instead of the Mimikyu probably provided just a little bit more damage and a little bit more presence in these team fights than we like to see normally. So Natu's Revenge back to the drawing board. They have been playing comfortably, but these last two games, the surprise of that crowd control is really getting to them. Again, everything's open. They don't want to let Mimikyu in. They don't want to let Psyduck in. They don't want to let Blissey in. Psyduck and Blissey for me right now are the two biggest things that I don't think either team don't want to let in. Daybreak don't want to let Heart have Psyduck, and they don't want to let Liz have Blissey, because if you let Blissey out, there is a problem there with the Bliss assistance into the Garchomp. So it looks like they either have to let the Trevenant out or they have to let the Dark Urshifu out.
I'm just counting the number of games these teams have played, Lobo, before coming to this grand finals. Natu's Revenge have played 8 games before coming in, and now they're on, or this will be the 12th game after playing those 3. 12th game for Natu's Revenge. And on the side of Daybreak, they've played 3 plus 5, they plus 8, and they had to play another 10. This is their 14th game. So definitely, if you talk about distance and stamina, these players must be feeling it 100% on the side of Daybreak, because they've been under pressure since they got knocked out by Natu's Revenge. Whereas Natu's Revenge has, for the better part of today, been pretty chill. But now, I mean, you got to throw all of that out the window, right? Doesn't matter where you came from in terms of your losers, winners bracket. Doesn't matter how many games you played today. It is now, square one. Everyone is back equal. The next 2 games, if you go the 2-0 route, will determine who wins it all. And what a better way to play your very best Pokemon Unite game than these next 3 matches here. Grand Final Reset, Lobo. We've had a long stream today, but I'm still ready for more.
Oh, mate, I am hyped as all heck. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Daybreak was the number 1 seed heading on into this. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Seed.
Number 4th seed against the number 11th seed in Natu's Revenge. So a credible journey that they've had, but Daybreak have shown why they've had players representing on all of the international stages, and that's where Natu's Revenge wants to go. I don't think they have a single member on their team that has been to an international event, and I think that is the driving force behind what they have to do. They had a little bit of a cushion that is not there anymore, but now it's time. It's gut check time. It's time to lock in, and we know when Natu's Revenge lock in, when their backs are against the wall, that is the best place you want to be. You need that arch support when you start to come out swinging. So I can't wait to see what Natu's Revenge are going to come out swinging with, but I also can't wait to see if Daybreak are going to stick with this crowd control competition, because it's been working for them. And you know what they say? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Don't change it.
Don't change it indeed. And, if Pikachu Central Area wins this tournament, that sends a message out to the other regions, right? I mean, for us, we're playing in the future quotation because we're in Australia at the moment. A lot of these teams from the other region have still one more day to go. They have the finals tomorrow. And with the fact that all the finals are played on the same weekend, we actually have the advantage to show everyone, right, what these Pokemons can actually do. And some of these teams might be taking inspiration from us. I know we're a small region, Lobo, but I don't see any other region playing, Central Area Pikachu or XP Miraidon so far. Not that I know of. But let's see what these things come up right for the next set.
EXP share onto any kind of attacker is very interesting. Even a while back, we saw EXP share Pikachu enter the fray, but Pikachu was one of those mons that got a a buff in one of those previous patches. It became one of the most annoying Pokemon to deal with. Thunderstorm is such a good engage paired with Volt Tackle, but even if you pair with that Thunderbolt moveset, it also has the ability to do big damage. And we saw Knight with the central area buffs. The amount of damage was just able to delete even the tankiest of Pokemon like an Umbreon completely off the map. So where do we go from here? Knight is picking some outrageous Pokemon to send into that central area, but maybe it's genius, maybe it's something else, but he's showing the world exactly that he has some ideas and he's not afraid to show it.
Sometimes the Lulu is the Salulu, Lobo, and whatever works, right? So I'm not even going to question any of the decisions coming out. I'm not playing in this grand finals. They are, and they know exactly how to throw opponents off. And, like you said, whether Naruto Revenge comes up with something new, and I think it's about time they do so, right? They had their 2 games of test, right? They had the sense of victory so close to them. Now, when everything is now wiped clean, they need to come up with a strategy to combat what Daybreak is bringing. And what is the best counter to a heavy stun comp? I mean, Wiggly comes to mind, but DB Invader has been taking it all the time, and maybe that's the reason why they take it. Not only to give, I guess, the ability to put your opponents to sleep, but also Starlight Recital, the Unite move of Wigglytuff. It cleanses everybody. So do we need now Wigglytuff on the side of Naruto Revenge? Or will they stop banning Blissey because they need Safeguard? I mean, these are the questions that Naruto Revenge has to answer in order to come back into this reset. And hopefully, take up the entire, 2 games or 3 games, whatever it takes for them, and then send them all to UIC.
Look, we can talk about this until the cookies go stale, but it is up to the players that are going to make the decisions. And as we're waiting for the games to start, Phil, I thought maybe we could we've been saying their names across the entire broadcast, but maybe we should highlight the players that on each of these teams. If you want to take whichever team, I'll go break first.
Sure.
I'm just going to read out some of the names that we've got here. We've got Anonymous, we've got DB Invader, we've got System, we've got Liz, and we've got Knight. Liz obviously paired with the Blissey, showing great companionship with Anon, who has been rocking that Garchomp. System has been playing that Miraidon as well as the Inteleon combination, and Knight heading on into that central area with either the Darkrai and one of the first people to put up 100k damage with a Blaziken, but now showing his stuff with the Pikachu central area. Do you want to introduce everybody to Natu's Revenge?
It is my pleasure. So, everyone, just a reminder for all the talented players on Natu's Revenge is going to be Joker XD. We have Ziggurat, we have Hagu, we have Heart, and we have NG Hacks as well. I mean, these 5 members, and I know for a fact that they actually didn't get to play as much together as they would like, because some of them had exams going into the off-season. So, the fact that they made it into the grand finals through the winners, Lobro, I mean, that's talent for one, but incredible synergy with the teammates is a second there.
What a way to make your debut onto the competitive stage. They're making this team is a first look at this team that we're getting to see, and it's going to be a team that people are going to be wary of going forward. So again, we have the little bit more experience on the side of Daybreak. We have the newcomers looking to stir the pot and take the crown away. I am super excited because we have been playing with these people for a long time, possibly since even season 1 of the game has been released. But to see them on this level, to see them on another level and continually to take it up, it's going to be something interesting to see. But again, we have the bracket reset. There's going to be a little bit of time before we get this next set coming up and moving. But I am so interested to see what again, we talk about the bans. We can't talk about the bans enough. Psyduck and Blissey, it seems to be like they're the ones that are just staying in ban jail.
You have to ban them out, I think. I just hard show too much of that Psyduck and how good that Pokemon is. And throughout the other players that played it today, Psyduck was one of the top damage dealers in a lot of the comps. And when you have a supporter that does that amount of damage, you need to rethink whether that Pokemon is even a supporter at that point, right? I mean, 12 teams now are down to the last 2 in the grand final reset. That is going to be exciting for them. And I think a lot of them probably didn't even anticipate. I'm sure a lot of them probably had plans for the night of today on Sunday night. You know, maybe going out with the family or something like that. I wonder what the conversation is for the family. Like, hello, oh, are you ready for dinner? You know, son, daughter. Yeah, look, I'm just in the grand finals of the probably the most important cup of this year for the 2025 season. And speaking of the season as well, I mean, this is just the first cup, Lobo. Like, we have regionals and final stretch coming up as well to play. And obviously, having only one spot to go to Worlds is obviously a choice that we are given, right? We don't have any more spots, and obviously winning regionals is the most important thing. But the experience you get from playing on an international stage against some of the very best from other regions, you have to think that that gives you enough, I guess, practice to come back to the region and really dominate the entire scene, right? That's what we're lacking here. We're so far away from the other regions that we don't get enough practice against other drafts and other, metas that the regions will bring. That's what UIC is for, right? That's what final stretch is for. I
100% agree with you. That's what EUIC is for. That is what final stretch is for. Luckily for us as casters, we have the ability in the off season to go and cast some of these other regions at the detrimental to our own sleep schedule. But it gives us a chance to have a look. But I can't imagine the benefit that it would be on these players to go and experience these international settings, even just getting to talk to other to players. But that is enough talking out of us, Fu. These players are ready. The bracket has been reset, and it is time for us to continue on into this one. It's ready to go. I am so excited for this one, Fu. Let's see which way we go.
Here we go. We do have Anon now using the Shardaket now. So that's a Pokemon we haven't seen today.
Yeah, absolutely. Charcadet coming out of absolutely nowhere. I'm not entirely sure whether it's going to be the Armarouge or it's going to be the Ceruledge. It's going to be a fun one for us to take. But DB has decided to take the Darkrai away. They're opting for the Wiggly. But please correct me if I am mistaken, Fu. But that looks like Ziguri has decided to bring out the Zeora. I need to confirm if that's actually him on it.
Wow, I mean, they also take the Gibble away from Anon, so that's probably the reason why Anon has actually taken either the Ceruledge or the Armarouge for their team. We have a Leafeon now from Night looking to get an Invader. It's going to be successful, so no more blue buff for Ziguri, and as you said so, Ziguri on that mythical Pokemon that we've seen so much of it yesterday. Are they going to be able to do the impossible today as well?
Yeah, again, it's going to be that Wild Charge moveset, I'm assuming, coming out from Ziguri, which is probably just going to lock down that Leafeon. Blaziken needs to get online, Umbreon needs to get online, but we're going to see how Garchomp deals with being absolutely put to sleep and having its nightmares eaten through as they go for a bit of a skirmish on these birds.
Yeah, first bit of engagement there from both these teams. Invader is going to be playing that Wiggly as a tank for this game. We have Anon just shy of level 5 there with the 830s coming up. We have Ziguri moving up top, 3 members of Not to Revenge. No, Ziguri's going back into the center area before Knight takes it away from him. System back on the Darkrai here. So more traditional path Pokemon. It's going to be NG Hatch and the Mewtwo Y though.
Yeah, but that is an EXP share Mewtwo Y for again. These players are cooking things with EXP share Miraidon in the previous game, but Anon is deciding to play one of the Knights of Paldea. He's gone with the new King of the Ghosts in Ceruledge.
Ceruledge is very good. Unite move to do a lot of damage to a bunch of people if you get that connection. We have System hiding in the bush there, but gets hit by the side strike, and I think that's why XP Share Mewtwo actually works. You're just going in for the stun there because you don't get stunned yourself. Meanwhile, on the top part though, some scores are going through. 26, 21 for Daybreak, trying to send them into the lead for points, and more goes through. They're not going to be stopping, and suddenly at 7:35, the top hat is broken. What an aggressive start for Daybreak. You can tell they want to win this first game.
Daybreak are feeling the groove. They are doing what they do best, and it is 92-60. So the scores are still okay, even though that top hat is gone. But that combination of Wiggly and Darkrai through, that is a scary one. It's going to be interesting how Natu's Revenge decide to answer to this, as Knight is just having free reign on that Leafeon, as both teams look to be heading into the bot path for another Regice.
Reggie Ice galore today for both these teams. And we have the Emerald 2-step, not able to take down Joker. Yes, it does. Darkrai able to trade that out and get that KO for them. Dark Pulse will come through and it's actually going to be relatively uncontested for Daybreak. Wiggly picking up that Reg Ice, and that's going to give them enough health regeneration, a bit of shield as well to break this bottom pad. Oh, they leave it on 9 though, so perfect opportunity for an overdunk later. Meanwhile, in the top part there, we have a Gabite trying to defend against Anon. It might not go the way they want. Hagu trying to defend now. We have stacks coming through from Anon once again, but it actually goes in, and I don't know whether it was the Umbreon that pushed it in, Lobo.
I think it was the Umbreon that pushed it in. Darkrai is just making sure its presence known, and Daybreak are in full force. They see daylight, and they think that they have this game under wraps. 216 to 60 already. Again, such freedom with the movement that Daybreak are showing. I think a little bit of a communication error, or just a little bit of nerves starting to creep in for Natu's Revenge, with Umbreon pushing that Regieleki into the top pad.
Daybreak really ramping up the pressure now. They're so aggressive with the Wiggly coming into zone with its Sing, and I guess Joker able to scoop up the experience, at least a big one for their team. I guess 5 members now on the side of Natu Revenge in the bottom part. They're all hiding in this. Side strike will go through on the Wiggly, but that's not going to be enough of an engagement for them to go through. Hagu maybe caught out here, uses the eject, but the Dark Pulse is able to save the Darkrai system. Still available, but gets locked on with the Spark Discharge. The Umbreon able to give them some shield of Joker. Joker still managed to rip through the defenses of Daybreak. Wiggly not able to actually go down after all. It is System that's going to be able to take down Joker on the Garchomp, but the Bliss assistants try to keep Knight in the playing field. The Blissey actually able to shut down any sort of wild charge coming through Vigoury. And as we look at this course, we have an instant break of the pad. Hagu in trouble now. Anon getting that KO on the all-rounder counterpart. And NG Hags having the worst nightmare possible and getting sent back to the Pokemon Center.
Daybreak are really feeling it now. They're pushing the pressure. Natu's Revenge have got to find a way back into this. The Bliss assistance was beautifully timed to stop, I believe it was Knight from going down. Anon pulling out the Revenant Rend at the right time there. But now the levels are looking very favorably on the side of Daybreak. We've just passed the half-minute mark, but just like Pac-Man, Natu's Revenge gobbling up all of those yellow farm, and they're looking to just start this objective without any hesitation.
No, and it's going to be relatively uncontested as well. I'm not sure whether Darkrai and Blissey are going to be able to stop this and defend this Regieleki from going in. And that's the beauty about Dark Pulse there. But here comes a little bit of engagement. Happy going down to Leafeon. And that's going to get another KO for Natu's Revenge. We have Blaziken also down there with the Zero Aura. Liz not on HP. Joker able to maybe do something here. But the members of Daybreak are just going to say, you took down our supporter, we're going to take down you. And they're going to actually successfully defend that top pad.
You mess with my friends, you mess with us. That is Daybreak's message to Natu's Revenge. Unfortunately, Garchomp just all by them lonesome. Trying to hopefully push that Regieleki in. Maybe they could have got some regeneration. But the level's looking okay. Apart from Anon on that level 13, level 12, Ziguri on that Zeraora. It's going to see how we go. 320 into this bracket reset. Knight has been completely freed up in this match on that Leafeon.
Just Leafeon able to be so mobile around the map means they can go anywhere, and I think they try to go for a macro score there. Unfortunately, 3 members of Natu's Revenge is going to be in the bottom path, and with the vision of Knight being there, they are going to be able to just quickly come to defend. Joker still up in the top pad, going up against Anon. I mean, these teams are playing so well in terms of knowing where each player is, and then going accordingly to plan. Anon coming back to pad there. And we have a 42 going down there because all of Natu's Revenge seem to be going up top, and they're going to be too late to stop the score.
Oh, jumping way too late. That's sending this into almost a 250-point game for the side of Daybreak. 2:30 on the clock. And it until the Rayquaza spawns. Again, it's 0-0. The game has been reset, and both teams are at 0-all. No more advantage for Natu's Revenge, but it looks like Daybreak are really showing their stuff as they manage to secure a bottom Registeel completely uncontested.
They say, you know, we always harp on the fact that when there's a raid, there is a way. But at the rate of the scores going in, even if you get the raid, there might be no way to come back here. So it really is the game for Daybreak to lose, as they are over 250 points in the lead. And here comes an early engagement, and that's going to be a flip of the Rayquaza instantly. The Cyber comes down. Half of HP of Rayquaza going to be going. The Bliss Assistance trying to keep them sustained. The Reverend Rain will come through. It is left on 1 HP. And at the end of the day, it is an absolute team-wide for Daybreak there. Ceruledge and on able to secure the Rayquaza. And for once, the lead in this set. Now we have the scores coming through, Lobo. They are smelling it now. Daybreak with a chance. One game up from this engagement.
They smelt the freshly baked cookies sitting in the oven, and they just went for it. Unfortunately, Natu's Revenge got their hand caught in the cookie jar and unable to do too much, but there's still a minute left to go. Shields have been depleted, but again, it's 807 points that they have to score, and I don't think that's a possibility, even if they empty out all of their pockets of Aeos energy. But now with a teammate down, it's looking even less likely.
I don't want to be a pessimist, but it is going to be very unlikely for Natu's Revenge to really come back here. That's one of the strategies I think that Daybreak has used so proficiently to their side, scoring so much that it doesn't really matter if they get the raid or not. And I think with a 260 or 250 lead there were opportunities to score even more, even if they lost the Rayquaza. So I think the flip was a genuine strategy there. Obviously, Blaziken was the safety net, right, for Natu's Revenge, but it just got straight down way too quickly. A Bliss Assistant does way more damage than what you anticipate.
Yeah, I know. I saw a lot of health going down on the side of Daybreak. I thought maybe Natu's Revenge probably had the advantage on the flip side, but Bliss Assistance, then the Wigglytuff of Unite as well. It just proved too much, as well as the Emerald two-step coming in. There was a lot that could go wrong, especially in that short amount of time and area, especially in that small Rayquaza pit. But Anon securing it with the Revenant Rend coming out, and really proving that Garchomp is not the only Pokemon that he is going to be known for, as we get our first 1,000+ score of the tournament.
The momentum now has shifted. I can feel it in the air, Lobo. It is now Daybreak's winner's bracket, right? They are now in the lead. They have control over the draft. They have control over the map. And just looking at the battle report, just two hands on the steering wheel the entire way through, saw Daybreak taking every single objective except that one Regieleki, and obviously the Rayquaza in the end, to cement their message to the opposition team. We might have come down from the losers. We might have been sent down to the losers by you, but coming up from the grave, we're here. We just need one more game, and we're going to London, baby.
I didn't know that Ho-Oh was choose. The revival blessings have been blessed on to Daybreak. They have revived themselves after being taken down into the losers bracket, just like you said. Anon putting up a great score of 74k damage, and Joker, not to shy away, managed to do a great deal amount of damage as well. But Blissey being let out of that ban jail, Fu, I think was a big problem for Natu's Revenge, because we saw how impactful that Bliss Assistance was.
100%. I agree, and I think giving Liz Blissey is probably going to be a mistake, but what do you ban from a player that plays so many of the supporters that well, right? I mean, Liz is one of the best supporters in the region. You can take one away, but are you going to play against a Hooper, which, you know, Liz has shown how good they are today, or an Eldegoss, or do you give the Blissey and then just hope you have enough sustain with your Umbreon there on Heart with the Wish to heal up your team? Regardless, though, looking at the damage output really quickly, Joker definitely doing 36% of the team's damage was going to be that carry, was going to be that damage dealer for them. But, yeah, at the end of the day, maybe Wild Charge wasn't the way going into that team. Especially, it's hard, right, going into a Wiggly, because you come out of Wild Charge, you're going to be stunned. You're going to be asleep. And if you're asleep, there goes System with the Darkrai, and you're going to be taking even more damage. And I think that's what Zigri really struggled in that game.
Darkrai Wigglytuff is something that I don't think people have really thought about comboing together, and that, like you said, is one of the things about being, quote, in the future here in OCE. So I can't wait to see if that combination gets pulled out anywhere else in the world. But Daybreak are doing a great job with their team comp. That Wiggly, ever since Daybreak switched to the Wiggly comp, DB Invader on that Wiggly, it's been a problem that Natu's Revenge have not been able to solve, because they are so good at just being in the fight, sustaining within the fight. And as soon as you have that Wiggly, it takes them completely out of it. So, and again, you pair that up now, get put to sleep by a Wiggly, have bad nightmares by the Darkrai. It is a disgusting combination that I didn't even think about. But Daybreak, showing that their IQ points are way, way higher than anything I could ever think up. So they're bringing it, and I actually really, really enjoy seeing it. It's something that I think people are now going to have to think about.
I think so too, and I believe the fact that we've had so many games today, while, you know, for a lot of people this might be a stamina issue, these players, I tell you, Lobo, we play a lot of Pokemon Unite, so I'm sure they're still very fresh. But at the end of the day, having a shift in momentum is very important, right? It's not only about how quickly you can click the buttons, how well you can play the game. It's about the mental as well. If you're coming off a high of getting to the grand finals without the reset, then playing your finals, having one game away from making it to London, and then losing the next two and going up to a bracket reset, and now they're one game down. I mean, there needs to be a lot of discipline here for the team to kind of stay together, make sure the communications are still very, very effective, very, very succinct, and not really think about what happens if you lose that game. Obviously, if they lose, they're out of the competition, but you can't think like that, can you? You got to stay positive, believe you can win the next two games, because it really is still a chance for them. Daybreak, obviously, conversely, on the other side, they are up in the air, Lobo. They must be feeling all the highs. They're so close to it. They know the pressure is not as high for them, and they can really relax going into this next game. And maybe they might be able to play better with that.
Yeah, look, Daybreak riding Cloud9 as into going into this. They are one game away from their ticket to EUIC. They are where Natu's Revenge was 2 games ago. Now, you mentioned the mental. I am a little concerned about Natu's Revenge's mental at the moment. I know these guys have strong mental, but right now, they've just lost, I believe, 3 games in a row against Daybreak, a team that they 2-0'd earlier on in the set. I don't know if that's starting to show in the drafts that we're seeing, but it seems like Daybreak is having a little bit of the advantage in the draft, because again, it's a problem that everyone wants to have. So many Pokemon, so many choices to pick from. But again, I feel like Natu's Revenge, they are so good at locking in. We saw it day one. We saw it today. When they want to lock in, they can lock in, and I'm pretty sure they're thinking about how to respond to this. Whether it's a ban or whether it is a way to completely and utterly flip the tables on what they're going to do. I feel like to go up against this completely crowd control heavy team, they need to have a team that has a lot more sustainability, whether they go into the 2 defenders, more all-rounders that have an ability to heal. Garchomp was a great pick to take it away from Anon, but we saw he countered with the Cerule Edge, which didn't really rely on the Blissey so much, which is why that Blissey was able to help Knight out every time it got into the discharge of the Wild Charge. It was able to pop up that safeguard into the helping hand to just make sure that he's able to get out before Zora was able to take it out. I believe Natu's Revenge had a little bit more success taking the team fights to them with the Lapras that they were using. They're just not going to let Ziggy have that Trevenant because we know how good he is on that Trevenant. So something to consider, probably things that they've already considered, but this is game number 4 for us. So it's do or die for both teams. Natu's Revenge take this one. They go to the final game. Daybreak take this one. They're sitting happy.
Game number 5, Lobo. That's how long this grand final has gone. We're about to hit, possibly, we probably already hit double digits, right? With the games that we were able to broadcast for everyone. And as we prepare for the next game, I think this is a perfect time to really give a shout out to how this whole production is possible. I mean, the reason why Lobo and I get to sit here and just yap at the mic is because we have someone awesome from the other side of the world, DJing in the early mornings of the European times, Rosanda, able to observe for us throughout the entire tournament. And I mean, I did it yesterday, Lobo, we're trying to observe and cast at the same time. It's definitely not for me. And the fact that Rosanda has given up their time voluntarily to show the OC region, a region that's so far away from her home, the action pack today. I hope everyone at home appreciates Rosanda and gives a shout out to them in chat, as do the other casters and the whole production team, Lobo. I mean, our producers, our casters, everyone is now in the early stages of the morning, or I guess the daybreak, right? The daybreak of the day. And
add one to the pound counter.
Add
one to the pun counter. Add one.
And you know, we're always so appreciative when people giving up their time, especially when the time is not, you know, too favorable for you. I mean, we've casted sometimes at 4 a.m. Lobo, and it's a whole different world, isn't it? You're fighting your own demons at that time.
Yeah, absolutely. Big shout outs to obviously our two other casters, Steel Agent Carl and Zero Honor Alex. Big shout outs to Rosanda, and big shout outs to our person behind the scenes handling it in PG. So they have been able to sit with us and put on a fantastic production. But I believe we are game ready for this is Do or Die.
Do or die indeed, and Anon going back in with the Gibble. I'm going to take a quick second to just absorb what the draft is. We have Inteleon back on the side of System and Ziggurat on the Mimikyu. That means your favorite Pokemon is going to be let out of jail.
Let's go. I love seeing the Mimikyu come on in to play. It looks like Knight is not going to get free reign of that central area as much as he wants. Liz is going to come help it. Snorlax is just going to head on out and secure a red buff and take away a little bit of that Pikachu stun wonder that we were seeing.
Another XP share, old EX Mon, Heart on the XP share, Mewtwo Y for us. We have a Shifu on the board, and looks like NG Hacks is redoing the Glaceon arc with the Glaceon coming out and possibly the Spears for the team as well.
Yeah, I like seeing the Glaceon come out. There's that big frontline damage that they want. No Wigglytuff on the side of Daybreak this time around. Snorlax with that heavy slam is going to be super effective, but Mimikyu is going to be able to catch someone out as we got a little scramble going on here. The Icicle Spears are coming out. Electro Ball is going to secure into the heavy slam. Umbreon gets its evolution, but it gets mean look. Snorlax going to take a quick nap, but Icicle Spears are going to rain, but it does not matter. Drizzle manages to get a big water gun takedown on the Snorlax, as we've only got 2 points been scored so far, Fu.
Pagu on the Wicked Blow. Shifu gets pushed out by Anon though with the eject and has to bait out 2 ejects. So that's value for Daybreak indeed. And with Pikachu coming through, Shifu will go down. The Electro Web on Heart there. That means it's going to be a 1v4 Lobo on the top pad.
1v4. They really need to stop Daybreak from doing this 1v4 push, but on the other side, it's going to be a Sobble versus a Mimikyu. The water gun misses its mark. Play Rough is going to hit the Sobble, not going to be able to take it out. Heavy slam into the Play Rough combination. I like this. The Inteleon is going to be the target as well as the Pikachu. They're really going to try and stun this out, as Daybreak are going to take majority of this farm, as NGX not going to let them go without a fight with the Icicle Spears.
No, and I think NG Hacks just has to watch out for the Umbreon and the Garchomp on the side of Daybreak to avoid them. So positioning is definitely very important here. We do have a double range attackers that are coming out from Daybreak against the Glaceon and Mewtwo Y. So very similar strategy if you look at the team comps.
Yeah, absolutely. They're pushing the pads on this Volt Tackle. Not such a good lockdown move when it comes to that Glaceon. It's going to be able to put big damage going on. It's got access to Aisha. Big Heavy Slam's going to go in onto the Umbreon. It's going to get locked down into me. Look, I have been corrected before the birds even spawn. Shadow Sneak on to the Inteleon, but it decides it's not the right time to head on in and go for that player, because Volt Tackle could lock it down so quickly. 8 seconds until the objective decides to spawn. Boo.
I think it's a really smart decision for Invader to choose the Snarl set for the Umbreon, because that means that the job for Mimikyu is going to be a little bit harder. Whenever they can Shadow Sneak the Inteleon, the Snarl will be able to stun them coming out of that Shadow Sneak. So we have the Regirock getting ripped on by NG Hacks, but can System secure this?
Yeah, System's looking for that beautiful snipe shot, but decides to put damage on the player off Mimikyu. It does get looked out. The Garchomp's going to take the Regieleki. Umbreon's in a bit of a problem, but the Icicle Spears are flying on Inteleon as it just manages to use its Fell Sting out. The Glacial Stage has been set. The icing has been put on the cookie. Can they take the cookie for themselves? Knight's looking for an Electro Ball. It does manage to full tackle into the Snorlax and take it down, but it is System that manages to get a beautiful secure, and the Thunderstorm grabbing a 2KO streak.
I think one thing that Daybreak is doing very well in the strategy is they're not committing fully to the bottom basement Reggie. They always send Anon to push that Regieleki in, as you can see here. So not only are they getting the basement Reggie, if they do get it, they also have value topside as well. And Hagu, obviously on the Shifu, a great secure Pokemon, has to stay up top in Regieleki jail, and providing no help in the bottom part there means that NG Hax has to have the pressure of securing the basement Reggie. And it's very hard to go for tick damage against something like an Inteleon.
Maybe they just let Anon do his thing because perhaps they needed that Urshifu for the secure. Hagu is down here. The little Altaras are going to go all the way to the side of Natu's Revenge. Levels looking okay on both sides with only 2 members of Daybreak hitting those double digits.
I mean, it's really scary now, right? And could be the same story as what we saw in that last game. 237 points already, and we're not even 5 minutes into the game. We have a level 11 Garchomp ready to go, as opposed to a level 10 Glaceon. I mean, a lot of farming is required on the side of Naruto Revenge if they want to win that next engagement. They do have 3 Unite moves available. We have a double lockdown comp, the Play With Me, and also the Ebon Fist available for Natu's Revenge. They need to be able to pick the targets well. And if they do, Lobo, a lot of experience could be given on their side.
Yeah, Garchomp is going to walk into a bush with an Urshifu. It's going to get blocked in the middle. Shadow Sneak unfortunately misses. The Mewtwo is going to use its Unite move into the Side Strike, and members again are falling on the side of Natu's Revenge as Urshifu just barely manages to make it out. Umbreon is hunting down NG Hax on the Glaceon. Electro Ball managed to get a great secure on the Mewtwo. Glacial Stage had to be set to get away. The mean look not hitting, and Garchomp is just going to push back on this one this time round. But there is fights happening all over the map, but more specifically right in Natu Revenge's central area, as Hagu almost getting caught out, but goes down to a Azure Vision snipe from the Inteleon as Glaceon comes back to get a takedown on the Garchomp. Mimikyu taking down the Umbreon. So some great comeback experience for the side of Natu's Revenge.
Definitely a bit of experience there, and I think Inteleon tried the best to use its Unite move to deal a lot of damage, but one thing about, that Unite move is you need people standing in front of you. If you get too close, you're going to be susceptible to something like a heavy slam from the Snorlax. We have the 16 coming through for Heart as well. They're slowly coming back into this match as they look to take this Regieleki, but that's before Anon has something to say with it as they dash in. The Blissey's ready to go for them as well.
Yeah, Anon just making his presence... Anon making his presence known and just forcing Natu's Revenge right back out. NG Hack's going to get a 48 score into the bot side, which is going to bring the scores a little bit more level, but now Natu's Revenge have better chance to defend. I think that's great decision making by them, as Snorlax is just going to provide more of a distraction this time around, just making sure that Daybreak don't have the amount of freedom that they do have, but Snorlax could look to go down here.
Yeah, it looks like Snorlax is going to say goodbye. Oh, the eject coming on Anon just to make sure that defender gets out of there. Just looking at the levels, though, it's a bit scary that Shifu's only level 10, though. Play With Me will go through, and that is going to be a good knockout onto the Umbreon for Natu's Revenge.
Yeah, Umbreon being in the front line is a great takedown for the side of Natu's Revenge. Pikachu got locked on by the spears, but managed to get out, Liz healing them right back up to full. Again, it's a problem for these two. There's 115 points within this food. 241. Where has this game gone with a Reggie on the bottom still available to be taken? And it's another Reggie Ice.
I mean, when you have an Ice type ripping it, I guess it gives a bit of favoritism, right? But what I am seeing is Inteleon only hitting that level 12, though, but it's okay, because Knight on the Pikachu will have that level 13 with this Unite move very, very soon. This could be it, Lobo. We might be seeing tournament point here for Daybreak. 15 seconds to go. 15 seconds to decide who gets their names on those plane tickets, who gets to go internationally and represent the OC region. The dragon is about to spawn, Lobo.
Yeah, the dragon's about to spawn. No instant rip from both of these teams. They know they have a huge lead, so it's just a little bit of time to suss it out and see what decides to pop off.
Holy guacamole. We can tell the tension is there. We have a double dash from Hart just to get away with it, but that means the Snorlax is going to be out of position. Hagu already having a bit of its HP chunked by the snipe shot, and NGHax losing the passive could be problematic. Looking at the Rayquaza now, Lobo, the Snorlax is taking a huge nap, and Unite moves are popping off.
The Thunder Fist is going to come out. Bliss Assist is going to go in on the Garchomp. Hagu is not able to get up, but Anon gets stopped by the Play With Me and the Icicle Spears. Hagu getting out on a breath and a prayer. Anon is just firing everything that it can do. Mimikyu takes out Anon on the Garchomp. The Icicle Spears are gone. Hagu was not taken out. He's back. The Play Rough takes out the Inteleon. And now there are 3 members down. It's only Blissey and Umbreon left for the side of Daybreak. They've got Rip. They've got the Cure. What is going to happen here? Can Natu's Revenge bring this back to the final game of the night? It is! Hagu manages to secure with a wicked flow, but now they have to score!
Holy guacamole, Lobo. Call them Alphaba because that was a wicked blow to secure them the distance. They are now back in it. They just need to score though. The score is still a tiny bit in the favor, but with the 50 turning to 100 in the bottom pad, that means, ladies and gentlemen, for the second time today, we might be going to a Game 3 scenario for your grand finals of the Aeos Cup playings for the OC region, Lobo. That is crazy to me.
Oh my god, what has just happened? Unbelievable that Natu's Revenge in their debut, the team's debut, are taking one of the most experienced teams all the way to the finish line. It is gonna be game number 6 in this series.
Someone call the orthodontist because I can't find my jaw. I need a jaw restructuring surgery now. I cannot believe that went the way it was because for the most part of that match, Lobo, I mean, Darcy's Revenge were behind in levels, they were behind in points. They were suffering, 200 points deficit in the first 5 minutes. But now we're looking at a bad report that, proves the difference. It doesn't matter how behind you are. If you play the last 2 minutes like they did, Lobo, we are going the distance, 635 points to 237. You can give up the entire 8 minutes, man. 2 minutes is all we need, says Natu's Revenge.
Holy, I apologize to anybody that's watching that's wearing headphones. That was a pop-off and a half. I cannot wait to see this final game. But Fu, biggest talking points that I noticed in that match. First of all, one, we're seeing the Wigglytuff ban, but Anon was chasing down NGHax, who had to use his Unite move, the Glacial Stage, to get a little bit of distance, but Ziggury from absolutely nowhere into the Play With Me, then managing to head right back into that central area, getting the double knockout on the Inteleon and the Pikachu as well. And there was nothing that Invader and Liz could do, but Liz with an 84k damage. Holy, game number 6. We're going the distance, my friend.
We are, Lobo, and no better person to cast this with you. I mean, I wanted to give you this experience of, going to the absolute limit for our tournament. And I think for that last match, as we're getting set up for the next and final game of today's tournament, I think it all really fell apart after Liz and Anon got separated. As you talked about, we had the eyes on NGHax, Anon running in with his Dragon Claw combination. However, there's one thing that is very scary for any player on the side of Daybreak is going up into something like a Mimikyu without your support being there. Because play rough, right? It is an iframe move. You don't get to hit it at all, but it does deal a ton of damage, especially coming out of it with its boosted. And I think Ziggury took advantage of that, using the Unite move to take down Anon, and then locking onto System, who was also not, unfortunately, with Blissey as well. And then when you're in Inteleon going up against an iframed Pokemon, you can only hit what you can see, right? And you definitely can't see play rough when it's in its animation.
Yeah, absolutely. Ziggy understood the mission, that the targets that were on his radar were the Pikachu and the Inteleon. NG Hax had nobody else in his sights except for that Umbreon and Garchomp, because we know that the damage has to come off for them. But incredible Ray fight, patience from absolutely nowhere. Again, Knight started the engage with the Thunderstorm. So again, Pikachu proving to be very, very useful, but Natu's Revenge brought it back. It's 1-1 again. I can't believe it. I am on the edge of my seat for this one. But now there's no more guessing. There's no more games. This is the final game of the grand final. We've had a reset. We've had a 1-1. So now we are at game number 6. All the cookies in the jar are going to the winners. Their names, their printer is ready to print the names on those tickets to EUIC. And I can't wait to see who is going to do it. And it's incredible, Fu. It's the veterans versus the newcomers. And I love it. I absolutely love it. We love seeing a shakeup in this side. And props to both teams for doing this, because, again, great loser bracket run, great winners bracket run, and now it all comes down to this.
The clash is on, isn't it? All gloves are off. It is all about this last final game. No more secrets, no more hiding strategy up your sleeves. Show everything on the board, because in the next 10 minutes of the game, we're going to be able to find out which 5 members are going to be packing their bags next April to go up against some of the very best from the other regions. And you really need to be the very best in your region to have this opportunity. And these two teams, Lobo, these 10 players, have what it takes, but they just need to prove it to us in a final showdown.
Look, my heart is racing as much as possible. This has been such an incredible broadcast with everybody involved, from our other casters from NA, who are probably feeling it in their bones right now because they're on our OCE schedule. Every single person that's watching right now, OCE has put on a show for you. We always get the pleasure of leading the charge, because we are in a time zone where we're going to lead from example. My friend, you and I have had a chance to watch our friends play so incredibly well, and I'm so excited that we get to finish this final game together. It's going to be an amazing one, and I can't wait for these teams to get started. But I've just been informed that production has told me the teams are ready. Fu, are you ready? Game number 6. It's about to go down.
And here we go, the moment everyone is waiting for. It is going to be Natu's Revenge against Daybreak for the final time. There is no more reset. There's no more fluffing. Lobo, let's get it going.
Oh my god, we are about to get it going up in here. Mimikyu let out of Banjel once again. We're seeing a Blastoise come on in as well. Pikachu is heading on into that central area with a shared, I believe, experience between both. Ziggy back on the Mimikyu as an Umbreon is coming on in. I like it again. It's another switch up in the rosters, as both teams are just looking to put their best foot forward. But Anon and Liz have got their Garchomp Lissy combination.
I was just about to say, exactly. Anon has the Garchomp, and Liz able to use its Blissey later on to such efficiency as what we saw in the previous game. And is that a mistake from Natu Revenge part to give those two duo the Pokemon that they want to play, right? And I guess time will tell as we head into these 850 birds about to spawn in. Knight already lurking in, but so is Hagu on the Darkrai, Pokemon he loves to play. And the Mimikyu will be out as well. What were the bans for this game as we head in for this first ever experience, a clash of Titans, the Umbreon, able to foul play 2 members, and there goes 2 for Daybreak. Natu's Revenge getting those 2 KOs is going to be huge for them, but I think with the fact that Heart is so low in HP, it's probably better to just take your winnings and get out of there before you give any more to them.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen Nati's Revenge fall to that top 4 push from the side of Daybreak. Snorlax is proving to be a hassle to invade as well. Inteleon is in there. Again, Nati's Revenge showing that they're growing throughout this entire tournament, not falling for the same trick more than maybe twice this time. As 8 minutes comes up, we're going to see who's going to circle for these bees. As we've seen the Shadow Claw moveset come around this time round through, and that's great because there's 2 all-rounders for that little Ghost Puppet to deal with.
And also, that Blastoise is going to be pretty tanky, so definitely Play Rough is not going to be the movement of choice here. Dark Pulse coming back in once again. The snipes are not going to be landing, unfortunately, but it is great to see NG Hacks using the Inteleon, which I suspect Glacier was probably one of the bans here, Lobo, for Daybreak. Oh my god, a huge snipe by NG Hack. DB Invader is going to be low there, and we have a little bit of a Dark Void going through. You know, it's just a little bit scary now. We have a Knight lurking there already. Ziggurat looking to get into 30, might be optimistic. I mean, 7:30 on the mark, Lobo. Time is ticking for both these teams.
Yeah, the middle Altara is about to spawn, but the Regieleki is about to spawn right after Overheat charge early, as there's going to be a nice scrimmage inside this bot path.
That move is so ridiculous, that Dark Pulse. You can really go in, use an attack, and then just hide for the next 5 seconds. On top, we have Hard going up against 1v2. Liz already level 6, helping Anon get that evolution is so much needed. It's going to be that Scoot moveset once again, and no surprise.
Yeah, no surprise either time. It looks like it's going to be a split push for the Regieleki this time around. Not going to let Anon have it all to itself, but he scooped himself up an Umbreon, Fu.
Oh my god, Hard is like, I'm in danger. I need to get out there. As the sleep will come through on the DB system. Here comes the overheat and the Volt Tackle. Goodbye, Ziggurat, says Knight as they head up in level 9 already. And Anon is, without missing a beat, going to start this Regieleki. And with the Volt Tackle as well, Hagu can't even get close to this objective. And 4 members against 2. I think it's just, I think the smartest idea is probably just going to let this Regieleki walk.
Yeah, let it walk in. I think I might have been mistaken this time around. It might still be Play Rough into this, unless I was looking at a Mimikyu boosted instead of just a Shadow Claw. But NG Hacks managed to secure that Reggie Steel, which I'm sure he wanted. Levels looking pretty good. Blaziken the first one to hit those double digits. 6 minutes on the clock now through, and these Pokemon are just playing Pac-Man and absorbing all of the yellow dots. Pikachu absorbs a big snipe shot to the face.
Oh, definitely, and another one, and it's all about NG Hacks. He needs to land these shots in order to chunk down most of that health. The birds are coming back again for the 550s, and we have the spin to win moveset of choice for the Blastoise, and we have all 5 members now. Onside Nutri coming down there. This is what they like to do. This is their strategy. They like to stick together for these team fights. But the counter to that is that Anon gets all that time to take all that enemy central area. Get those dunks in, no problem. And that's why we always see like a level 14 Garchomp.
Yeah, we always see level 14 Garchomp. It is spin to win, but it is Hydro Spin, which I actually really like because inside that Rayquaza pit in the later parts of the game, that Hydro Spin is going to provide the stuns that is going to make sure that Nati's Revenge don't get any secures with the Pokemon that they've decided to do. But it's going to be a 3v1 into this bottom pad as Knight decides to come help out.
Oh, NG Hacks, fell Stinger to try to get away there. Luckily, Heart was there to heal them up with the Wish. Joker also trying to defend their attacker there. Meanwhile, Hagu going down as Darkrai yet again to those 3 members, though. So we're going to be a little bit careful now. We want the levels preserved for both of these teams. And if we keep getting poked out and KO'd, I mean, Daybreak's going to run away with their Joker, running into the enemy central area, hopefully. Maybe the bottom side there, just to get away from the Blastoise, but I don't think they're going to be able to make an escape.
Our Heart is breaking ankles as we're looking at this minimap. He's probably going to get out, Food. Blissey trying to use an Egg Bomb. Heart gets
my gosh,
he puts
what?
up the block. Just in
Joker,
time.
are you joking right now? But the Thunderstorm will go through though, and it actually baits out the Spy Vision, ejects on the NG Hack, it actually gets out of there. And here comes the A-Press, here comes the Snipes. There's no kidding here. Joker, can you block them out? No, the Hydro Pump will be able to stun them away. The Nap will come out. The Volt Tackle does nothing to this sleeping Snorlax, and the action will continue. Blaziken somehow able to get a 50 dunk, though no one's watching Pad on the side of Nati's Revenge.
Yeah, no one's watching Pat. They were focusing on the takedowns, probably on the wrong mons in those tanky frontliners in Blissey and Blastoise. But now Daybreak is just going to take this bottom objective for themselves. Can Hagu get that 40 dunk in to bring the scores back to a little bit more as they head up to 42? I think Natu's Revenge really need to get some scores on the board, Fu, as Anon caught out in no man's land.
Oh, scary for Anon now. Going into his worst nightmare. Has to use his Unite move to try to stay sustained. And he actually survives that, which is very, very surprising to see. Anon gets taken out by the snipes of NG Hatch, though. So, levels now for NG. Level 12 Inteleon is on the board. This is definitely a very close game in terms of levels, but score-wise, I mean, it's textbook control coming out from Daybreak there. Now, yet again, in the lead. 220 logo.
220 to 42, but blocking out the Blaziken is far back. But Liz is just going to stop anything, any scores going in with that Egg Bomb. But on the other side of that, it does take away some of her heals this time around. 2:46 left on the clock. Where does the time go? The intensity of this match is just making time go faster and faster and faster. But 17 seconds until this top Regieleki decides to spawn. You think Natu's Revenge might just leave it and opt to get more farm.
Oh, my heart is beating so fast. Pulse able to save Hagu away from the Volt Tackle system using its E-Ball moveset as well. We have Anon lurking the top side. They will have time to rip this Regieleki for them because it is what Garchomp does best. But I think Anon actually thinks maybe positioning is more important because it all comes down to this, Lobo.
11 seconds until the Regieleki spawns, 2 minutes until the end of the Aeos Cup play-ins. The winner of this fight is going to get that golden ticket to EUIC, and these teams are not going to wait very long. But again, they're showing their patience. Their nerves are not taking hold as they're trying to figure out the best way to do it. Daybreak is in complete control here, so it's all on Natu's Revenge to make the very first move. And right now, these teams are just seizing each other out. Natu's Revenge still heavily inside their own central area, but who is going to blink first through? There's only 130 seconds left in this fight.
Yeah, 90 seconds to go. I mean, the onus is really on Natu's Revenge, and it might come to a flip, actually, as time is ticking down. Anon in the top pad there, and we have Invader just seeing where everyone is. We have the snipes coming here to show the vision. Block will come through as well. This is so tense now, and I think it might just start, as the Volt Tackle will be able to pop the passive of Umbreon. And here we go, Shadow Stick on the Blaziken Knight there, not able to escape, which is the Mimikyu not choosing to actually dive in. More things are going through. A minute to go. 60 seconds to determine who wins this grand final. Lobo, here we go. The spin to win on Joker. No, everyone backs away. They need to stop dancing around the ring if they want to win this match. Both these teams need to do something right now. The wish goes on Joker to keep them sustained. Garchomp is now slowly moving in. Are we going to have a rib? Here goes the Spy Vision. I spy a Rayquaza getting ribbed. And here comes the A pressing, but the Thunderstorm will go through. And Darkrai goes down immediately. Bliss Assistance onto Blaziken. Members of Natu's Revenge are going down. 3 members down. Play Rough is still available for Ziggurat. So is their Unite move. But with half the HP chunked, 23 seconds to go. Things are not looking good for Natu's Revenge. And who needs the Ray anyway? With 15 seconds to go. And a possible 100 coming in. No, gets stopped by system. It doesn't matter, Lobo. It is going to be Daybreak having the dawn of a new champion of OC Aeos play-ins. And guess what? They're going to go to London. They're going to EUIC. It is going to be the Daybreak that completes the bracket reset and becomes the champions of the OC region.
Unbelievable. I cannot believe what happened. The patience that Daybreak showed, just a little bit more. Natu's Revenge needed to at least attack a bit sooner, but unbelievable game. Daybreak coming back from the dawn to reset the bracket, and they are your Oceania champions heading to EUIC. I cannot believe what just happened. Oh my god. Wigglytuff, Psyduck, Urshifu, and Trevenant staying on that ban list. But what a tournament we just witnessed. Congratulations to Daybreak. But Natu's Revenge put up one heck of a fight, and they showed up in this tournament.
100%. I mean, what, close to 17 or 18 games played by Daybreak today, and it was all worth it at the end of the day. Just goes to show you can take the crown no matter where and when you come from, and through the losers bracket, they were able to rise up to the occasion. Really, they should be called Daybreak's Revenge. They definitely took the revenge out of Natu's Revenge's name.
Yeah, but look, we are seeing the stats here. Again, not a very high damage game all around. Nobody really cracking the 40 unless you count DB Invader on the 44. But Fu, we are not the only casters here. They have been sitting back patiently, watching on the edge of their seat. I bet Alex is probably munching on some cookies. Let's bring back Kyle and Alex to get their thoughts on that final match. I don't even know. Is that chicken nugget that you're eating?
No, it's a cookie. You're right.
It's a cookie?
Yeah.
It's a cookie.
All right. That's all like, wow. Okay.
Guys, we played enough. We casted enough that there was enough time for Alex to go to the nearest shopping center to grab some cookies. That's how long
I
the
had
grand
plenty
finals
of time. I just didn't think we were going to end up here. So, you know.
Oh my god. Guys, let's get your thoughts. Kyle, I want to start with you. The entire match, 6 games, bracket reset, 1-1, came down to the wire. Give me your thoughts.
This is kind of why I picked Daybreak at the beginning of the day, and from what we saw yesterday, I thought they were kind of the best suited to survive a long bracket. They drafted generally pretty well all night. Not only that, I really like their macro play. One thing I noticed about them is that they just need to pick their right fights at Rayquaza. Game 2, they got caught. I believe it was Garchomp was the only one that went in, and that really bit them in the rear end because Mimikyu was able to stun them, and no one was able to follow up on that Garchomp engage. So just got to be a little bit more cautious of Rayquaza. But overall, I really like what I saw from Daybreak. I like their draft. I like their macros. And if they button up a couple of things, I think they can make some waves here at UIC in April.
Alex, give me your thoughts, especially after I think the first 2 games we saw the big crowd control composition come out of Daybreak. How much did that surprise you?
I mean, it's not a composition that we were used to seeing, but we talked about this earlier, right? Like at the start of the broadcast, CC is king right now. Crowd control is very powerful for any team, and it slows down a lot of Pokemon that normally would thrive. I mean, we talked about this, your favorite, Mimikyu, right? You need to run the full heal, and you got to go play rough right now in this meta, because if you don't, one quick CC will stop your combo, and you end up in a world of pain. Overall, though, I was surprised that Natsu's Revenge was able to kind of shake things up, right? But in the end, Daybreak quite literally they flipped the script. It was a 2-0 Natsu's Revenge that sent Daybreak down a loser's bracket, but they were able to come back, and they were able to go the full distance of a bracket reset from loser side to then go 2-1 against Natsu's Revenge. Both of these teams have a lot to be proud of. Of course, Daybreak gets to put their name on the plane ticket. Shout out to Anon, my king IRL, and my king in game. Totally not showing favoritism because they were a real one at Worlds. But more importantly, both of these teams need to know, and they need to hold their head up high, knowing that they played their absolute heart out, because this is not easy to do. To force that bracket reset, to be playing all these hours, it is a mentally and physically draining competition, and both teams should know that they have made great waves, especially for Natsu's Revenge, who are making a big debut splash here in OCE.
I definitely agree with that. That's just such a great showing, right? I mean, your first ever tournament together, you come second in one of the most important cups of your region. That goes in the resume for sure, right? Doesn't matter if they didn't get to finish the arc today. It means that they have that potential, and who knows, maybe final stretch will go to there as well. And whoever wins regionals goes there, right? So all will be shown, I guess, later in the season. But for OC, at least, I'm incredibly happy that this is the talent we have, the talent pool we have for the season. And I mean, if there's any indication of what's to come, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to get much better. But that's going to bring us to the end of today's broadcast. I think there's a lot of people we want to thank quickly before they head to bed. We can tell a lot of people already on the other side of the world. It's early mornings for them. But a quick shout out to all the casters today. We got Lobo, Still Agent Kyle, Andrew, and Alex. We always appreciate you taking your time from the other side of the hemisphere to cast with us. Peachy, our producer, staying up, not sleeping, helping us make all this possible is fantastic. And I think from everyone, really thank you for that opportunity. Rosanna, as we said before, she has not slept at all either, and she's been hard at work observing all these games. And the fact that it went to the distance, I mean, thank you so much, Rosanna, for doing that for us. And also the admin that makes it possible, Shivam in the background, telling us some important facts, making sure everything runs smoothly. Big shout out to Shivam as well. But I guess that's it, right? Anything else? Off to get cookies, ladies and gentlemen. Get some milk, get some sleep.
Yeah,
what is on the agenda?
Alex, you got one more cookie pun for us?
One more cookie? Well, no. I think what I do have to say, though, is I'm very thankful to be a part of this. You know, not only we wanted to give a shout out to Jagtress, who's also been a huge help, but also Kilosaurus, who kind of, you know, formed the Avengers, the Four Horsemen, if you will, to be able to do this. So shout outs to them as well. But at the end of the day, Pokemon Unite has brought a lot of communities together. You know, Kyle and I might be from the North America region, and, you know, so we stay up late, but we do it because we love the region. We love you guys. We love Pokemon Unite, and this is why we do what we do. At the end of the day, we're here for the games, for the content, the people that we meet along the way. And all honestly, with that being said, that is how the cookie crumbles tonight.
And on that note, we're gonna send it off. Thank you guys so much for watching once again. And, you know, big shout out to everyone that stayed for the entire time and watched the action that was casted. But from us all over here at Battle Hub, goodbye, have a good rest, and I'll see you next time for the December Cup.